they're on the boat. They're trying to get to the Shattered Plains, and the boat is attacked by the Ghost Bloods. They presumably...
we didn't know it was them, did we?
No.
No one said anything
I
about
think
them.
she might have...
She figures it out
she
later.
figures it out.
Yeah. She figures it out with, in fact...
By Tin.
Yeah, Tin, that's her name.
Tin mentions that she didn't want to be on the boat. But she's part of the Ghost Bloods.
And it was right after she got the book, Words of Radiance.
Mm-hmm.
On the boat.
She lost the book.
Title drop.
Also,
we got there. We can go home.
There's an interesting illustration. I can't remember somebody. I hope you remember the name. It's an illustration of somebody. There's like a note at the bottom saying, "You have no idea what I had to go through to get this from the bottom of the ocean."
Oh, okay. Yeah. Really?
Yeah. It's
And
pretty early on.
wait,
that'll be.
I'll try and find it.
That's talking about that book specifically.
It's after the Xanthid.
It's no. This is. I think these were Shalon's notes because it mentions pattern. You guys talk.
Okay.
I do remember
it's all
that.
damaged.
And during this scene, we presumably see Yasna get murdered by the Ghost Bloods, and Shalon having to soulcast the ship to sink it, and she washes up on shore with Pattern and has to...
She went to Shadesmar,
Mm-hmm.
and it was kind of eerie how you could see this flickering light of the people that were on the ship being snuffed out, basically saying that they're dying.
Yep.
Also, Shadesmar, this is where we get confirmation. Shadesmar, when you're on the water in Rashar, Shadesmar is land.
Yep. And she was also talking to the boat. Like, the boat has a consciousness in Shadesmar.
Because she had to sit there and convince the boat to catch on fire, which would kill it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, the boat is very much, I am a boat. Like, it does not want to change.
I'm made of wood.
And the way she convinces it is so good to me. Like, she's like, the people you've been serving all of this time are gonna die if you don't do what I'm asking. I love that.
Because the boat is the boat's conscious. What amounts to the boat's consciousness is what people have thought about it for all these years.
Yes. That's how things manifest in Shadesmar, is people's thoughts and experiences with it.
That's also like that whole thing with the boat that it just made me think of One Piece when they give a whole episode to a whole episode to like Sunny, whatever it is. And like then they let it sail off in the distance, and it's just like bye Luffy, and it's like, did that boat just talk?
After this scene, we get introduced to probably one of the best characters in the whole series, Stick. Where Shalon is desperately trying to get this stick to turn into fire.
She's so cold, she's drenched, and she's like, I'm gonna die of hypothermia if I can't get a fire.
One small thing that I noticed. Chapter 6 was the chapter that Yasna gives Shalon the book Words of Radiance and tells her that she's a light weaver. And from that moment, like, Shalon's little chapter token changed.
Yeah. I was about to mention that. So a character named Nazh, Nazh, no idea.
Don't know who it is.
As apparently, my gut's telling me it's probably a member of the Ghost Bloods, but I have no idea. Fished out one of Shalon's notebooks.
Kind of sounds Asian.
I don't know. And it's like, it's damning evidence. She is talking about Pattern, talking about being bonded to Pattern as a friend.
Maybe that's one of Darkness's people.
Possibly.
If
anybody can make it to the bottom of the ocean, it would be a Night Radiant.
It's all supposition.
Yeah, it's got to be somebody who has.
It'd have to be a fully realized Night Radiant too.
Well.
Or just Night Radiant with stars, with a bucket full of spheres.
Mm-hmm. I'll say that is one kind of person who gets to the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, yeah. It could totally be a Pershendian water form.
Oh, maybe. What if there is something?
There probably is.
You
want to know how you end the world? You don't have just storm form. You have tidal wave form.
Tsunami form.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be so badass.
Because you have... I'm done.
And all their singing sounds like Tycho.
So Shalon meets up with the slaving caravan that Kaladin was in the first book.
And it's one of those, I know that. Oh, I know him.
I know him. Shalon doesn't know who he is, but I know.
There were so many of those that I was not ready for.
It's like when you see Phil Coulson in Thor.
Yeah.
But I was like, I was ready. I was like paying so much attention. I went back and looked for like little details that like I noticed that I just didn't think anything of when Yasna died.
Mm-hmm.
And like I was like, oh, Yasna's door, the captain's door doesn't close. Why would the captain let her stay there then? Yasna, if anybody wants their privacy, it's her.
Mm-hmm.
So you give her the room that can't be closed? Captain's in on this.
I do like that line of thinking, but at the same time,
They do kill him.
Yeah, they murk him.
Well, even that, the closed door was what was stopping them.
Well, like, here's the thing. I really do think Yasna is the person that lives by the fireball meme on its address to who may be concerned.
Yeah.
like I feel like she is full on like, I'll be fine, I'll figure this out.
Oh, you knocked loudly at my door? All right, lightning bolt.
And you just see like it arc through through the boat.
Mm-hmm.
But no, like I was like sitting there, I'm reading the chapter, and in the back of my head, I'm like, okay, all right, who's gonna be a part of really the same slaving caravan?
Mm-hmm.
This is what we're small world, huh?
What's interesting, we're kind of moving back a bit here because we mentioned Yasna, but Yasna mentions that she is also becoming a Knight Radiant, or is probably already. She's probably the furthest along out of anybody we know so far. And yet, when I first read this
Rank 1 in KR.
When I first read this book, I never pieced it together that Yasna would also be able to heal using Stormlight, and that maybe she wouldn't have been dead. I totally thought she was dead.
I immediately knew she wasn't.
Well, for me, it was like, it wasn't that I didn't think she was dead. It's that, because there was a scene, I was definitely thinking, oh, like she gets stabbed. And they're like, make sure it's done. I'm like, no, she can heal. It's going to be fine. But then, like, Shalon makes a point to say, they stab her right through the chest and that she can hear it hit the wood beneath her. I'm like, oh, that's rough. That's pretty rough.
Ooh. Kaladin's had some scrapes and stuff. I don't know if he can. But the Stormlights healed him after the storm.
The moment Shalon goes out and it doesn't mention the body, it just mentions the
See, I didn't even pick up on that. For me,
like,
it was a total meta perspective where I'm like, they didn't kill her. There's no way they killed Mommy.
Yeah.
There's no way.
I totally thought she was dead.
I had that moment where I was like, she only mentioned the blood spots, huh? She's in Shadesmar.
Yeah.
She went to
Really?
Shadesmar.
You really
that was my immediate thought.
Awesome.
I didn't even
Especially
consider it.
Especially after the prelude, the Gavilar's Feast night. Like,
when she fell in.
Yeah, she went on like, and then like in book 1, she pulled Shalon out and was like, I can't believe you just went in there without any spheres. Are you kidding me?
Shalon is with the slaver caravan and making her way to the Shattered Plains.
What was his name again?
Tavlakov.
Yeah.
Yep. I hate his name.
I hate
There's
all
too many
Thalen names.
I see
Except
that.
Yalb. Yalb is fine. I assume that's a Thalen
I
name.
see Tavlakov and I'm like, why are you torturing me to say this name every time, Brandy?
There's that other guy in the interlude with Lift who has a terrible name.
Yeah.
Even she remarks on how terrible his name is.
Ox?
No,
No,
it's
he's
his dad
Thalen.
or something.
What's really funny is there's a really bad inconsistency in the audiobook where the Thalens have a very distinct accent in the first book where they're just, I can't even describe it. It's kind of like transatlantic a little bit.
Okay.
They kind of, oh, you see brightness, I can't even really describe it. But in the second book, like halfway through a chapter, it just immediately switches to they have French accents.
What in the world?
I thought they were Slavic.
It's mid-word.
No, it's very French.
I imagine them as Scottish for some reason.
I imagine like Cockney.
That's
Definitely
close,
not.
I guess.
They mentioned that it's a very fluid and kind of almost sing-songy language.
That's where I went to Scottish Irish is because they mentioned sing-song.
When I see T's and V's, I think of like very native-ish.
On that note, because I don't think you guys have
kind of like
listened to the audiobooks.
Kind of like the Avatar movies, like Taruk Nakto kind of thing.
all
Like
right.
I feel like their names should be separated.
Oh, with like commas or hyphens rather.
Yeah.
Because you guys don't listen to the audiobooks, do you?
No.
Okay, so
I'm not a degenerate.
I'm deaf.
Cool.
3 different reasons.
Cody and I have listened to the audiobooks. I just want a headspace of where you guys like internalize everyone's accents. Like
the only accent I do is Lopin.
Yeah.
what does Lopin sound
Hey,
like?
gancho!
Hey, gacho.
The audiobook gets Lopin and the Herdazians so wrong. They're supposed to be like Latino.
Yeah, for sure.
They go full Australian.
Are you kidding me?
No,
Yeah.
it's full Australian.
Absolutely gancho, mate.
Aye, gong show.
Rock is just
Hawaiian.
the guy from Moana.
Maui. He's. I don't know why they went that route, but he sounds specific.
Well, I
actor.
think it's not a big stretch. Like the Unkalaki,
Yeah.
very like
Yeah.
their naming conventions are,
Yeah.
are very clearly inspired by Polynesian cultures.
The fact that they're on an island inside a volcano just doesn't help that.
Ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka.
Love that song. Blue Swede.
Anyways, where are we at?
Numuhuko Makiaki Ayalunamar.
He got it.
Oh,
Got it in
my
one.
God. Rock.
Hello, Rock.
That's pretty
Rock
goddamn
is-
impressive.
So
How long have you been practicing that
Can
one?
you say the last name?
Hmm?
Smith. Just Smith.
Where do we want to go from here? We kind of jump back and forth between Shalon and Kaladin at this
Also,
point.
you said Shalon washes up on the shore. That's not what happened, clearly. That Xanthid rescued her.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
sure, sure.
Absolutely. She
Which-
was dead in the water. It was too cold.
Which tells me that Xanthids are way, way more aware than people give them
Well, I mean,
credit for.
that being said, like dolphins and killer whales do that to people in real life.
Mm-hmm.
True,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm also of the consideration that
Killer
that
whales
might
also
not be a
do
one-off.
brutalize people sometimes. Okay, don't go pet a killer whale, guys.
Right. I mean, they've recently been sinking ships in.
They're finally tired of us.
Anyway, the thing that the Xanthids are clearly intelligent and capable of recognizing individuals.
They're very whale coded to me, is why I mentioned.
Right.
Mm.
But that also, to me, begs the question of what else on Roshar follows that kind of paradigm. Like the
Rashadium.
Rashadium
Yeah.
do that, but they're horses.
I'm
That-
just saying.
They're super horses.
They're certainly
they're,
very
they're
smart.
super horses. They kind of stand out in a different way. I'm thinking more like the crabs that form the Reshi Islands
Sure.
and things like chasm fiends. Because the chasm fiend definitely seemed intelligent to some
I
extent.
don't know. It seemed like a big T-Rex to me.
It's definitely seemed more intelligent than anyone else was going to give it credit for.
But after, like, we with these, we catch up on Kaladin, what Kaladin's up to. Basically, it's just like a check-in on his situation with being Dalinar's bodyguard.
I say
now,
that we go ahead and talk all the way through Shalon up until they run into each other.
Okay.
That sounds fair.
So Shalon meets back up with the slaving caravan, and she puts the lesson that Yasna taught her on the boat to the test, where it's just like, I am going to manifest authority in myself. And for the most part, it works. She acts like a very noble, light-eyed woman who expects results, and for people around her to just,
do them.
yeah, carry out her requests.
There's a really scary moment, I thought, when it's scary and like I'm a underage woman and
Yeah, she's 17.
it, like she just collapses around this fire pit, and there's like a moment where Tvlakov is like looking around,
Ladies and gentlemen, let's cook.
and you can just see she even mentioned this in her monologue. You can see he's like doing the mental math of what kind of story could I come up with that I have a slave light eyes.
Yeah. These are good people.
Yeah.
These are good people. And she's really on a knife's edge the entire time she's making it to the Shattered Plains about whether they're going to sell her out, whether they're actually going to carry things out. And it all depends on if she can keep this disguise going long enough. And I think that's kind of one of the reasons why she wants to meet back up with this other caravan, is because she just doesn't want to be in this one.
Yeah, exactly. There's potential that there's a better situation there.
Like they're running from smoke pillars,
Mm-hmm.
and then they see another smoke pillar, and she makes the executive decision, let's go toward that bigger smoke pillar. And the bigger smoke pillar is actually several fires that have been started because a larger caravan has been raided. and several people killed. So they're in the process of getting murdered. And so she's like, all right, executive decision number 2. Let's turn around and go see those soldiers back there and be like, hey, why don't we go kill the guys attacking this caravan? And they make several hints afterward that while she's making this grand speech to the people they were running from before, they end up being deserters from the Shattered Plains. She did not look like Shalon, or at the very least, she looked like a much better put together person.
Presented.
Yeah.
As she puts it later on, she looked like the version of Shalon as described by Yasna's understanding of power.
She bought 5 minutes of in-game DLC content.
I kept thinking about, like, just totally anachronistically, a Teft just shows up and it's like, Shalon, you
noticed anything odd?
Yeah, he's a part of it. She's like,
who the hell are you?
She's just like, yeah, I noticed my feet don't hurt as much.
What's interesting is we get introduced to a character that we know in this group of deserters.
Dude, I was not ready for him to come back.
Yeah, you
it's
just
Mr.
thought he was gone.
Eye Patchy sees things in his blind eye. Gaz himself.
He's just there.
And they keep talking about how short he is, too.
He's like, was there anybody else in there that I didn't pick up on?
I don't
Not as far as I know.
think so.
Like, Vatha's new.
Yeah, they basically
Right, yeah.
call out everybody who's important, which is Vatha and Gaz.
But, like, it's also on her way over there, she started to draw Bluth. That's his name, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was when she drew him in, like, that heroic pose, isn't it?
That happened earlier.
Was that? Oh, well, that was earlier.
He had the
That's when
the
she noticed he had
art on that night, and that's what convinces him to go out into the fight.
And he ends up dying, unfortunately. Well, or fortunately, because he's probably a horrible monster.
But he
I
redeemed
figured-
himself in some way. At
I
the
imagine
end.
him as disfigured.
Sure.
I don't remember what the description of him was at all.
Quite ugly and blockheaded.
Okay.
I think.
This was like the beginning of us being able to see exactly what our powers can do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we hadn't seen any of that. And now, like, it was that moment that I was like, huh. I wonder if I could have seen these powers manifest in the first book. Is that the case?
I didn't notice anything overt.
Yeah, nothing overt other than like stuff that's very much drawn attention to, like her soul casting the goblet.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't pick up on anything on my reread.
I'm going to say she probably didn't do any light weaving until pattern was there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But that being said, she did soul cast.
Yeah. That's a tough one.
I don't know. Maybe I have to reread it.
Oh. No.
So
I shouldn't say re so often, huh?
Read it.
she ends up saving this caravan, and all of the deserters, like, and what's interesting about the deserters is everybody's like, you can't trust them, they're criminals, and Shalon kind of gives them a bit of humanity back because they're not bad people, they're just like lost.
And Vatha, like, I get the feeling he never buys in, but everyone else is like, but maybe she could. What if we could be soldiers again?
He was just part of the group.
He was just the most cynical of them, which is probably why he was their leader.
Yeah.
He was the one that believed being out here was the right decision.
I even got the impression that he was the one who likely convinced them in the first place.
I also noticed that it was at the, like, after she convinced them or talked to them, we went to a Kaladin chapter, and then we cut back to her right after the fight's over.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was interesting because what would the chapter have been? She would have just been sitting in her caravan hoping, like, man, I hope everything's okay. I hear screaming and swords clashing and
she's not a
armor
fighter.
Yeah.
What is she gonna do?
Like, Kaladin, we would have got the whole fight scene.
Mm-hmm.
But for Shalon, he just skipped straight to the aftermath because that is Shalon.
I think that's kind of like the priorities of the character's screen time. Is with Kaladin, it's very much about his fights and, you know, his abilities in combat, whereas Shalon, it's not that big of a deal whether or not we get a play-by-play of a battle that's going on that she's not involved in.
She wouldn't be able to tell us much about it anyway.
An
That's a
interesting
good point.
dynamic crops up as well after the fight's done, where suddenly her and her ostensibly band of soldiers outnumber this caravan now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's like, let's go. We're going to the Shattered Plains, baby. And
What?
on their way, some interesting things happen.
Well, real fast. Second heartstring of the book. because I did feel something when Yasna died, quote unquote died. The way that she describes Bluth just laying there and then finds his picture, I'm just like, man, how are you going to give me this guy that I've known for like 8 chapters? How are you going to give this guy a heartfelt death and I'm going to feel something? Who do you think you are, Brandy?
I think there's something that just speaks to us about people doing the right thing despite their history. There's something just interesting about
There's
redemption.
something Arthur Morgan about it.
It's so interesting to me though, because like we knew basically nothing about Bluth. We just assumed because of what we know from Tavlakiv and his group at the beginning of the first book.
Well, what we do know, it's heavily implied, is Bluth is describing the deserters to Shalon, and it's heavily implied that he also deserted.
He knows their story.
Okay. He knows their story. He knows what it's like to betray those oaths.
I picked up on that.
Yeah, it's subtle. It's like sometimes, and he like hesitates, and he's like, "You just got to do what you got to do."
Yeah,
it's something like that. And I think he sees all of these other deserters trying to improve their lives, trying to be better. And he's like, maybe I can too. After all this time, after all the bad I've done, maybe even I can be on a path towards redemption.
Because, like, if one of the things that they, because if he's a deserter, that means he was part of the army before, and probably, much like Kaladin, he had that initial view of what he looked like when he first joined, what he would be in that time. And Shalon drawing that picture of that particular future that never happened is probably the one time where you're like, well, if I can't be that person, then I don't care what happens. It's worth going and having that, or at least trying it.
Love that for him.
My other question that happened around this time frame, my note is, why am I rooting for a Gaz redemption arc? And my question for you guys is, when did you start rooting for a Gaz redemption arc?
Literally never.
Don't lie to me.
I'm not.
Don't lie to me.
I hate the life
Are you
weavers.
kidding me?
I hate everything about Shalon. I hate that she has this.
So you hate everybody now equated with her?
I don't buy it. I don't buy that she's just able to be like, hey, but you could be better again. And they're just like, all right.
They're putting in the work. It's not like they just get to be better.
What I'm saying is, I don't buy that they make that choice. Like, that's part of the reason I have to agree with this line that she is absolutely doing something supernatural to change them. She is soul casting them.
I think that's the case. Because I think some of them immediately jump to the idea when they see her in this like golden hued form. Like they're talking about how like the dress that she has is like magnificent and glowing. But I think like there's one person that was like, can you draw me? Yeah. And then like he starts talking about how he feels a lot better and things are different. I'm sure like that's how I imagine what happens. And then the whole group just constantly wants her to draw. And I think the moment that Gaz asked, like early, like right after that fight, I think,
that was like, it was in the.
It wasn't long after. Yeah. Like I think that's when I was like, I want to see Gaz do well. I also am curious how his interactions with Kaladin are gonna go. And I kind of want to see that.
That is really, to jump forward slightly, when they do meet up and he's just like hiding behind the big guy. Kaladin's like, I see you.
What are you doing here with him?
I've forced Chris to open up. Oh wait, we're talking about the Gaz. Who you guys like the Gaz redemption thing?
I do. I'm a fan.
I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah, I don't hate Gaz enough to be like, I don't want to see
Gaz. So I don't know what this book's done to me. I despise that man.
The book soul cast you.
It did.
Tin. Let's talk about Tin.
Tin.
Glad she's dead.
I liked Tin.
And then I didn't. Caravan that they saved, right?
Yes. And it is revealed that Tin is one of the Ghost Bloods that was responsible for killing Yasna. But before we learn that...
Well, I think she was just hired by the Ghost Bloods. I don't know if she was a member.
She wasn't a member yet, I believe. I think you're right about that.
But she was working with them.
Yeah. She was trying to be initiated.
With how Tin was talking, she didn't see herself as a member. Just that gaining membership would be powerful for her.
And she kind of takes Shallan under her wing and starts teaching her some con artistry. You know, how to say different accents, how to palm objects, how to do confidence games with people. And we see her first outing as a confidence trickster on the Shattered Plains right before they make it to the war camps. Shallan and Tin run into a couple of guards.
Well, slightly before this, the most interesting part of this whole thing to me was Tin is too smart for her own good, and is like, "You're not a bright lady coming here to."
Oh yeah.
And Shallan's like, "You got me. I'm trying to con him."
My notes exactly for this area are, quote unquote, I found myself liking Shallan more, but she feels like an Icarus scenario, developing all these false stories. She's flying too close to the sun with Tin. The boots scene.
So
The only thing I remember about Scott and Cody's rants and raves about Words of Radiance.
With Tin, before we move on from her, I feel like they're genuinely friends.
I didn't feel that way at all.
You didn't think so?
No.
I got the feeling they were, like, at least Shallan.
They got along really well.
Feeling close to her.
I felt like the way Shallan felt about Yasna early on in book 1. I'm going to use Tin to get information I can, but I don't feel like she actually felt like she could trust her.
She wanted to, but she couldn't.
The boot scene.
Yeah.
I am a staunch Shallan defender. I think I've made that clear throughout this entire.
But you can't figure out how to defend this one.
This was a hard scene to read.
I love the way.
What's Kaladin been doing up to this point?
Kaladin has been
learning to ride a horse a little bit.
He's been learning to ride a horse. He's been trying to get all of his men in a position where they have the training to be able to guard Dalinar and his family. He's kind of convinced Dalinar and the king to make sure that his men aren't going to be in any direct combat. They're going to be free of any danger. And
I actually like this too. The rest of the bridge people.
Not just Bridge 4.
Yeah, Dalinar wants to loop in all the ones he saved from Sadius, and Kaladin's like, all right, well, a great way to do that is to start making them feel like soldiers. Let's give them on the rounds. So
on patrols.
Yeah, on patrols. So they start taking patrols on the borders of the camp and even stretching out because there's a lot of bandits out there, as we've seen from Shallan's.
Even before that, I love the way that Kaladin, he had to go from being the supervisor of Bridge 4 to the manager of the entire branch.
Yeah.
And he was like, all right, well, Teft, you're promoted. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to go around to each bridge, figure out which one can be its leader. All right, you're going to work with the leader, tell me if they're up to snuff or not. And, like, he started breaking down all these things and was like, you need to come up with candidates. These candidates are going to work closely with us, and they're going to take that culture to their bridge.
I can't remember if it's in that scene, but when he's like, you're promoted, I think somebody's like, can you do that? And he's like,
yeah. It was
that was at the end of book 1.
That was in book 1. Where, like, I loved that. He was like, who the hell is in command? I think he's dead.
I meant, like, it's in this book when he's like, you're the second lieutenant, you're the whatever the hell. I think somebody's like, is that like something you can do as a dark-eyed captain?
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah.
I answered to Dalinar.
Wait, so they flat out repeated the joke, but in a less dramatic moment?
I don't know if I'm misremembering or not.
I think you are.
What I'm remembering is Bridge 4.
How about you lock it up?
Bridge 4 being like, is that something you're allowed to do right now?
Well, I'm in charge of all of the bridge men, so might as well.
But he gave Teft those duties, and then he was also testing the limits of his abilities?
Yes, in the chasms. Zigzal and Lopin and Rock. There's actually a really cool scene.
This is where all the good Bridge 4 scenes are for me.
There's a really good scene where Zigzal and Rock and Lopin are like, we got to see what you can do in combat. Fight 3v1. And he does. It's like an awesome scene where he just 3v1s these guys.
Another thing happens where Rock is actually a good fighter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
Rock
he's like a wrestler. Except when he picks up a tree and swings it at Kaladin, and it's like the whole vibe of the fight just like gets really changes, and he's whoa!
I'm gonna mention this now, even though this happens later. Rock, they're just like having a conversation. You mentioned Sigil and Rock, and so I'm mentioning it now. They're having a conversation later in the book, and Rock is talking about like the way the mountain people work or whatever, and how he dived into the waters, and he's talking about this story about how he met somebody.
I think he says he met a god.
He met a god, and Sigil's like,
"What?
Who'd you
gotta
meet?"
tell me about this.
And then they don't elaborate.
No.
And I don't know what they're talking about.
Oh.
And he does the exact same thing to a smaller degree in the first book, where he's like, "Oh, Kaladin, you behave like the Numa Hakayakula." And Kaladin's like, "Why is that funny?" She's like, "Because you're not a girl." And Kaladin's like, "I'm not wife?" And Rock's just like, "No."
Airsick lowlander.
Never elaborates.
Great.
I love and hate those moments because you're like, what the hell? But I also have a weakness for like this, just like small moments. Like one that I specifically put was when they were testing the weight of the rocks that like they put on the wall, and Rock's like, "Look, it can hold me." And Sigil's like, "That's great, Rock. That's really great." He's like, "How long do I stay up here?" And he's like, "Until it falls off." And he's like, "Until it."
I do not like this.
I
game
don't like this game anymore.
Is this also the part of the book where Kaladin starts sparring?
It might be I think that happens after the assassination attempt.
Okay.
Yeah, because he immediately wanted to learn to try to catch the blade.
Then we meet a super cool character.
Renarin.
We'll move past this because we already kind of talked about Kaladin learning to fly. So like when we get to that in the book, I'm sure we're gonna like quickly move past it. But one of the other funny things that Rock had for me, when Kaladin tries to fly and he fails and he falls down, but he falls down slowly, Rock is like, "That was very fast to get down, ha! But did not include falling on face, which would have been fun. So you get soft clap." And then the book describes he proceeded to clap. It was indeed soft. I'm like, that's the funniest.
It's like John wrote it.
That's so good. I love that moment.
The first assassination attempt on Elokar when he falls
we haven't
off
talked
the
about
balcony.
the books yet. The boots.
Oh, we want to circle back to the boots?
There.
We can circle back to the boots.
Well, I figure we will talk about the boot scene once we catch up with what Kaladin's been doing.
Okay.
That happened. The assassination attempt is after the book.
The first one?
For sure.
Are we sure? Because that's why they had to learn to ride horses.
No, he was learning to ride horses because
because he's interrogating his men about what happened that night while they're riding horses.
That's right.
It's why I kind of like that scene. It's kind of a boring scene for the most part.
So early to have.
Well, I remember Dalinar specifically was like,
it feels so late in the book.
He didn't want to learn to ride horses.
Mm-hmm.
And Dalinar was like, well, maybe if he would have rode a horse, you would have got here faster.
Right.
Oh wait, you keep saying assassination attempt.
Not Zeth.
Not Zeth.
The balcony.
Gotcha.
Yes.
I don't even see that as assassination. That was a crisis.
Well, it was an attempt.
Yeah, obviously.
Just not by Zeth.
Yes.
What I kind of like about that horse riding scene is it's kind of boring within the greater context of the book, but he's being very economical with his writing. Writing, not writing. Where he's having all these characters doing a more or less mundane training, but then he's also using that time to have Kaladin talk with his other men about like, hey, what happened that night when the balcony railing gave way? And they're like, well, it seemed like a normal night. And like,
Who was on guard duty that night?
Yeah, he's asking about who was on guard duty and what happened, and they're not giving great answers, and like the tension's rising because he keeps coming back to it. He's like, hey, do you remember that now? It's been like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And then there's like the fun scene where Adolin kind of goads him into riding the horse, which we talked about.
The lady that was training them, I also just low-key love that, like, Adolin comes up and starts saying things, trying to talk to her, and she just, while still continuing to instruct them, just picks up a rock and throws it at him.
I feel like she might have been jilted by Adolin at some point.
Absolutely. And he's like, oh, come on, are you still mad? While
Yes.
she's just picking up another rock and throwing it.
He's like, okay.
Sorry.
So the fruits of that scene is that Kaladin and his men are patrolling the Shattered Plains and the areas around the war camps on horses when he runs into a young redheaded lady and her traveling companion. And yes, like I said,
Cretin.
this is
Young redheaded cretin.
this was difficult for me to read, and it's difficult for me to defend because it does seem to be Shallan at her cruelest.
I feel like this is her trying to take Yasna's notes and mixing it with the advice that she's being given from Tin.
Mm-hmm. It makes me think that Shallan, at this young age, she's just very malleable to the people around her.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I also really
this
like
was
that.
not her idea. This was all Tin basically throwing this on her and her just trying to work with it.
I like that it's like a jokey scene, but then Kaladin does throw it in her face later in the chasm.
Oh, that's the thing, is it's a jokey scene because it's from Shallan's point of view. Yeah. But to Kaladin,
he's being demeaned.
This bitch just took his boots.
Yeah.
And then he's over here like
in front of his men, he's being made to look like scum.
By guess what? A light eyes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think if this was a Kaladin POV chapter, the whole vibe would be completely different.
I was sitting there and I'm just like, Shallan, I was starting to like you. This is what you're doing.
My favorite way to describe this is when I first read it was Shallan has been just kind of wheel spinning, going toward the Shattered Plains, and so lovingly the plot is like, oh, there you are.
Yeah.
And just rides up to her on a horse. Yes. And she says, looks it dead in the eyes and says, give me your boots, plot.
What I really like about that scene is it starts out really cool because they're like, I know who that is. Yeah. I know who that is.
Get a Leonardo DiCaprio meme.
oh, right there. And then the scene happens, and all that goodwill kind of disappears.
Also, they only have to say like two things about Kaladin. You're like, that's him, got it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, tall, dark, got it.
There was one other thing that I noticed, and it was subtle, but like, Bridgeport started calling him Cal. And it was in that scene that they called him Cal the first time you notice it.
Moash specifically.
And I
calls him Cal.
I said, I don't like it. This is him letting his guard down. And that's when they start to die. And then he starts to blame himself. And that's how the cycle restarts again. It's probably going to be Szeth. And I'm guessing he's going to kill Moash's Scar. I swear to God if he kills Scar.
He likes Scar a lot for listeners.
Scar is my favorite Bridgeport
He had that one joke where he got shot in the foot in the first book, and that's made it John his favorite.
Oh no, like I was liking Scar before that, but Scar was just like if Moash wasn't there, we'd notice Scar more.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of how I looked at him, because there's a quote earlier on from Kaladin saying, only those two, talking about Moash and Scar, instinctively understood. They were killers like Kaladin himself, which also hits differently after the way Cody's changed my perspective of Kaladin. Kaladin looks at himself as a killer.
Well, yeah.
Especially when he's brooding.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even pick up on that. The implicit assumption there that Kaladin is like, they're killers like me.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't pick up on that. It makes me question, like, what is Scar's background? Because we learned Moash's and why he is...
I gotta say,
Scar is, by the book, he is a great soldier for them. He's a great guard. He follows the rules. He doesn't... I never hear him... Like, you never hear him complain in the book or anything like that.
I think it's because...
He's the guy that he trusts the most behind Moash, I think.
From a meta perspective, I see that as because we have so many Bridge 4 members, and Moash is the dissenter. If we had, like, Scar, if he were to have a personality, he would be just another of the Bridge 4
Right.
members.
Like, Scar is almost like the perfect soldier, and we get him in comparison to Moash, and Moash, almost from day one, feels like he's gonna be a problem. Even when Kaladin is like, he's the one I can confide in, that almost feels like a misdirect, because he feels like he is an issue waiting to happen.
Well, little did we know, Moash has actually been plotting against Kaladin this whole time, ever since Kaladin chose to throw him out of the barracks the day he became the leader of Bridge 4.
Yeah. Big chip on his shoulder.
But in all seriousness, like, Scar was the one who constantly, like, Kaladin had to be like, dude, you've done like 3 guard jobs in a row. Like, you need to go take a rest. He's like, I'm good for a couple more hours, man.
Mm-hmm.
I had
And
coffee.
Scar's
No
like,
problem.
you're on your 4th.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
like those guys, like those two, and Moash 2 and 6. I don't remember how much guard duty he was doing,
A lot.
but like
Also,
those,
that
yeah.
immediately makes Moash look even more circumspect.
hmm
I got scared. It was Scar.
In retrospect, you're like, Moash looks even worse and more suspicious once you know what he's planning. You're like, oh, he's not taking extra shifts because he wants to help. He's trying to find an opening.
Mm-hmm. And he succeeds.
And he
Mhm.
succeeds.
It
Multiple times he
He,
succeeds.
he succeeds in finding the opening. The attempt on the king's life is unsuccessful. But
Either way, I was scared when they started calling him Cal. I was like,
Oh,
this is not good, man. This is bad. If he starts looking at them, if they all start looking at him as Cal and not Kaladin or Captain Kaladin, which, man, when Dalinar says that early in the book, has a nice ring to it. I smiled.
So slightly earlier, before this, they were doing the sparring thing in chapter 18. And I just wanted to point this out, because it's something I noticed. When Kaladin tried to use Stormlight while sparring with Adolin, the light left him as he was, and Syl, like, it seems to be explaining why that's the case. She says, "Who were you protecting when you were trying to fight Adolin?"
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
So that's just interesting. I like that. I like consistency in the rules with him, where specifically he is granted power because he is trying to protect people.
right.
But it's all about perspective in so many different
he's
places.
following his oath.
But that's
Yeah.
like, yeah. But there's an argument to be made.
Yeah,
He was learning to protect better.
it's just that's what I'm saying. In that moment, I absolutely buy. He just wanted to get Adolin on the ground.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't think he was trying to protect anyone. I agree with
But he
Syl.
could have
It
made
was
an
all
argument.
pride.
It like I said, it's all about perspective. Even and it's the kind of conversations that Syl hates. Like I bring it up
Mhm.
over and over. We're like, what about the progeny? Well, I wasn't protecting them. Sure, I was protecting these other guys, but that's not how they see
Kaladin, I
it.
don't like it when you talk like this.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is
You're
another
being a hypocrite, Syl.
this is another part that like really lights the fire under this rivalry that's like growing between those two for me. And like it changes after the arena scene, but like this is just more of that like poking
Mhm.
that's happening.
It feels brotherly, and it's like something that he couldn't do with Adolin or Rinnerin.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
It
interesting.
doesn't feel
that he
brotherly to me at first.
It felt like the way that you and Cody got mad about Halo. That's what it felt like.
Mhm.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't necessarily feel that way. I
Without
felt
all,
like Adolin was like,
without all
like, dude, why did you just promote this Dark Eyes to the highest thing you could?
Oh, sure. Like
you kept calling him Bridge Boy at first.
No, there's definitely a rivalry here and a lot of like
Could you not?
lack of respect. Going both directions. Adolin because he's like he doesn't know who Kaladin is and he doesn't trust him, and Kaladin doesn't respect Adolin because he's of highborn.
And again, the dramatic irony is we know Kaladin is the most trustworthy person specifically to this family.
Yeah.
And what's also interesting is the only thing that's keeping any kind of mutual respect between them is their fighting capabilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
But
they respect that.
That's quite literally it. Like, Adolin doesn't remember him as the guy that he threw a chip at to go send a message. I'm assuming he doesn't remember that.
Probably not.
At least I would have thought that we would have got some sort of dialogue, some sort of mental thing.
If
from
we even
Adolin.
had like a moment where like, oh, that was you, I'd been like, that's a bit cheesy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he does remember the way that he barked orders at him when everything was push come to shove.
And of course he did.
When it was do or die.
Of course he remembered that.
Yeah. Actually, the more I think about it, that's probably why he doesn't like. That's the real reason he doesn't like Kaladin.
That was the real start to their relationship.
And I think it's more so even that Kaladin gave him orders. It's that he listened.
He had to. Like in that moment,
he had to.
God, I hate that you were right.
But for Kaladin remembers him from when he threw the chip at him. And he was like, Kaladin all the time is like looking at these light eyes and like just trying to, like, I think you said, putting himself in a position where they have to treat him poorly.
Mhm.
Or that he's forcing that moment so that he can just reblaze that belief that he has.
You know what it kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of the this is probably so not comparable, but this is what it's making me think of. How, like, you'll ask a person who watches sad movies, why are you watching this sad movie? And they're just like, because it makes me sad.
Makes me feel things.
And I'm like, why do you want to, what? Why do you want that?
Because it's controlled.
And I wonder if it's something similar. It's not even about the control for him, at least in my head. It's like,
what if for
it
Kaladin,
doesn't feel like a controlled scenario when he's like going into the carriage to look.
When Kaladin pushes so that people make that prejudice, and when Kaladin makes the move to give into the rage and want to go kill Amaram, I think is when he feels most alive. And I think low key that's
not when he's flying.
I think that I think that anger begins to supersede it. That's why I feel like there's a world where he probably becomes a bad guy.
Yeah.
Because I think that's when he actually feels most alive, is when he's a killer.
Like, it is unmistakable. There is some manner of darkness inside of him. Be it there is a violent side to him, like, not just I'm a soldier. There is a violent thing about him. And on top of that, not only this, there is a darkness inside of him. He is not okay. Like, he's a very self-loathing and hates everything around him, really, individual.
In between some of these more important pivotal scenes, there's one scene that kind of stuck out to me. It's very small, and it's from a point of view character that's a little out of left field. Sadeas gets a chapter in here. And I think, again, it's very interesting economical storytelling, because he's at the arena, he's watching Adolin duel, and he's talking and conversing and conspiring with his wife, Ile, and they're talking about the assassination attempt on the king. And they're like, they're not sure who would do that. And they're also talking crap about Dalinar and all of his little games that he's playing. And what I like about it is we get an insight into how Sadeas thinks, how nothing gives him joy except battle. All other life's pleasures
specifically killing.
Sure.
Yeah, like he feels like a slave to the thrill.
Yeah. And all of the other joys of life have just become gray to him. But what I also like about this scene is it's in the midst of figuring out who is trying to assassinate Elhokar, and Sadeas and Ile very explicitly are thinking who did it.
Yeah, they don't know.
Which means
they didn't.
Which means it's not them. And I think that's interesting that despite being the most obvious choices, it wasn't them.
And also, they don't know who it would be either. The idea that someone is trying isn't necessarily surprising to them, but they don't have a list of targets who it could be they could go after either.
Had he renounced the High Prince of Investigation yet?
I
think it's deeper in the book.
I think
it's deeper.
So, like, to me, it makes sense that he would, like, still be looking.
He wants to use that as an avenue to do something.
Like, because, like, his thing is, like, he just got ousted at the end of book 1. So he's like, I gotta wiggle my way back in here.
This is a meme, but the first time we are introduced to Sadeas' wife, he describes her as like, she has like a really wide mouth. She's not pretty. And I'm like, all right, well, screw you, Sadeas. You're married to an orangutan. And so every scene going forward, I just imagined him talking to an orangutan. And there's that scene that you just mentioned where he's sitting there watching the duel, and she's just like, she sits down and he's like, I put my hand behind her back and started scratching her in that place she likes. And she's just like, and then she shifts and he keeps scratching. I'm like, why are you scratching your wife? What is happening?
Meanwhile, it's like that weird, like, old couple kind of thing where it's like, dude, why you have had your hand on her for like the last half an hour, and you just keep going in a weird circular motion. Just stop. Leave her alone.
It's their relationship.
We're at a family reunion right now.
Their relationship is really weird because it's not built on any like mutual attraction or respect or really even
she
love.
Just gets really turned on by betrayals.
They're just like mutually evil.
Yeah.
And they just vibe together because of that.
They're the weirdest power couple ever.
The quote that I had from the Sadeas chapter was, when he was talking to his wife, he said, in a way, I'm only doing what God wanted. And I'm like, bro, you.
Like, they crank the arch up to 11 with Sadius. Like, we were talking about it in the first book. You believed him, John.
I did.
You were sold. You're
I
like,
was like,
he is coming around. Him and Dalinar are bros. What have you done? Like,
Yeah.
And there is no auspice in this. He is evil arch villain in this book.
Which is funny because he's like one of the least threatening forces in the book right now.
You forget, even at the end, you kind of just forget about him.
Because he didn't go on the trek with them to the Shattered Plains.
No, but then he was part of the group that went up to the city.
Yeah, obviously.
Mm-hmm. And like he's like, I mean, we'll get there, but he's even like, oh, well, who is everybody gonna believe?
Yeah.
Adolin, who's everybody gonna believe your dad?
Even in that moment, he unequivocally, to him, Dalinar has been proven right.
Mm-hmm.
Like, on every level. He's like, no, I won't have it.
I can still win.
Yeah. I can't be wrong.
We'll get to that scene. Also, a good scene.
That is a good scene.
Yeah.
Shallan and Kaladin finally meet in the war camps. Shallan goes. She kills Tin, by the way, and it's revealed that
that whole scene. I mean, we all knew that she had a shark blade, right?
Yes, it was heavily implied.
Like Vatha rolls in and is like, "Okay, I think I understand."
And then like,
we'll take care of it.
Her guards were just standing around out there, making sure nobody got in the way.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, wow, what if this went the other way? What if they like open the tent and Tin's just, there's more red than there should be, like, okay, Shallan's dead, I guess.
That'd be a really weird way to end her story.
Yeah.
Scott would have liked the book better.
I don't want her to die. I want her to be better. I want her to be a better character.
If Shallan dies, I think this whole thing goes horribly wrong.
I think we're not getting... Okay, this is just quick speculation on my part. I don't think we're going to get full orders of the knights back. I think we're picking new heralds. So all the characters that we love are going to get tortured.
With that in mind, what do you think's happening to Lopen?
He's a believer in the Windrunners.
All right.
So Shallan kills Tin and basically assumes her role, not necessarily her identity, but her role within the hierarchy of the Ghostbloods as this kind of initiate.
What Shallan did with the span read is something that we tried multiple times to do in your game.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, every time in your game, I'm like, dude, what do I write? I knew nothing about this guy. What do we do, guys?
Maybe this is another aspect that I just don't buy because it just worked. I'm willing to accept that in the greater sense of the narrative, this had to have worked. And I get that she has pattern probably.
Pattern's first superpower shows up here.
Patterns.
Yeah.
Like, I can see him walking her through it.
Yep.
But it's just hard for me to buy her. Oh, this whole time she was watching over Tin's shoulder, watching her write to this person. She'll know what to say. It's just so Tin was just fine with Shallan watching over her shoulder reading this thing.
It does feel suspicious. It seemed not very believable.
Like, why would Tin be okay with that?
Well, like...
We learn later that Tin apparently has a habit of taking on apprentices, quote unquote.
And that she can be very sentimental about those apprentices. So maybe I think they were just building a really good rapport.
What's that? Did they do each other for a couple weeks out in the wilderness?
I don't know.
That is
maybe a couple weeks. How long were they traveling together?
How long did Shallan really know Yasna? And the same thing happened.
So I think.
Well, she was there for months.
But even at the very beginning, she was able to convince Yasna within a day.
So what I think with Tin specifically, I think there is a backstory there that we didn't get.
Because she's a corpse.
Exactly. Where, like, she was a young girl out on the streets being manipulated, and then she had to fight her way through to get to a position where she could, like, be herself, right? And so she looks at other young women that she comes across who are in what she believes is similar situations, and just thinks, I can help them, like, get a foothold and not have to go through all the pain that I did.
I absolutely get that feeling too.
Yeah. So I can believe Tin latching on to Shallan that quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless, she's dead. She's dead now, and Shallan is trying to like take her position as this ghost blood in training, maybe that kind of thing. Another problem I have with this is it feels like, why? What is she doing?
Oh, she wants to know why they killed Yasna.
And that's it?
Sure, but well, she also knows that the Ghostbloods were involved with what her father was involved with. They're the ones that gave him the Soulcaster. She also knows that her brother was involved with the Ghostbloods.
Also, the Ghostbloods
really?
know who she is.
Wait, her oldest brother?
Yes.
I didn't remember being involved with the Ghostbloods.
Yep, he
I'm
was.
pretty sure it was mentioned that he was in contact with them
Okay.
in one of the flashback chapters.
But it just seems like I hate Shallan, guys. It seems like she is putting herself so far out there for like the smallest amount of prospective gain. I'll get in a room with one of these Ghostbloods, maybe. And that's what she has to gain.
I really disagree strongly with that. It seems to me that the Ghostbloods are one of the big players in knowing what's going on right now. If there was Yasna who knew as much as she did about what was going on, the Ghostbloods seem to know as much.
I'm not saying the Ghostbloods would be valuable to be ingratiated into them. What I'm saying is, in this scenario, what she believably has to gain, for me, is to be in a room with a Ghostblood. I'll take on whatever job she was doing. Then I'll meet one of their guys who gives jobs.
Yes. You got to start somewhere if she wants to
She's also
infiltrate them.
17 and is just grasping at straws.
And nearly die. If she weren't a Radiant, she would be dead on so many different occasions.
Yeah.
So would Kaladin.
What I'm saying is, I don't buy it. I don't buy this line of action she takes.
She doesn't have anything else to go on.
The whole thing with Yasna, like the thing she's actually there to do in the Shattered Plains.
Yeah, and Yasna's dead, and she doesn't have direction.
She doesn't need any of she's gonna go into the Shattered Plains and find out what she was, the Pershendi thing, and send that message like Yasna was gonna do. Yasna was gonna infiltrate the Ghostbloods.
Yeah, but the Ghostbloods killed Yasna because she knew about this stuff.
It did seem like Shallan had a direction she wanted to go. Like, she was like, I need to get Shattered Plains. I need to get Shattered Plains. That's what Yasna wanted to do.
Oh, this Ghostblood thing.
And then, and just immediately took a hard left into the Ghostbloods.
That is true.
Like, when she got there, she was she was like, oh, I want to see one of these Chrysalises. I want to see a Chasm Fiend. And then, oh, I want to go out on the plains. But, that was it. And then, at the same time, though, she kept being told, hey, you gotta wait, we gotta get an expedition ready. We'll take you out there, but it's gonna be, a little while. She's like, oh, well, in the meantime, I'm gonna do this.
Also, the Ghostbloods did just try to have her killed. If someone is out to get you, one of the safest places to be is in their good graces without them knowing who you are.
So you've had run-ins with the Mafia.
I mean, accepting the fact that when she tries to get in their good graces, he basically says, we're not allowed to kill each other, and you're not a Ghostblood yet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think Shallan is uniquely qualified for doing the work that she is doing in this book. I can understand how that might feel contrived.
Especially because she just bumps into a Ghostblood in training.
Sure. I can understand how it could feel contrived. I would say she's the only character that could do it. And so she does it.
Yeah.
It's so interesting that the Ghostbloods... Capsule was part of the Ghostbloods. And he was
he had the tattoo, so he was
trying to figure out a way to kill Yasna, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then instead, after it didn't work out for him, they were like, oh, let's hire this person, see if they can do it.
Sure.
She's on a boat, sink the boat.
And not necessarily. They thought she succeeded.
Succeeded in
killing
Yasna.
I mean, as far as literally anybody knew, they succeeded.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's not why they hired Shallan.
No. That's not why they hired Shalon, but that's why they hired Tin.
Oh, yeah. Tin mentions that she helped organize the guys that went on the boat.
Oh, they didn't hire her directly. She just helped out.
They did hire her directly. She just didn't like being on the boat. I don't think she likes sailing.
And I also
Oh.
got the feeling that it was one of those like spy movie type of things where they have an in between, an in between, an in between. Like she
Okay.
has a contact who contacts somebody we don't know.
But
Yeah,
then Capsule was just
Tin
a
is
direct move.
very much the kind of
Or felt like a direct move.
He was a
fixer.
direct member.
She's
Yeah,
the kind
he
of
was a full
person
member.
who
He had
can
the tattoo.
yeah.
Either way, I just thought that was weird. In my head, they went to Tin and said like, "Hey, we're gonna hire you to kill Yasna. Figure it out.
That's
We're paying
basically
you to do this."
That's basically what that was.
I even get the impression that maybe they hired someone. Again, this is all supposition. She's dead. It doesn't matter. I get the feeling they hired someone, and that someone was like, I know some people. And then that someone was like, I know
Maybe.
some people. And that one person was 10. Somebody down the road was 10. Because
Yeah.
even the person that they are talking to on the thing isn't a ghost blood.
No.
We don't think.
No. It's a go between.
So he clearly has a contact. That person, I guess she
Yeah.
has a contact.
It feels
somewhere.
very Thieves Guild Dark Brotherhood
Yeah,
esque.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Hard to trace that kind of thing.
Yeah. Either way, I did feel like she got there and said like, oh well, I have to just sit here and wait. So I'm gonna
It's
try to
the
figure this out.
It's literally the only other lead I have on anything.
Well,
But what happened when she got there? Can we talk about that?
When she got to the Shattered Plains.
Yeah, when she
Real
finally
quick,
made it to
Chris.
the camps.
I read it that her whole point in infiltrating the Ghost Bloods is so she can find out why and then get revenge for them killing Yasna.
Oh,
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, that
Well,
makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, Yasna clearly is the person who's like, I need to stop the apocalypse. Why are these people trying to kill her? Because she knows that? What are they doing?
This is also. I'm not going to talk about that. I don't know why I even tried to start to mention
That feels so obvious. Why did nobody else say that?
What?
I was trying to. I was
Like in
just
the back
bad
of my
at it.
head, it was just like Tin's the one who she may have been hired, but she's the one who organized it. She already got revenge. Plus, she already killed the people who did it. She sunk the boat.
Yeah, but you know who the organization is.
I know. I get that. Don't get me wrong.
The organization had a
If
reason.
anybody feels like they can take down an organization, it's a 17-year-old redhead.
Also, Tin did say that they were out there to kill Shalon too.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's why Tin tried to kill Shalon when
As soon as they mentioned, the description of Shalon, Tin's like, I didn't finish the job.
Yeah.
We'll get into what Shalon gets into with the Ghost Bloods in a bit, but the next big scene is what we alluded to earlier when Shalon and Kaladin finally meet up in the war camps, and how she recognizes that this is the captain that she took the boots from, and
Has like a oh great.
yeah. Oh well, that's inconvenient.
I thought I wrote
I-
down what page this was on, but apparently I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
The back and forth that happens between them.
They're
It really felt like the gif of like all the dudes just like going wild because like a sick burn just happened, and then Kaladin retorts, and then he says something about like her parents not being pretty or something, I don't know, and then she's like, at least I know my parents, or at least something, and he's like, oh well, I didn't know your parents were like the chols outside, and oh man.
Yeah, they go back and forth, and it goes on for quite a while.
There were so many good burns that happened before you see Kaladin actually get hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you bitch!
You stay away from my little boy.
He's just a child! He's just my little Kaladin!
look at how they massacred my boy.
I will admit, as much as I dislike Shalon, I love when her and Kaladin talk to each other, even when it's rough and like they're just getting it all out and arguing in a bad
They
way.
have that unique ability to cut through each other's so hard.
Yeah.
Like it stops being about Shalon the lady and Shalon the little girl that had to grow up making nasty remarks about people in her house.
They're both like that because
And
like sometimes you forget how young Kaladin is.
Yeah, Kaladin's
because he's been a
20.
slave and he's in the war and he kills people.
Kaladin's been through so much.
He's been through
He
so
feels
much.
like a 40-year-old man.
Yeah, but both of them are like
He acts like a
still
40-year-old man.
teenagers.
Kaladin's, I think,
Kaladin's
21.
Not, he's like 21,
20.
22.
Oh,
I think he just turned 20 in this book.
He's
Mike-
not even drinking
Yeah,
yet.
because he there's an
Mike-
episode where he's like, there's a chapter where he mentions it was my birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Shallan's only 17.
Yeah.
My notes for specifically outside of that room, which I loved, going through that whole time of her trekking to the war camps, she is making promise after promise after promise to everybody.
Yep.
And then, like, her men stop in the camp and they're like, "Oh, what, dude?"
There's a pretty big tower being built on this mountain of sand.
Yeah, like we can't go in there, not until like we know we're good. And then she takes Gaz into like Vatha or whatever her name is. My exact notes for this moment was I will never ship Shallan and Kaladin. But the back and forth
But-
outside of the High Prince meeting between these two feels like that movie scene where two people get a spark from hating each other.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Please, for the love of God, Randy Sandy, do not put them together.
The frenemies to lovers trope.
It continues the rest of the book.
Yeah.
And it gets like even more like further into the book. In the chasms, it just blatantly feels like that to me. They
Mhm.
are breaking the barrier between
Yep.
like, and they're doing the romantic cuddling thing in,
Like,
in the hole.
They're holding on to each other because it's raining and it's cold and all this terrible
And they're just
stuff.
they're airing out their whole backstory to each other.
Kaladin's like, there's a chance. And then she mentions Adolin, and he's like, oh,
Mhm.
yeah.
Oh, right.
And like after that scene, again, we're jumping forward. Oh my god, who cares? After that scene, the way he talks about Shallan is immediately just, I am so in love with her. You know, that kind of thing.
He gets jealous seeing her
Yeah.
around Adolin.
It was like, oh, that
his.
before then, he referred to her as like the woman or the redheaded woman or something like that. And she's like, and then he's just like, there's Shallan. God, she's pretty. Look at her.
Which is the exact same reaction that Adolin has from the go.
I hate every Light Eyes, but I love her.
So she
could dominate me.
She argues her way into the room with the king because she convinces Kaladin, I am actually quite important. I know I was pretending before. I'm pretty important.
For a different reason.
Yes.
Also, he sees Gaz.
Yes.
I just want to play that out again because we talked about it earlier. But he's like, what the hell is he doing here? And Gaz is just like, please no.
And it's another one of those, oh god, he knows him too. Oh, no.
Oh, man. So they go in, and this is...
And think about how that is from Gaz's perspective. This bridge man slave is now the leader of Dalinar Colons.
You know, like, when he walked up, he's like, and he hears that line, that he's like, I'm not going to let you in this meeting. No, you're not allowed in. And then she's like, why won't you? He's like, because it's my job to protect this place. And you know, Gaz is like, you gotta be me. I leave for like a month, and all of a sudden you're captain of the guard?
Wow.
I was really holding you back.
You know,
I should have
exactly.
rode your coattails,
I
bud.
really see a world where Gaz would have been like, hey, remember when I promoted you to bridge leader?
So I made some debts.
Oh,
Then they just hand Kaladin, or they hand Gaz $20, and he's like, "Oh, thank you so much."
God bless.
Where are those guys with the cards?
There was something I was gonna say about the first assassination attempt, which is the whole reason that they're in this meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Dalinar acting like a dad to Kaladin, where like he pulls Kaladin in to like look at the scene, and he's like, what are your thoughts on this? And Kaladin's going through talking about like, oh well, maybe he slipped in. There's knowing full well there's a way that somebody could have climbed, and in the back of Kaladin's mind, he's like, is there somebody else with the same power as me? That's the only
Yeah.
way somebody could have climbed this. And then Dalinar's like, you see these cuts? These are smooth. What causes that? And Kaladin's like,
I sound like very good, Kaladin.
He pats him on the head.
Oh
And
man.
it was like, it was so there.
It wasn't as patronizing.
It's not, but it was wholesome to me that like Dalinar is like leading him a little bit to these conclusions.
It's a meme.
Because-
like we treat it as a meme. He really does, to me at least, feel like a dad to Kaladin.
I think not just a dad, but he's like, man, I know this guy really looks up to me now, and this guy has done heaps for me.
And
Like,
from
this-
Dalinar's perspective, every time he refers to Kaladin, he's like, I trust this man implicitly. There's just something about him.
Yeah. But I really also felt in that moment, he's like, I need to pass on every bit of my just instinct to distrust a situation to this kid so that he can look out for this stuff so that I can finally move to the role that I need to move to.
Mhm.
If I'm going through everything and watching my army and like paying attention to all these small things, I'm not going to be able to see the big picture that clearly I'm supposed to be seeing. Because guess what? We haven't mentioned this entire time, guys. There is a countdown.
Oh,
I
yeah.
forgot about that.
There is a countdown on the walls with every high storm, and the countdown keeps going down. It keeps getting smaller, and nobody knows how it's happening.
They're not really sure what is counting down to.
Yeah.
They don't
just
know who's even getting into the room to do it.
Exactly. So like he has this bigger picture that he needs to pay attention to. And he's treating Kaladin like a son and like a successor.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so wholesome because we've seen it with Kaladin and his actual dad, but it felt different.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think we might see the difference here is because Lirin is the surgeon and Dalinar is the soldier. And it asks the question, who is Kaladin really? Is he the surgeon or is he the soldier?
Oh, he's a killer.
There's also, speaking of Dalinar and Kaladin, there's this moment, I can't remember what it is. I think at one point, it might be during the Zeth fight. He's like, Kaladin's dazed or something, and he looks up and sees Dalinar and just sees his broken nose. And in his head is immediately like, set the nose. Like, he goes into surgeon mode. I just remember thinking, like, you just brought that into my mind. This, like, that's quite literally the dichotomy presenting itself, where Kaladin still has the surgeon in his head looking at the soldier.
Yep. So, Shallan finally makes it into the Congress chamber, where everybody's just talking in a circle, and it's 12 High Princes, right?
10.
It's 10?
10 Heart Princes.
This
is where we meet Sabarial!
And they're just not getting anything done. Like, it's
A lot
just
of
like a bunch.
politicking.
It's a bunch of them just like arguing.
Yeah.
And Elhokar doesn't say a single thing, and Shallan makes note that Dalinar is running the show.
No, I think she mentions that Elhokar doesn't say anything, but Dalinar and Sadeas also stay pretty quiet throughout most of it. It's the other High Princes that are
I
kind
should
of...
say, Dalinar was one like, hey, let's get back.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
He was leading it, but
But
he wasn't talking.
She's able to, like, game out that there seems to be 3 factions. Like, undecided, Dalinar, Sadeas.
Yeah.
Yep. And using notes from Yasna that she remembers reading and what Yasna told her, she's able to also game like who people are. It's like a really quick way for Brandon to like talk to the audience to be like, oh, this is who this person is. This is like their traits. We haven't really heard anything about them. Flash notes. Like, this is that person.
I didn't think that we, as an audience, needed it, but I liked that she was referencing the fact that something's changed. These notes are not incomplete. They needed updated to prepare her for the situation she's in.
That's kind of why I get so hooked into my head on, like, the buyability thing. Because they have these kinds of scenes where, like, oh, okay, she knows this. I buy that she knows this, of course. And they're, like, belaboring the point that her information's out of date. And I'm like, of course it is. Yes, that makes so much sense, and I'm glad you're bringing it to my attention. But then, I don't know.
Because Yasna's been away for years.
Yeah.
Talk to us about the scene, Cody, because I don't remember exactly what was said.
Well, in the scene, they're basically trying to figure out what to do. Oh, so this is after the assassin in white, I believe, the second assassination attempt.
No. I thought it was before.
My notes help me.
Regardless, it's about an assassination attempt on Elhokar's life, and they're trying to figure out what to do about it.
Because I think Elhokar immediately jumped to it being the assassin in white, and like he went full on into that paranoia.
Yeah.
But I think this
My
was
notes
before the actual assassination attempt.
Right.
Oh,
It's not super relevant.
In either
but-
case, yeah.
So Shalon is kind of just watching all of this politicking going on, and she remembers some advice Tin gave her about not wanting to be beholden to Dalinar or the Kholins once she gets there, because then the dichotomy, like the power dichotomy, would be off. So she decides to pick the most unlikely High Prince to throw her lot in with.
She sees Peter Griffin and is like, that guy.
Yeah.
The one dude who's not politicking.
I think
The
yes. Sorry, you're right. The assassination attempt did happen, because I remember distinctly of flipping over to a Shalon chapter as soon as it was done, and that was when she killed Tin.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
of course. And that's why they're having,
Yes.
they're having that meeting, and
So-
she's like, man, it sure is hopping over
Yeah,
here. I
this
wonder
is
what
crazy.
happened.
Mhm.
Because this is like day after the
Yeah,
assassination attempt. So, okay, can we back up a little bit and talk about how this was the first Sanderlanche of the series for me?
Oh,
Of
sure.
the book for me.
Okay.
Because
We talked about it a little bit when we were talking about Zeth earlier, but we can go into it in a little more detail.
We don't. I was gonna say we don't have to go crazy with it, but I just want to talk about like how I'll ask you guys: did we see Zeth without it being directly mentioned? Like, did somebody get described as Zeth that I didn't catch? Like before Zeth made the attempt?
Oh, not that
I don't believe so. No.
Because like we know how Zeth does his attacks. We've gotten the
He
description
learns
where
the-
he learns the patterns. You know who is targeted. So like from the beginning of the book with Kaladin, you're like, there's a timer. You know Zeth is gonna show up, and he's probably here learning what Dalinar's patterns are.
I see.
And I really thought like it was something that I looked for, but I didn't catch. But I'm just like, Zeth is gonna get described to us from Kaladin's perspective, or maybe from like someone from Bridge 4's perspective, or hell, maybe even Dalinar's perspective.
The thing about Zeth is that he's so noticeable that any description of him would have been, oh, that's a Shin.
Yeah.
And it would have been, it would had to have been explicit as that, and I don't remember anything like that.
And plus, I don't think he would have even risked it. He is the assassin in white. Like,
Yeah.
they know him.
This is after the massive murder spree where he has been ordered to be public. He's not in his right mind anymore. He is gone as a
'Cause he
functional
was-
person.
Taravangian ordered him to make the attempt as the assassin in white,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Mhm.
Okay.
So
They'll know who you are.
I
Like,
really thought this was going to be the Sanderlanche at the end of the book.
yeah.
Oh, really?
That you were gonna have this whole build up, and you're like, when does it happen? When does it happen? Or maybe it happens in Oathbringer. I was like, maybe it doesn't happen now. Maybe it happens in Dalinar's book.
I envy that perspective. I remember reading this for the first time, and I wish I could again.
Yeah, dude. I was like, and when it happens in the end of part 2 of the book, I'm
What's
like,
gonna happen to the rest of this
I'm
book?
like, what the? Wait, hold on a second. We just had the Sanderlanche already? Then what the hell's the rest of the book?
Honey, you got a big storm coming.
Dude,
Quite literally.
there was a Sanderlanche in part 2. There was a Sanderlanche in part 3. Part 4 and 5 was just all Sanderlanche.
Finish book 3.
Great. I love it when you say that. I love it.
The whole
when you
book's a
say that.
Sanderlanche.
Anyway.
So we learn that Kaladin can get hurt by a shard blade and recover from it.
Mhm.
That's
Yes.
like the biggest thing about this. And it feels a little bit like a retcon. We were
Zeth
talking
says, if I get hit by that shard blade, doesn't matter if I heal.
right.
In the first
In the first book,
whatever.
Zeth definitely mentions that he cannot heal from shardblade wounds, which to me suggests that it's because
Specifically a Night Radiant thing.
the honor
specifically
blades.
So I think the 2 honor blades that have the regrowth surge can probably heal,
do it.
but I don't think any of the other honor blades
But a
can.
natural
This is just
Night Radiant all
Speculation.
has the ability to heal
Yeah,
themselves.
because he can naturally consume Stormlight, whereas Zeth cannot because he's not a Night
was-
Radiant.
And they make a point. They belabor the point in this book that he eats so much more stormlight.
Mm-hmm.
Was it said in this book that the Bridge 4 members, like almost all of them, like take the first ideal? Like, some of them do.
I don't know if
Lopin
it's
starts regrowing his arm.
So
yes, I think
Lopin was the one who was interested, but I think others did.
somebody mentions that they started saying the first ideals, and they hadn't started manifesting their powers until the end of the book, or at least we hadn't seen.
Anyways,
I will say on the healing from the shard blade wound, that is not described in the same way as any of the other healing. It was not automatic. It was not like
he had to use a lot.
he had to use a lot of Stormlight, and he had to force it.
Mm-hmm.
He did not just like heal. He reattached his arm is essentially what it's
But
described.
even
like.
that, like I understand what you're saying. It feels like a retcon. Even that feels like it's a ability he is like regrowth that he is having to use. But Windrunners don't have that.
To me, it sounded like he reattached something or just full on like.
The big problem is, I guess, if Szeth has the same powers that Kaladin does, the source of the powers is the only thing that is different.
Yeah.
Why is he concerned about Shardblade wounds? It feels like he would be able to regrow and heal from those just the same as Kaladin does. The only difference I can see, and I don't know if it's ever explicitly explained, so I'm speculating here, is because Kaladin is a Knight Radiant and Szeth is only carrying an Honor Blade.
Right.
But Kaladin, so...
And this definitely sounds like something that, like, not even regular Knight... doesn't sound like something Knight Radiants knew they could do.
I don't know about that one.
I think Knight Radiants knew they could do it, but for me, I don't think it's necessarily Knight Radiant, but it's somebody who's potentially a Knight Radiant. Because Kaladin was healing before he took the first ideal. He was getting those bursts of energy and all that stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
So, like, I wonder
No,
if it's just
he
like
had taken the first ideal before then.
Really?
He
took the second ideal at the end of that book.
Yeah, but he spoke the first ideal in the chasms in the book.
I'm not really convinced he did.
Oh.
I think
he took them.
I think it was a long time ago.
Really?
I think it was.
Okay.
So
either way, this whole scene, the culmination of the scene, and how it was just ramping up in this like eerie, slow, dreadful way of like the whole scene. Elhokar just gets drunk immediately. And he's like, no, the assassin might have come to finish the job. Oh, God.
Good impression.
Thanks, man. I've been practicing. But like all of that, you have the hallway scene, the beginning of the hallway scene when everybody's getting ready. Kaladin's quote was, he, speaking of himself, forgot his worries, forgot his failures, forgot even his rage. Just Kaladin and a spear, as the world was meant to be. And like that was when they're gearing up for the fight. And what happens right after that? He loses his spear arm.
Well,
go ahead.
Talking about the build up to this, where it's like Szeth appears, and it's our three main characters here, and it's like these are main characters.
Dalinar didn't even have a shard blade at the time.
Yeah.
Or nobody was in shard plate.
Yeah.
Adolin
had the blade.
But it's like we've got our three main characters here. Surely they will do better. No. Szeth just mops the floor with them.
At first, I thought to myself, I'm like, dude, does Adolin die here?
It feels
it can't be Kaladin. It can't be Kaladin.
It felt like such a break in expectations because I'm like, oh yeah, they're gonna be able to fight them, and then it just plays out exactly like every other scene with Szeth.
It's supposed to be the finale of the book for me.
This is gonna sound so dumb, but the way that scene in particular was written, and most fight scenes in this series are written, reminds me of the way I felt when I watched Star Wars way back when. It was two people fighting with lightsabers, desperately trying to kill one another. But new Star Wars doesn't feel like that at all to me. It feels like a choreographed dance. They don't feel like they're trying to kill each other. But it feels dangerous in the fight scenes. Most of the fight scenes, most of them are like, not most of them, some of them are just practice rounds or whatever. But in the really dire ones, it feels like two people who are desperately trying to kill one another. And that's rough.
Kaladin mentioned that he had two guards down this hallway. And I was hoping and praying because I had to close the book before I got to find out who they were and go to sleep and go to work the next day. And so like I had to wait until I was at lunch before I opened the book. I'm like, who is it? And it was Beld and Haber.
Yeah.
As the first casualties. Beld was just outright killed. And Haber's
got no legs.
I think Haber was one of the first guys he saved.
Yeah, Haber is definitely one of the named ones. He's not one of the get in the coffin.
He was
ones.
the one who got shot in the leg.
But dude, man, when he doesn't have legs anymore, his legs are just toast.
Mhm.
And he's looking at Kaladin like, dude, we tried. He was just so fast. And Kaladin's like, you did your best, man. He's like, no, I can't be a soldier anymore. Like, that.
He's like,
He had so much faith, not in Dalinar, but in Kaladin.
Mhm.
mhm.
That, like, he was upset that he failed Kaladin.
Yeah. He's like, tears in his eyes, crying. He's like, I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry,
Here.
I
I couldn't do anything.
I couldn't do anything.
And it's like, yeah, he talked about hearing the fighting going on and stuff.
Hmm.
And I'm like, dude,
You don't have legs.
this guy was like, even when he lost probably some of the most important aspects of his life,
Hmm.
and Kaladin still finds a way to just be like, hey, here's the positive, because for the people around me, for the people I care about, I can help you find the positive. I just can't find the positive for myself.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And like he's like, well, don't worry. He's like, we're gonna find something for you to do. How's your cooking? And he's like, it's terrible. And he's like, well, luckily for you, we're all used to what it was like before we had rock.
And it's what's I remember about that scene is Kaladin is so exhausted. Like he can barely walk and he's trying to lift up Haber and he can't.
Yeah.
He tries to get him back on his feet and he can't. He's like, all right.
There's
And
gotta be a limit to Kaladin's abilities to an extent. Obviously he gets a surge when he speaks the ideals. But like before he spoke the second ideal, like they talked about how his body was just crusted.
Yeah,
It was just white.
I jokingly said he looked like E.T. when he was
Like,
sick.
And he looked sickly and terrible. And then he smoked the second ideal, went through his Super Saiyan 2 surge, and then went into the fight. I bet at the end of this one, like he also had to look terrible. And then to pick up Haber, he breathed in a little bit more Stormlight, didn't he? To
I
get
think
him
so.
somewhere.
I can't remember exactly how the scene ends, but yeah. He's just so exhausted, but any strength he has left is to try and care for his man.
Yeah.
Also, just before that, when he loses his arm, he's like, as he's falling, he's like feeling genuine grief for
Yeah.
a moment where he's like, I'm not going to be a spearman anymore.
Yeah.
Well, he's
Sit
al-
down.
He's also like, I can't be a surgeon anymore
Yeah.
either.
Meanwhile,
Both of those men are dead.
Zeth is just over here like 1 lashing, 2 lashing, 3 lashing, 5, 10, 15. Die, man!
He's like, did I lash him the wrong way? How did he survive?
No, that's
No.
impossible.
How? Who are you?
And then he just regrows his arm. He just pulls out his knife. He's like, you thought you were done catching these hands?
Hey, assassin. I didn't hear no bell.
Someone should call the ambulance, but not for
But not for me.
And Kaladin's clearly like, I have no chance. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, bro.
And
Oh
then
my
Zeth's
God.
going, what?
Oh, man.
His entire world's gone.
There was...
Appeal to his mental instability.
He's literally laying there. He's standing there going, was I right?
The first real, chilling moment where hair rose on my back was when Kaladin's talking to Syl during the storm.
Harry back.
And, or on my neck, sorry. On the back of my neck. But, when he's talking to Syl and Syl's looking out of the storm, and she's like, Kaladin, something's out there. And I'm like, oh, Brandy. Oh, take me away.
And I love that they, like, on a bodyguard level, even Adolin just trusts him. He's like, when Kaladin, Dalinar did at that moment, when he's like, okay, we need to go, something's wrong, and Dalinar's like, yeah, okay, all right, I trust him.
Would Syl recognize the blade that she mimics?
Oh, she recognizes
She
it at
did,
the end.
Yeah, at the end,
at
she's
the
like, that's important, get that right now.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, the friend clearly know what an honor blade is.
But why didn't she tell him that he was fighting it?
She probably didn't remember or something. I
Well,
mean, that's,
didn't she?
Well, wait,
Did she run
might have
away?
Ran away.
I think she ran away because it was in the middle of a high storm. I think she was still on the
right,
winds.
that's right.
And she's like, he's here.
Yeah.
Dude, I was like,
That's some horror shit.
come
It's,
on, baby.
What's the Poltergeist?
Yeah.
Oh man.
All right, we need to move forward.
Yeah,
Good
sorry.
Lord.
So first Sanderlanche out of the way.
Okay.
Oh my god, we haven't even talked about the goddamn duel, guys.
I know.
Which
So,
one? Because there's more than one.
No, the important one, Kyle.
So-
I like
more
the
than
first
one.
two. I like the first two as well.
but they're certainly not as important.
Yes.
No.
I think they provide
Okay.
needed context, so
So-
we'll talk about them together.
They have this meeting, and like a lot of them just can't really agree on anything.
I don't even think it's that they can't agree. It's not that they're trying to decide an action.
It's a lot of wheel spinning.
They're
feel-
trying to decide sides.
Yeah.
It's not about, because like we know what the sides are. We know what the actions are. We're gonna either do what Dalinar says or we're gonna do what Sadeas says. And it's the discussion is happening not in the form of what action should we take, but who is it that we want to follow in this
And
particular
it feels
case?
like it feels to me at least, I don't know. It feels like a debate between greed and honor.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm.
But like Cody said earlier, specifically Dalinar and Sadeas aren't saying much.
Yeah.
Because they don't
They're
need
letting
to.
people
Their
talk.
their views are known. They have the people they need on their
And-
side, and now it's just a matter of where do the other ones
In
go.
the middle of all of that, like someone mentions Yasna, and they're like, "Oh well, actually, we just got confirmation that she did not make it." This young one here,
Everyone turns.
this young one here is well, she's gave us some news, so she will be staying in my camp, is what Dalinar says. She's like, actually, and then just pulls a wild card. It was like, I'm staying with my uncle. Oh, who's your uncle? And I don't remember his name. What's his name?
Sabariel.
Sabariel. Yeah. Thank you, Chris. Jesus Christ.
I love him.
Okay, calm down. All right.
Good lord.
Best
Um,
high prince.
I love him.
He honestly, he was a lot of fun. He's just sitting there like trying to egg on every single person, and like they're like,
Popping grapes into his
Yeah.
mouth. No.
And,
like openly
and it's
just
like-
laughing at things people say.
and like he's not just insulting them in like clever ways. He's just like
Idiot.
he's like, yeah, you know, maybe your wife would feel that way if you banged her every once in a while.
Like Wit is clever as a. That's clever. Sabariel is
Sabariel
clever.
is like
in
what I would
just,
do. Sabariel is exactly what I would do.
Just gonna,
Um,
I'm just gonna go ahead and swing for the fences.
I'm just
I don't
over here
care.
watching Chris peek.
Anyways, like
I
it
peaked
feels like
nice.
they don't really get anywhere. Sorry, buddy. They don't really get anywhere except she plays that wild card that's like, yeah, you're my uncle.
And he's just like,
Yeah.
yeah.
What did I call you here for? Oh, I have to some
Do your taxes.
menial task. Yeah. And he's like, right, my taxes. And you're doing that for free. And she's like, no,
No.
you're paying me
Some
a couple of
exorbitant
emeralds.
sum.
And he's like, yeah, that's right. And her whole thing was because she was afraid to be under Dalinar,
Yeah.
that she didn't want to give anybody control.
I'm sorry. She shouldn't have thought that. The person who told you that tried to kill you.
The person who told you that tried to kill you, but also, what did her dad do to her the last 6 years of her life?
This is fair.
Control everything about her. She doesn't want to be controlled.
A big part of the reason I really love Sabariel too is his mistress. Like
I love her.
Yeah.
They're dynamic.
like they're not only they're dynamic, but like I feel like if she weren't there, he feels creepy and skeevy.
Yeah.
But because she is there, it's like she's like this motherly presence in the home,
Yeah.
and she's like, "You won't marry me, I'm too expensive," you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And he like there's even that
Like
scene
he
where
clearly wants to.
he walks in and clearly closes the door and just listens to them outside, and she's like, "I know you're listening in there."
What? No.
Here's a quick question about Sabariel. Is his mistress an actual mistress, or is it just like his girlfriend?
I think it's a girlfriend.
I think so, too.
As it's really clearly shown, like they are deeply in love with each other in a very, very familiar way. She might be his mistress, but this is a very long-term thing. They've clearly
This
been
is-
together.
No, I'm talking about, does he have a wife back in Kolinar?
No,
no.
I don't think so.
No,
Who would
No,
marry him?
because he's said on multiple occasions like he would marry her if she would say yes, but she won't.
Yeah.
I like to imagine he has a
We
wife.
just don't even hear about
the
it.
whole family.
Yeah.
But he's been out here for 6 years. He's got to get some strange.
He's got to get something.
To me, it's a common law marriage.
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Oh
Love him.
man, I just wanted to make a Huck 2 joke.
Wow.
I love
Good thing I
Sabaril's
didn't.
entire attitude to everything, which is I'm kind of just here to see what everyone else does.
See, and this
Yeah.
is yet another.
But also-
I'm willing to buy this again, but it's just like, man, she got real lucky. Boy, she got lucky. She did do her research. She knew Sabarial was like her
It's less
Or
that
best
she
bet.
knew.
Yeah.
It's not that it was the research so much as in the moment seeing he's not the one
Yeah.
playing politics
That's what I
right now.
meant. Yeah.
He's not trying to decide a side. He's not going to take
Also-
one. He's figured it out already.
I don't feel like we're gonna talk about this really when we continue through the story because it was so small. But like Sabario, like has a planning mindset.
He is
Oh, yeah,
so
he is very
smart.
for the
smart.
future.
he's like building an economy while the
Yeah.
rest of them fight over chasm things.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Because it's the person who leaves this a millionaire isn't the one digging for gold. It's the one selling shovels.
Right.
And-
He's the dude who's going, I'm not gonna play. I don't like playing politics. I'm going to remove myself from the game to play my own game where nobody else is even on
I
the
can't
board.
lose.
Yeah, I can't lose.
Oh my! I love Zabar.
All right.
And what's really interesting too, they mentioned this later regarding Sabarial. He's like, Dalinar just recognizes it's in the final fight. He's just must be good at hiring people. Because these soldiers can't have battle experience, at least not on the chasms, and yet they're doing so well in the final fight.
I mean, you pay for professional soldiers, you get professional soldiers, and he's already shown he's a great judge of like mercantilism or
Sure.
whatever. So he knows the value of what he's buying.
Also, we get while we're back at the conference, we get a scene of Adolin and Shallan meeting for the first time.
And Aelin's like,
And it sounds so
Hey.
dumb because like Adolin's like talking to his dad at first, and then he sees her
He's
walk
talking to
across the room.
Amaram, actually.
Oh, that's who it was, yeah. And like he looks at her and he's like, "Who is that?"
He was in the middle of a heated conversation with Amaram, and
I don't
Shallan
think-
walks by and he goes,
Wasn't he?
Adolin was talking with Sadius.
yeah.
Yeah, I was
Oh.
gonna say. I remember Adolin getting like.
I think
he was
Dalinar
getting-
was talking with Amaram.
He was arguing with like
he was
one of,
arguing.
someone who was like part of Sadius's squad that he was trying to duel for a blade, and then like Sadius came over and started like poking the bear even more. And I want to say Amaram broke it up.
Yes, Amaram broke it up.
It's
Uh,
interesting you mentioned he notices how pretty Shallan is because Sabarial in the cottage on the way home is like, you were
A lot.
looking-
way older and taller
Yeah.
in there.
You are a different woman than
Yeah.
the one
Yeah.
I agreed to do all this for.
And Teth is like,
You know
you notice
what?
anything else?
You know what? Sabarial's a herald.
Carriage window.
Sabarial's a herald.
You think
I'm
so?
calling it right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I'm
would
calling it right
love
now
that.
because the way he's just chilling.
I don't think I could love anything more than finding out Sabarial is
The way Sabarial, either Sabarial or his mistress are
What's
a
her name?
herald.
Paloma.
Paloma.
Because like the way they just
Paloma?
casually sat there
Mm-hmm.
in front of the chasm when those two storms are about to collide, and he's like, "Bye guys, see you later." Oh come on,
Just storms raging outside in his tent, still sipping wine, eating grapes.
it's a great day for golf.
I also think it's part of this conference. It might be a different one, but Dalinar, it's in one of these meetings. Dalinar is like, "All right, Adolin, I'm taking you off the leash. Get me shards."
Dude, I loved that.
Yeah.
When they're having that conference, and he's like, "This is the plan. You round up all the shard blades. Everybody has to beg to us."
Yeah.
And Adolin's like, "Finally." And then just his first duel just beats the ever loving out of a dude. It's not even like a contest. It's pitiful.
It's not a duel. It is literally like
The-
because Adolin has always been described as elegant
Mhm.
in
Yeah.
his armor with a shard blade, even by people who've not even really watched him duel. But everyone goes in expecting just the heights of swordplay.
And like he beat
Adolin just
he beat the brakes off this dude, and then looks up at the ref like he can't fight anymore.
Did I break
they're
the
like-
rules?
They're like, well, technically you have to break 4 pieces, and then he just kicks him and like
Yeah.
breaks the other piece, and he's like, "Are we done now?" And they're like, "Yeah, I guess so." Adolin's the winner. He's like, "Thanks."
Adolin's the.
It's one of those things where you're like, you go in expecting a wrestling match, and one of the dudes is just like, nah, I know Muay Thai. And it's just immediately, instead of close-up grapples,
gonna
flying knee, elbow.
Well, no, I think even a more apt comparison would be you go in expecting a fencing match, and then just like the Undertaker shows up and pile drives him.
Tombstone pile driver. We got a little bit ahead, but that was the first duel. What did Shalon do after they showed up at
I'm gonna be real. It's a
Wolfwood's
lot
camp?
of just like conniving.
That's like when
and
the spying and stuff.
she's like
happened.
going around
Mhm.
meeting with Ghost
Oh.
Bloods.
So there's two scenes that I want to talk about with what Shalon's doing once
Yes.
she makes it to camp. I wanted to talk about Maraise
Mhm.
and his crew.
Mhm.
What'd you guys think about that?
So it started with her before meeting them. Didn't she have to infiltrate Aram's?
No. That was one of the
after.
jobs.
That's the second scene I
That
want
was
to
the
talk about.
second scene.
That's one of the jobs they gave.
So okay, remind me what her first interaction was when
She
she got into camp.
she finds their hideout in the basement of that
Yes.
tavern,
Mhm.
and then like meets them for the first time as Vale.
Yes,
And,
and then she gets stalked,
Mm-hmm.
and that's when she found out that she could like manipulate the walls to like. look
because
like
you
Ivan's
mentioned, I
spot.
might as well. This is something I noticed on my reread of the first book. It probably means nothing. One of the rooms in the Palaneum is called the Veil.
Oh, I,
Probably means nothing.
I didn't even.
Might have
think
been
of
in
it.
her mind
Yeah.
when she came up with the idea.
Mhm.
But like, so Maraise is like the
You know, that's
leader.
a scene where Brandon was like, he knows the origin, but he's just waiting for people to ask, and like it'll just make his day when they find out why she named it Vale.
So Maraise seems to be the leader of the Ghost Bloods, at least here. It seems like they're operating all over Roshar.
Yeah,
What's
th-
up
this
with
is
the
a
chick-
particular cell.
Hmm.
The lady with the mask?
Describe all the people that were there, because there were like 4 people there, weren't there?
Yeah, there was Maraise. He
Mhm.
was the guy with the blow darts.
And the scars and stuff.
Mm-hmm. The lady
Scarf.
with the mask. And then I
But he
remember.
refers to her as his Babsk.
That's why I thought the Ghost Bloods must be centered out of Thalinar.
Mm-hmm.
Thalina.
Thalina, yeah. Because he says Babsk.
Yeah.
At
He
the
was
very
sort of-
least, he is
Yeah,
from there.
yeah, maybe.
Well,
I don't know.
maybe. He doesn't seem to be Thalen, is the thing.
Yeah.
But maybe
his
he was
name,
trained.
his name
Doesn't really fit
I mean,
in
if
either.
Maraise is his name, even who knows?
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
What are the other characters that are there?
There's the lady with the mask. I can't remember her name. And then there's like just two kind of
Good.
bruiser
Non-
types.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just the
Okay.
nondescripts that just kind of show up.
Because like I remember out of everybody, obviously the masked lady who just gave off creepy vibes
Yeah.
the whole time,
Mhm.
and
Had
That's the
anybody-
That's the most pretty.
Was she just crouching the entire time? Because that was the view in my head when I was reading that.
Also,
She's just goblin mode.
I
the whole
might,
time.
I imagined her the way that Elle sits on a chair.
I might be imagining this. I think she described the mask as like the way she described it made me think, did she like rip the face off a warform Parshendi?
Yeah.
Oh, like it was.
Oh,
like it was
that's
made out
my
of
thought,
carapace.
too.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I imagined like the Majora's Mask kind of thing, just on her face the whole time.
Now that you mention, I think she does mention that
She
it was
gets,
made
like,
out of
tightness,
carapace.
yeah.
Dang, that's
mean-
metal.
I don't know what's going on with them.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know
Yeah.
your guys' thoughts.
I was like,
It's
What?
not metal. It's chitin.
great.
Great job.
I'm at a loss for words. I was also just like, I read that whole scene and everything was done. I'm like, Shalon, what are you getting into, dude? What are you doing?
The scene that I really wanted to
And
talk
Pattern
about.
was the one who noticed she was being followed.
Yeah.
Yes.
She sees
That was-
patterns.
that was the one that he picked up on that.
Mhm.
So that's like, how many times has he saved her life at this point?
Mhm.
Hmm.
The wall trick was great. I'll
And the way he
give-
can mimic voices,
Yeah.
And yeah, she finally used her
which
like,
I
light
think
weaving to like manipulate her environment.
Yeah.
I think she learned that he can manipulate voices because he snuck into like Tin's camp, Tent,
Oh,
and
yes.
then came back and
Oh,
said
yes,
what she had
yes.
said.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I think what. Oh yeah. I think
She
that might
said,
have
because
been-
didn't she say, can you go listen to them?
And then he repeated it back like
Verbatim, in their
yeah,
voices.
perfect voice, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, he even uses that trick when Tin is trying to kill Shalon.
Oh
to
yeah,
Mimic Yasna's
Mhm.
voice.
that was a really honestly. I was upset that we got a Shalon chapter right after that Sanderlanche, but that was honestly a decent Shalon chapter.
Yeah. One of the best chapters, I think, is the scene where she infiltrates Amaram's
Dude.
manor, because she goes into his like private study and she uncovers another faction in the world.
Yeah.
But this one is trying to bring the
What are their
Voidbringers back.
names?
The Sons of Honor.
Sons of Honor.
And Amaram seems to be a part of it. And
I kind of wonder if Sadius is a part of it.
Well, the implication
Wasn't part of
on,
it.
like, think about it like this, right? Their name is the Sons of Honor,
Yeah.
and yet they're trying to bring back the Voidbringers?
Maybe by bringing them back, maybe they think they can revive Honor.
it's unclear at this point, but I believe Amaram says that this is Gavilar's vision.
Mm-hmm.
So it means that Gavilar was working with the Sons of Honor as well.
I even kind of got the feeling he
I didn't even
made
think about
the Sons
that.
of Honor. The
So-
wording he used when he's like, what you said, it was his vision. It was like, I got the feeling he was the conspirator of this whole group.
Mhm.
Oh my. Oh, this kind of. I guess I didn't think about
This
this.
is one of those things where it's like, what this is one of those parts where suddenly we have at least two possibly completely unrelated groups committing conspiracies of some form that almost don't seem to directly add to the story that's being told.
Yeah.
There's some other story going on, at least two other stories happening that
Plus
we
there's the
don't know about.
diagram.
Man,
Mhm.
so is
And then there's the
Taravangian part of the Sons of Honor?
I'm not sure.
But 'cause
But that's the thing, is Gavilar is the linchpin between
But-
all of this,
Yeah,
it seems.
but-
if Taravangian was a part of the Sons of Honor, wouldn't you think that Amaram and Gavilar
Look-
would have met up with Taravangian as well? In that beginning scene, because you see that Yasna catches up to them, and it's just those two.
Right.
So maybe he's not then, because you'd think that he would be. Taravangian is a part of the plot. He's supposedly knows a lot of what's
He's
going
leading
on.
his own faction.
Yeah, if the diagram is to be believed, he is involved in all of the plots.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was gonna
Because-
say he's also like doing something with the Ghost Bloods because that's what was going on with Moash.
No, that was Sons of Honor. Or that wasn't even that. That was
No,
Graves.
Another faction.
So Graves was working with Taravangian.
Okay.
Oh, so
That group of assassins was part of the diagram.
Okay.
Okay, so that's
And I even got the impression that he might not even have. I don't know. I got the impression they literally just thought it would be best for Alethkar if Dalinar were in charge.
Mm-hmm.
And oh wait, but no. Then he wanted Dalinar to die.
Yeah, because it was based on Dalinar's decisions.
Well, because now he rules two kingdoms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So to get the third,
I meant Graves, but
Yeah.
obviously Taravangian wants Dalinar to die. But I think Graves was like also said something about Dalinar should be dead, and that's what clues in Kaladin to rush off.
Okay.
Yes.
So yes, Scott and I talked about this in the last episode, how you have your main plot, like this through line, and then you have all these other factions kind of rotating around it with their own ends, and it's part of the tension is figuring out what and why they're doing all these things. The one thing I do really like about that scene where Shallan infiltrates Amaram's manor is it cuts back and forth between Shallan and Kaladin using their powers.
Because isn't that the night that Kaladin
learns
is
to
flying?
That's the night Kaladin learns to fly. And so it's cutting back and forth between Shallan infiltrating and Kaladin learning to use his powers. They're both simultaneously learning to become Knights Radiant. And then the big reveal at the end of the chapter
Dude, this is probably my favorite reveal of the book.
it's so good for multiple reasons. But Amaram summons his shard blade, and Shallan realizes that she recognizes the blade. It was the blade her brother had.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, oh, Amaram killed Helleran.
And like the dramatic irony, the reader's like, no, he didn't.
No,
Uh-uh.
I know who
Yeah.
did kill him.
Dude.
And then Kaladin has that reveal later in the book when they're in the chasms. He's like, oh, I killed him.
Yeah.
I killed her brother. But she doesn't know that yet either.
Do you think you guys?
I asked myself in my notes. I went through the whole reveal and the line of the blade, basically. And I asked myself at the end, would rereading those memories, particularly in Way of Kings, bring a new light to something that I just didn't realize? 'Cause
Oh,
you said in the last episode, this sticks with me, that you were like, do you remember what Amram said?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? I thought he mumbled to his buddies. I don't think we even heard what he said.
Could have been in it.
Yeah. And then this happened. I'm like, huh, neat.
What do you three think? Would Shalon be like real upset with Kaladin if she
Yes,
found out?
Absolutely.
You think
Found out
Absolutely.
what exactly?
that he's the one who killed her brother?
Her oldest brother was like the staple of the family. Like that was the one that everybody looked up to. And then to find out that he just died off screen, and they were like, what happened? And like you go back and obviously that flashback chapter hits different.
Mhm.
And I wonder who in the world saw that coming? Who planned that? Because the person that saw that coming was like, oh, this happened 3 years ago or whatever? Huh. That's the same, or like 1 year ago? That's the same time that Kaladin became a slave.
Mhm.
What's up with that?
Also a bit interesting. With this added context of maybe Halloran being heavily implied to be a surge binder, it's pretty impressive that Kaladin killed him.
Yeah.
He was a surge binder in shard plate with a shard blade.
Wait, what surge binder was he?
We don't know.
I
But we
think
knew
I
he
do.
was one?
I think
We don't necessarily know he was one. It was heavily implied by Teravangian in his interlude chapter
that he had been
could have been
been
able
trained.
to train Shalon.
Oh.
So I don't think Hellerin is dead.
Oh,
really?
I do not
You think
think
he just took a spearhead to the fucking eye?
I don't know,
No,
man.
I
He
don't-
dropped his blade.
I do not think Kaladin killed Hellerin.
He dropped his blade though, like they do when they die.
I know,
You don't think
but
that
you
was
can
Eller?
break a bond with a blade.
okay.
I think Hellerin
He
got
laid
rid of
there.
his blade.
They took his armor
I'm
off.
saying that was somebody else with his blade. That wasn't Hellerin on the horse in battle.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying.
Man, it
Saying
took me
body
a minute
double.
to get there.
You
God.
should have said that.
But they identified him. They say he was a redheaded Vaden man.
Yeah, a lot of
That's what
Vaden
Amaram
redheads.
says.
Oh, then
I don't
he
know.
said the assassin was a
It would-
Vaden.
Giving that information would make it feel kind of cheap for the people who have already pieced this together and look at the details. Like you guys have looked at names and you read names, you're like, oh, that's Thalen or that's Shin, and obviously there's repeating patterns and things that you guys can pick up. So for them to give that information would make it clearly like, oh, this is that type of person.
The bit of credence I
for
would
them to
give
then
this
say oh, well, they're all redheaded.
is the family never saw him. And in
Mhm.
fact, there were even until the first, it seemed like back in her flashbacks, they were still holding out that maybe he's not dead. That's the one bit of credence I'll give that. Certainly, I didn't even consider the possibility that he could still be alive.
Honestly,
Certainly not this idea that he gave his plate and blade to somebody else.
and I think that's a really good call out because we know that's a very known thing.
Yeah.
People do that for duels.
What? Yeah. Well, what's also interesting is where did Helleran get his plate and blade?
Mhm.
Yeah.
true.
That's because Amaram says it doesn't have any history. He might be saying that because he doesn't want anybody to look into the history, but it might also just not have any history.
Yeah.
Because the
Because if he was a surge binder, maybe he was a Knight Radiant, and he swore the third ideal, he would have a new blade.
True.
Do you only get it once you get to the third ideal? Because obviously that's
Yeah.
what happened.
At
with
least that's
Kaladin.
what Windrunners do, yeah.
Well, it would have a stone in it.
Oh, that's a good
The
point.
gem, yeah.
It
Yeah.
did have a
Built.
gem in it. Because Amaram...
Little Black Betty.
yeah. So, okay.
well,
So
also,
okay.
there are a lot of shard blades out there somewhere that we know about.
Yeah.
But
Just because there were that many of the Knights Radiant during the Recreants, all of those blades went somewhere.
Sure.
So
They-
just being lost to history, totally feasible.
You think Amram
Possibly.
was sweating when he found out that Shalon was also there to
Draw it.
document
Yeah.
the different blades?
He didn't seem like it. He seemed eager to like show it off.
Yeah, but he also like kept his cool quite a bit.
Yeah.
I love those illustrations of the blades. Oh my god,
Oh,
dude.
they're
I'm
so
such a
cool.
sucker for cool drawings of a sword.
Yeah.
I just like they all
The
have,
Chasm
like,
Fiend, man.
Bro.
All of that stuff.
I just like how all the
That's why I
swords,
love
like,
Shalon.
they're described being like, of course they're the blade, but then they had like this pattern filigree stuff on them that makes them. Now that I know that they are Spren, makes me think, what Spren makes you have like waves crashing on your blade
Or fire.
or fire?
Another little, I can't remember if it was probably maybe both books, but in one of the books so far, Dalinar remarks on the look of a blade, and he's like, "It is perfect. It is impossible. Nothing like this could exist if it weren't for the fact that it was a shard blade, because it's like hollow in the middle or something."
Yeah.
Love that.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
A blade like this wouldn't work
Yeah.
if it wasn't magical. Let's move a little ahead. Do we have anything we want to say between then and the Honor is Dead scene? The arena duel.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I do want to talk about
I want to talk about Amaram being named the first new Knight
Ooh.
Radiant,
Okay.
and just how devastating that was for Kaladin.
Yeah.
Kaladin,
It should have been me.
What we didn't talk about, what we probably did talk about this a little bit, but Kaladin went to Dalinar and was like, "Dude, no, you can't have Amaram here. You can't be friends with him. This guy effed me over big time. He can't be here.
That was a really cathartic scene,
And like,
too.
and Dalinar's like, calm down. We'll look into it. Who would know about this?" He's like, "Amaram's men." And he's like, "Bud, anybody else?" He's like, "No, he killed everyone else in front of me."
You're making
So,
it difficult here.
You know, he's like, "Listen, I'm not saying that what you're telling me is a lie. All I'm saying is it'll be hard to discredit him because it's Amaram. He's great.
He's clean.
good. But we'll look into it." And Kaladin walks away like,
Kaladin,
Dalinar's not going to do anything. And then, a handful of chapters later, they're on their little date scene. You run into Wit. It's so cute. Everybody's like, Wit. Yep, that's my name. They go to this zoo, I guess. They get fixated on, what was that? The white
The
spine?
caged white spine.
Yeah. And like Kaladin seemed to be the one to resonate the most with it.
Absolutely.
The idea that it's just this killing machine that is just lying there dormant because it can't do anything.
It is distinctly where it is not supposed to be.
It did not escape me that the scene in the arena fight, the chapter title was White Spine Uncaged.
Mhm.
Yeah. Also, see, like for me, this is another big thing that's like, is this like super foreshadowing? Because I'm really thinking that Kaladin is going to become a bad guy at some point. And he's gonna be unleashed. And like, there's probably gonna be this like just reverse side effect where like he becomes so terrible that he holds on to his powers or something, or he gets like a reversal of his powers. Because I feel like everything that the Spren can offer, Odium can probably offer the opposite. And I just like,
Could you keep talking about that? What do you mean?
I mean, like, I feel like Odium, I said they were yin and yang. So, and the Spren are the offspring and the children of Honor, of the Almighty. So I feel like all these powers that they gave him, that Syl gave him, I feel like Odium can offer him a counterpart Spren that gives him the opposite.
Interesting.
Maybe not a Skybreaker or anything like that, but probably something awful, dude.
Yeah.
And like, to me, it's like, that part of him is the white spine that's caged, that he doesn't let out.
See,
And I
that's
know that-
interesting. Like, I see that, and I equate it to, I mean, obviously, the most obvious, of course, I take the most obvious connection because I'm a freaking smooth brain, right? He sees that white spine in the cage, and then we see Kaladin in the cage when he's in prison, and like, that's why I said,
And he's just dormant.
we see this. The reason he resonates with it is because he just instinctively knows this poor creature belongs out elsewhere, and it is distinctly where it doesn't belong. It doesn't fit in here. It looks
And
wrong.
it is just miserable.
Yeah.
It's barely even conscious.
Yeah, it doesn't want to
It's-
live anymore.
It's not even that it's trying to live, it's trying to hibernate.
And Kaladin believes himself to be a killer. Guess what white spines are, man?
Killers.
They are killers by nature. They just murk things.
Velocicrabs.
Sure.
The pictures of them are terrifying.
And I saw this and I'm like, dude, there's so many things that I can equate to Kaladin here. When Kaladin was like at his brightest was when I was like, yeah, but there's the dark side of him. And like he's extremes.
Mhm.
So like when we see him at his brightest,
The darker the shadow is.
exactly.
Mhm.
And like talking about these things now just kind of like re-illustrates it for me. If he turns bad, it's a problem that only Adolin can solve because they're rivals.
And lovers.
And then like Zeth
Okay.
is just gonna get pushed off to the side. It's gonna be crazy. Maybe Zeth and Adolin team up to kill Kaladin.
No.
Yeah. Anyways, but no, I wanted to talk about that scene because it's right at the end of that there's this big commotion and Dalinar is announcing to everybody
It's in the book.
who
That's a different
who
one.
is the first Knight Radiant to be named,
Mhm.
and it's Amaram.
Yeah.
And Kaladin's entire heart just sinks, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Yeah.
And what's frustrating, it's not really frustrating. It's just that Daladar doesn't know what he's doing.
Yep.
Because he's just like, I don't know what the Knights Radiant were. Amaram's a good guy.
Yeah.
I trust him.
He thinks Amaram is the best guy he knows.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole book up to this point still is like, dude, you should really just tell Dalinar, man.
Mm-hmm.
I trust Dalinar. I don't necessarily trust Adolin, but I trust Dalinar. You should tell him.
And
He's
there's a similar thing. I might be misremembering. There's a similar thing that Syl has with Dalinar that Dalinar has to Kaladin, where there's just something about him.
yeah.
Mhm.
And Syl is like, there's just something about that guy.
I trust him.
She's
Yeah.
she is attracted to honor,
Mm-hmm.
and in the moment that she thought
Sexually?
maybe,
That's her dad.
when Dalinar's about to die in book 1, she's like, dude, no, you can't let this happen.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just like watching from a distance, like
Crying.
buddy, this is the worst thing that could happen.
But and the reason Kaladin doesn't say anything to Dalinar is because he's afraid that they'll be able to take his powers away
Yeah.
Mhm.
somehow. Which the irony there is that Kaladin
doing
it's
so-
his own actions
Yeah.
by acting dishonorable.
I didn't realize how much until we talked about it in this book that Kaladin hates the Light Eyes looking down on him specifically.
Mm.
I think there's less of a care about him looking down on Dark Eyes in general, and I don't think he equates himself to Dark Eyes.
You don't
I don't think
I
he
think
considers himself the
He has a
same.
very high ego in this
Yeah.
book.
And it's like I didn't realize until we talked about it, but like he's not a Dark Eyes in his own opinion, even though he won't say that.
Mm-hmm. It's like it's they mentioned in the first book that Kaladin is like a Light Eyes name. So even
Yeah.
from birth, he's doesn't identify like his identity isn't
Yep.
that low. I have a note in here once we get to the prison scene where I mention how Kaladin's words and actions don't match up with like his thoughts and beliefs
Mhm.
and like there's subtext here. But we'll get to that.
Adolin wins the second fight, his second duel,
Which
and he made it a point to make it closer. And
Mhm.
Sadius picks up that he's putting on a show.
Yeah.
He's trying to make it dramatic.
it's not even and because this gets brought up by the judge, and it's not it's a counterpoint in the opposite way to the first duel where he just brutalizes a man.
Sorry. Also, who was the trainer for Renarn?
Is a hell.
Zale. I call him Zale.
Cody?
Zyle.
Zyle. Okay, you guys said different names.
Yes.
Zyle.
I say Zyle.
Okay, because it's what the audiobook says.
Mhm.
All right.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Um,
hear it. I just saw it Zahel.
Zyle-
The hell is what I used to
Zyle
call him, but I'm
names-
like, I like the short A, so I call
Zyle
him.
names off the last
Same.
clap, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And like, wasn't there was a moment that Kaladin was like, I want to learn this, and he's like, dude, get out of my way. Like, I don't have the time for you. I wanted to teach you, but then you're acting like a pretentious douchebag.
See, I completely remember that differently. From my remembrance of it is I'm not gonna teach you that, because if you have to do it, you're
But
just gonna have to do it on your own, because you're gonna die either way. I'm
there's a
gonna
reason
teach
why
you.
it's called the last clap.
Yeah, it's like
It's because you clap with the blades already right here in your face.
yeah, that's a do or die. I'm not gonna teach you that. I'm gonna teach you how to not have to be in that
There was
situation.
quite literally a Mythbusters episode about ninjas doing this.
It doesn't work.
Zyle, we haven't really talked about him all that much. Zyle
Yeah.
was so important in this book.
He
for
also
Adolin, Renarin, and Kaladin.
he feels similar to Wit for me.
Oh,
I feel like more of like the war hardened guy, but like the experience, sure.
Because he says things that remind me of Wit.
We also
He
did
says
an
something
interlude chapter, don't we?
Hmm?
Specifically for Zyle.
Yes.
yes.
And did we
Zyle-
talk about that?
We didn't.
Okay.
It was very short. It was basically just Kaladin coming to him and asking to be trained.
For that moment, wasn't there like something weird happening?
Yeah.
Yes,
He
something
talked
weird.
about like
He was getting like voices or something.
Then what happened was he knew that Kaladin was coming before he knocked on the door.
Okay.
there's so when
What's up with that?
so when I first
See,
read
it's things like that that make me go, whatever's going on, he's like Wit in some way.
when I first read it, right, I thought
I think he also dropped some proper nouns.
Yeah.
might have.
I thought for sure that Zahel was
Jesus
a
Christ.
Knight Radiant and he had killed his spread.
Oh, that's sad.
interesting.
That was my initial thought. from
He's a
reading it.
herald.
There is
He
certainly
could be.
That's what I'm just gonna say for everybody.
there
Herald.
is certainly something more to Zyle than he is letting on.
Oh, yeah.
He's one of the 10 fools.
Because there's obviously some kind of cultural disconnect going on.
Mhm.
But it
Yeah, yeah.
doesn't feel like he's...
Look how short
Yeah, look how
that
short it
interlude
is. It's
chapter
not even a page.
Well, and this is also interesting.
On mine, it
So-
was 3.
The first chapter, or the first sentences are, someone was near, Zyle awoke, snapping his eyes open, knowing instantly that someone was approaching his room.
Yeah, that's not normal.
But you
And
could
then,
also just, like, he's a soldier.
Yeah.
There's
You could
being a soldier,
absolutely-
and then I know someone's about to walk in my door.
In this fantasy novel, you can absolutely just think, oh,
Like-
he has been through war. He's a
He
light
probably
sleeper. That kind of
hears footsteps.
I don't know how important this is, but the symbol representing Zyle's chapter is the Knight's Radiant symbol.
Oh. Wow. And are you being serious? You don't actually know?
No,
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure why. I'm
not
just
sure if
pointing
that
it
is-
out.
is important.
He just
What's
pulled
the
that-
symbol?
Oh man.
I don't
Or-
get those symbols in mine.
What's the symbol for Teravangian?
I think it's a diagram.
Anyways,
Hold on.
we didn't really talk about him, so I wanted to bring him up because like there's been all this training happening up to this point.
Mm-hmm.
Shalon is the one who gives Adolin the idea, because it's like on their way with the date. She gives him the idea that like, oh, Sadius wants to make a show of things. Like, what better way to do it than this kind of challenge? If you do this kind of challenge, then you can challenge him, ask for a right of favor.
You can ask for him a boon
From
from the
If
king.
you make it suitably
Yeah.
dramatic, then the king will be like, here's
Yeah.
what's your bow.
And we know this will work because Sadius did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like I'm like, oh, this is getting interesting. Okay. And I think we're getting this all from Kaladin's perspective.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's like zoning out on some of it.
Well, I get the impression he hears that and he's like, wait, is this real?
That part, he locked in
Whoa.
on that part. And like that's the beginning of the buildup for me again.
Yeah.
Like we had the fight scene in the hallway, everything culminated there. We were down the first mountain. Everything relaxed a little bit and then started to pick back up. And it was like around this area that we started to get there. And then he's challenged to the fight, and the judge is there, and the judge is even like, she's like, you know what you're signing up for, right? And he's like, yeah, I know what I'm signing up for. I want to do this. And they're like,
All right.
okay,
Suits
if you know what you're signing up for, and
'Cause-
like,
And she's not gonna push it because she's already
Yeah,
said
she's
like
been
twice.
bought.
yeah,
It's not even that she's been bought. What I was trying
That's
to
what I got from it.
No,
I'm
what I was
pretty
trying
sure
to
she
say
was bought.
earlier is she has a chip against Adolin because she is the arbiter of the duels.
I took it she was also bought though.
She was, but the only reason that worked was because she has a grudge against Aelin.
Sure.
That first duel was not a duel. There's supposed to be composure and elegance,
Yeah.
and Adolin ruined a man. The second one, Adolin made a mockery of dueling because he just went out of his way to make sure that every single person watching this knew that no matter how close it looked, he was never going to lose.
I don't know about that,
He
man.
made it
Like,
last an hour.
he was trying to make it look like I'm trying my best. And even Sadius is like, wait.
Yeah, I
Wait.
thought it took a little while for Sadius to
Yeah.
catch
But the
on to-
judge is also having seen this kind of thing. She knows what he did too.
What was
I don't
the-
know.
I don't know,
What
man.
was the
I think
champion's name?
I don't
The
remember.
champion duelist's name?
He might as well be in the grave.
There was Elit Relis. No,
Elit
not,
was the first one.
I think it was Relis
Oh.
Ruthar.
He was the one that was the big challenge.
Yes. Because Elit was like his cousin or
Cousin.
brother
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something
Mhm.
who got absolutely ruined.
Because like Sadius has that line where he's like, "Wow, I knew Adolin was good, but it takes a genuine master to do what he's doing for this hour."
Yeah.
Right.
I think saying that she picked up on that takes away from the fact that Sadie's picked up on it.
Mhm.
Also, we didn't really talk about Dalinar's rotation of people to go get the gems.
Oh yeah.
And there was
Gems.
one moment that Adolin went out with Jack.
Yakimov.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yakimov, yeah.
And when they went out there,
Oh, that's
he asked him
Mm.
there was a moment where they talked about the thrill,
Mhm.
and Yakimov has the thrill, and Sadius has talked about the thrill, and so it's confirmed that these people know it, even though
They don't talk about it.
they don't really talk about it. The only time we've ever heard anybody bring it up to another person was Dalinar to Adolin and Adolin to
And it was
Yakimov.
so
Yakimov.
awkward.
Well, I'm glad you brought up that scene because it's such a betrayal. Like Adolin recognizes, oh, he's kind of alone out here
Mhm.
because they were talking about dueling or whatever, and
Yep.
how they wanted to meet up for dinner afterwards, and Yakimov's like,
Busy that day.
"I'm busy that day, you're kind of falling out of favor amongst all the nobles, Adolin," and he's like, okay, well, if you want to
Maybe
meet
we
up.
can get lunch the next day or something. No, hey dude.
I can't remember exactly what he
Honestly,
says.
man,
It's some non-committal and Adolin takes it as,
Oh, yeah.
well, we're not friends anymore.
It was like Adolin was
I
like,
think
well,
he-
I'll be back in favor soon, and then Yakimov's like, well, why don't we just wait
Yeah,
until
we'll
then?
wait until then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that was so slimy.
My notes for that specifically was Adolin, Yakimov, and Sadius all mentioned the thrill. Is it the same exact thrill as Dalinar's or weaker? Did he become the Blackthorn because his thrill was so strong?
Dude,
Or
look at that guy's throbbing
did
thrill.
did his thrill become so strong because the Almighty needed a warmonger to be the one to change?
Interesting.
So you like this idea that the thrill is personal.
I like the idea that everybody has different levels of thrill, and who knows what. I could not tell you what it is that captures that.
I would say, I don't know for certain what the answer is, but my guess would be that maybe people succumb to the thrill more than others.
Oh.
Because Dalinar fought the thrill
The way he talks about it
in
is
the first book.
an addiction.
Yeah.
If it is an external force, then maybe it applies the same amount of force on anybody equally, but some people are just more receptive to it.
Maybe it also has to do with just their skill in combat, and they can utilize the throw better.
Or it reminds me of the symbiote.
Yeah.
It just makes
That's
what
actually
you are
honestly-
better.
Honestly, that's exactly what I started to think too.
Hell yeah.
But I just wanted to throw that out there because when the duel finally comes around and they open the doors and Adolin gets his little walkout music and he's like, "This is baby." And another thing we didn't talk about, their pre-fight ritual is so adorable.
Yeah.
Where he's like, okay, he's like,
Did
you
you
leave
eat
this on the
chicken?
nightstand? Did you eat chicken? Okay,
Should
you
we
got
have that
you got mother's
Necklace.
and he's like, yep.
Oh,
And then
no.
forgets it, yeah. In this fight, he forgets it, and Aaron's like, "Oh, hurry up and get back over there." Okay,
And Adolin's like, we see his inner monologue. He was never going to get back in time. He's not going to get back in time. It's okay. It's just
it's fine.
a superstition.
It's a superstition.
It's a superstition.
And
And
then
then walks out there,
4 dudes walk out on the
And
opposite
it's-
side.
and it's who all is out there?
It's Relis,
the
Elish,
champion.
Yakimov, and Abrabadar.
Yeah, and the only the fourth person is just kind of random. I think. I don't think we know anything about him.
Yeah.
He's the first time he shows up.
But like those other three, like Adolin already beat the first guy. He beat one of them.
He beat him soundly.
And then there's the champion, and then there's this dude who used to be his friend.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yakumov. And it's like, bro.
Yakimov.
The
And it's
line
like,
of dialogue,
you can't-
resonate so well with it.
You
We've
can't get
already
a-
used too many F-bombs, so I'm not going to say it.
You
but
can't
man,
get a more perfect, display of Yakimov choosing greed. He sees the shards on the line and is like,
Yep.
I can get a piece of those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude. And it's like, I think Adolin offered all of his shards.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All of the
Everything.
colon shards.
Yeah. And it's like, dude. And Adolin realizing his mess up. And just like, he's just like going through the frustration with himself. Like, of course. Why didn't I just say a specific number? Come on. I could have just said 2 people.
Stupid.
I could have took on 2 people. And then, like, everybody's like, what the hell is this? Dalinar's like, we didn't sign up for this. And the arbiter was like, actually.
I think even Sadius is like,
Yeah,
Didn't say the magic words.
And then I'm like, dude, that's crazy. And like, you're like, wow, we're about to see Adolin just get his kicked in.
So,
And then Zaheel.
well, hold on. We get into the throes of the fight. Do you attribute this to being supernatural with Zale?
He mentions
He can hear his voice above the entire crowd.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, his voice rang out.
mm-hmm.
And I'm just like,
They're scared of you, boy.
and I'm like, dude, he was backed against the wall at this point. He's like, okay, what's going on? What do we do here?
Mhm.
What do we do here?
And that is one of those things where it's like, we know Zale trained Adolin.
Mm-hmm.
So he would recognize his voice on a battlefield
Mhm.
like this. But also, there's a lot of people cheering right now.
I don't
think
know.
it's supernatural.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Because I'm here, like, already thinking, Zahel's a
So-
knight.
He's something.
Maybe he still has some residual power from
Something.
before he killed his...
Guys, crazy. Maybe he's Adolin Sprin. Okay? Hear me out. No, it doesn't make sense.
Horse friend. Train you in a sword.
He, like, man, there's one thing that I noticed in this, and I went back and looked. I don't think the fight ever mentioned the thrill,
I don't think so.
but I'm pretty
Certainly not
sure-
from Adolin's perspective.
But I'm pretty sure Adolin was there. Like, he had to be. There's no way you take on 4 shard bearers for the moment that he did. For the briefest of moments, he had a glimpse that he could win the fight.
Hmm
And I was like, dude, is Adolin about to do this? And like, I had chills when Zaheel, what is it?
Zyle.
Who cares?
When
Zahel.
Zyle, no, I want to say it right.
We're all saying it 4 different ways.
When Zyle calls out the line and then starts to like give him that little bit of advice, like he'd been in that situation before. I'm like, dude, if Adolin pulls this off, man,
Because there is a
I'm winning
moment.
money, baby.
It's like the chapter is convincing you, oh yeah, he's the real deal. He destroys people in duels.
Mhm.
And he just forget the 4th guy. Oh, the 4th guy.
He's winning the duel, and then like he pushes the 4th guy away at first, but then loses track of him. And I caught on to it immediately. I was like, he just named off the 3 of them, and then he just cracked right in the back because of the dude who had the hammer.
Yep.
Yeah, that was one of those things where you're like, because they talk about it, like, Adolin's like, dueling 2 people is hard, but I can do it.
Yeah.
And then he gets the encouragement from Zale, and he's like, and you're sitting there thinking, because Adolin's not thinking anymore. He's just like, just win.
hmm
And he's up against 3, and you're like, oh, maybe Adolin is good enough to be the one dude on the planet who could do
Oh.
3.
Here's the note that gives me chills looking back on it. I said, I don't think Sadius was ever really worried about Adolin, but the world saw him take on 3 shard bearers at once, even if it was just for a moment. This would shake the dueling world. The fact that he 3v1 for like probably 30 seconds.
To be honest, the idea that I think the fact that there are 4 there shows he is genuinely frightened of Adolin.
Yeah.
Because you could have just done 3. You
Yeah.
probably could have just done 2 and realistically thought 2 will take him.
Yeah.
Because all of them have been fighting. these are all trained warriors and
Yeah.
trained duelists. And
Especially
they
if
know,
one of them's the master duelist.
right,
The
and,
champion.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
all of them know how hard it is to fight two people.
And also, it's a known thing that like Adolin was a good duelist before his dad made him stop dueling because they were at war.
Mm-hmm.
His just rank went down the ladder until he was down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Renarin steps in.
Yes. Renarin steps in.
Not enough time to get on a shard plate, though.
Did he? I thought he
Did
didn't
he
have
not?
shard plate.
No, he ran out
Oh,
with
that's
just
right.
his blade.
Oh,
That's
and-
right.
I think I remember going back to try to see if I saw anything specific, and I remember not seeing anything, so I just assumed he was in his shard plate.
I only remember because
You know,
Adolin's like
They
it
make a
hasn't-
they
he-
do make a big point of it because that means he's in very
Yeah.
serious danger.
He's going to get obliterated by these shard plate wearing men.
Mm-hmm. Not only could he not duel them, but he also doesn't have any protection.
And on top of that, he makes a note that Renarin is holding his blade and like grimacing, like
Yeah.
ooh, 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 oh,
Yep.
ooh.
Which we at the time think, oh,
He's
He's
just
having a
not
fit.
used to it.
yeah, he's having a fit.
Oh, yeah.
Because we've had it's on top of him not being used to how to use one, he also is. I think they
And-
do describe at this point he has fits. He
Yeah,
has something.
absolutely.
It's described
He has
similar to
episodes.
epilepsy.
Yeah,
It's before this already. That-
that's another great scene.
Sorry. We missed like a main part of this. Adolin was losing. He was done for.
Mhm.
He was down for the count, and he was trying to surrender, and they kick his
And they
hand
couldn't.
away.
They wouldn't let him.
And
And the
they wouldn't
judge
let him.
like sees that he's trying to surrender and is like,
And Dalinar is
I didn't see anything.
stressing. He's trying to end the match,
Mhm.
and they're saying like, no, he can't. He's got to surrender.
Mhm.
He's got to throw up the signal first.
Yep.
And
And that's
Adolin
when-
manages to get away long enough to approach throwing up a surrender. Enough that every single person in there would have seen it. Like, he's trying to surrender,
Mhm.
and the judge looks away.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm not going to
And-
let you surrender.
And like that's when Dalinar starts pleading to people.
Yeah,
Like, give me a blade. And they're like, no. Even Elikar's like, I'm not going to give you my blade to lose in this. Are you kidding me, dude?
Mm-hmm.
And when Renarin steps in, I get the feeling that's like that's the dime dropped for Dalinar.
I
My
think-
my sons are about to either die or get as
Well,
close to dying as they're
I
going
think
to.
before
But-
that, did he look at Amarin before Renarin stepped in? Because I think he did.
I don't think so. No. Amaram is the last person he looks at before Kaladin
Yeah.
steps in.
Because Amaram, like, that to me was the first time that he was like, maybe Amaram's not the person I thought he was.
Mhm.
That in this moment, in probably Dalinar's most crucial moment, he's like, I need somebody to step in. And Amaram doesn't do it.
Mhm.
And he's looking at both of his sons just about to die. And the dueling champion, I can never remember which one the dueling champion's name is.
Relis.
Relis.
Relis looks at Adolin, he's like, oh yeah, if you surrender, we'll kill your brother.
Yeah.
Because he explains it to the other guys, like, Renarin's fine. Whatever his name is just gonna
He's just toying with him.
he's just gonna toy with him. He doesn't want to hurt him. But
We're
if
at-
you don't,
Some accidents happen. that kind of
accidents
thing.
can happen.
We're at what I thought was the peak moment, like, dude, what is this?
And there's
What's
a
about
whole
to happen?
half of a book
And you
left.
have Dalinar. You have Dalinar that's like, he sets up the line. And he's like, do none of you have any honor? And he gets brushed aside with a spear. And what does Kaladin say, guys?
Honor
Honor's
is dead,
dead.
but I'll see what I could do.
And I'm just like, cue the Stone Cold Steve Austin break into the song.
No, that's
And,
the
like,
wrong song.
And then like, he also turns around and he's like, if I die out there, take care of my men.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, he doesn't even say if I die. He says if something happens.
Yeah.
It's not
And
even gonna
dude,
conscious it in full.
Jumps in.
Dude, he has a spear against all these guys in shard plate. And as Kaladin does, when he's at his best, you know that's probably the strongest he was, because Syl knows that he is protecting people.
Mhm.
He is going there to protect one person he really cares about, and who knows how much he really cares about Adolin, but he knows if he doesn't do anything, Adolin dies here.
And there's a moment in the throes of the battle where two shard bearers bear down on him,
Mhm.
and he's like just ducking, doing the gritty, ducking and weaving, getting behind them, and he like inner monologue is like, I can do it. I can
Yeah.
take on two shard bearers at once. I'm doing it.
And like he pinpoints on the wrist where Adolin cracked one of the shard bearers already,
Mhm.
and he hits that spot, and I think it's against Relis.
Yep.
And he's just like, you see some blood come out, not a lot, because he couldn't really get in there. But he's like, okay, hold on, there's a strategy forming, and then he helps get Adolin back on his feet, and
'Cause
he's like, Adolin, if you can crack it, I can take him down.
Mhm.
I just need openings.
But he's like, I can do this. I'm winning. I'm strong enough.
Well,
my
but-
Stormlight ran out.
Well, but even before this,
Before that, you
it-
heard
there-
the drop kick heard around the world.
oh, I could see that drop kick so
Yes.
clearly in my head.
Like, there had to have been something that looked off with that.
So that's what I was about to say. Love the scene. Oh my god. Oh my god, I love the scene. How in the world can we move forward from here knowing that this man just drop kicked a shard bearer in plain clothes across the arena?
Possibly from so much further away than it should have been.
The way
physically
it's
possible
described
to
is
go.
like he skids to the wall or something.
Because, like, Kaladin has to have flown, just physically Kaladin himself,
Well,
has to have gone through the air far longer than should have been possible.
the only thing that I imagine is that he ran, like, the way I played it out in my head, because Kaladin was also making a note to try to hide his powers to the best he could.
Mhm.
But you
The
can't-
way I imagined it was he didn't slingshot across the whole thing.
Oh no.
No, but even then.
He
But
didn't.
no.
The shard bearer guy flew the away.
He did, right. But, like, I mean, yeah, you know.
That's what I'm saying. How can we move forward? The entire arena must have seen this. At least some of them saw it.
And
How can we
Kaladin
move
broke
forward?
his legs, dude.
He-
broke
His feet
legs.
were on backwards.
And can you imagine how painful that is to go through the healing process immediately?
I'm curious.
Because he lashed himself
I'm
to that guy far more times than, like, it's like that time Seth did 15.
And
Yeah.
homie got up staggered with the worst concussion of his life. And he's like, what year is it?
Also, that was a cool detail when he took the guy's helmet and he was able to
Yes.
like shard plate it onto his hand.
Yeah.
And it became a buckler basically.
But it also was draining his Stormlight.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You mentioned something about how he became the wind on the battlefield and how he was ducking and weaving these two shard bearers. This one line just jumped out at me. It was instinct and then something deeper
Yeah.
guided Kaladin
Yeah.
during this fight.
I also
I don't know
took
what
note of that.
I don't know what that means, but
Is-
it seems important.
I think so. It's hard to say because the moment he has any instinct that's not to protect, it seems that his Stormlight fades,
Mm-hmm.
that he's weaker. But that also leads me to the whole odium thing I was saying.
Yeah.
That, like, maybe his intent wasn't just there to kill, or wasn't there to protect, but he also knew that if they made it out of this, he was challenging Amaram, and he was going to kill Amaram. And I think there was that underlying motivation as well.
I love that so much. I love
Interesting.
what you just said.
And that's why it didn't last nearly as long as he was expecting.
Well, he blames it on the helmet.
The helmet, yeah.
Yeah.
But it sometimes maybe it was just misfortune.
See, I
Like,
thought it would act
that
the
led to
other
this.
way, that if a piece of armor gets broken, you see how it leaks Stormlight. I thought that as it was gonna crack and everything,
suck
he would
it
be
up.
sucking more of it in,
Mm-hmm.
and that it would just be like supercharging.
Do you
it.
think that's how it would work if he were just like full radiant fighting a shard bearer? If he were cracking the plate, could he just infamous the Stormlight from a shard bearer?
We talked about this in the first episode during the Chasm Fiend hunt, which that might have been how all of Elokar's gems might have gotten broken.
Right.
Is maybe Dalinar was siphoning off his, or maybe I don't know if Dalinar could have at that point, but I think it's possible, and this scene kind of gives me evidence
Yeah.
that's possible.
Um,
And I think the reason it didn't work the other way is because all the Stormlight in the shard plate is in like the gems and like the breast in the
Gems.
breastplate. So that's like the power source.
so it was using him to
Yeah.
try to stay
He was
charged.
it's Jim, basically.
he was its
Yeah.
power source. That's why he was
Okay.
eating all of his Stormlight.
They start turning the fight around.
Mm-hmm.
But Renarin is still on his own. And Shalon, did Pattern notice Syl?
Still
wanna say
noticed something.
Okay, was that it? I remembered
Yeah.
somebody noticing something, and I thought it was either Pattern noticing Syl or Syl noticing Pattern.
In the middle of the fight,
my
Sill's
thoughts.
like what's that? And flies away
Mm-hmm.
toward
And then that never gets alluded to.
I think the idea is that's
Shalon
She-
sent pattern.
she
Yeah.
or it's like the obvious answer is Syl saw pattern.
Right.
Or Syl saw, because we know at the end of the
Maybe
book,
saw Xiles.
or saw Renorans.
I would say
Or
Renorans.
Renorans. One of the two.
Oh.
Because
Hmm.
Renarin pulled an Obi-Wan move where
Yeah.
he just held the blade up and he's like, please don't kill me. This is it. And then the dude just lost his marbles.
I got my feeling behind that was because it was when Kaladin last claps him.
Oh yeah, he does pull off a last clap. I actually forgot that.
Kaladin last claps the guy, and my idea was it's like completing the circuit, and that made the guy be able to hear the sprin inside the sword.
Ooh.
And because of that, we know what's going on with Renarin at this point
And-
later.
That would make so much sense if that Sprin's last words were like, "Why did you kill me?" And he's like, "I didn't do that." Oh my god, that makes.
I think that's what.
That-
That's
clicked
why
a lot.
Relis runs away, is he can hear that sprint.
Was he the one that ran away?
I don't
Yes,
remember.
he was.
I didn't think the champion was the one who ran away.
He was.
I thought
Because
he
it
was the
was
one who forfeited.
that was Yakimov.
Really?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Uh-huh.
This sounds right to me.
Yes.
It's not super important.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But yes, I think so, and I think we might have mentioned it, but I think that's why Renarin was having a fit, was because he was bonded to a blade when he was a Knight Radiant, and he could hear the screaming of the blade.
Yeah.
That's why he was so.
And they mention it several times. Whenever he's holding a blade, he's like grimacing, and it's like it's not okay. Whenever Kaladin's holding a blade,
I mean,
he's
he
like,
just
"Whoa!"
he just touched it with that last clap, and even he's on the ground.
But
Yeah.
that being said, Renarin's just like, grin and bear it, and that's interesting to me.
But then my next question is like, what is shard plate? Is there a Spren in shard plate?
I mean, it acts similarly.
It acts as the shield to a shard
Blade.
blade.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't bond it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the key.
And it also requires stormlight. Whereas
Mhm.
a blade,
The blade doesn't.
Right.
I think that must be. It does require Stormblight to initially bond it, though.
Oh yes,
Right.
in the gemstone.
Yeah, yeah,
But they
Yeah.
talk about how that's after the fact.
yeah.
Like the original blades didn't have that.
That's, I don't know why I'm equating them to the Parshendi, but it makes me think of like how the Parshendi have all these different forms, and they have the one form where they just go dull,
Dull form, yeah.
Yeah. and like that feels like the same exact thing, but they're breathing a minuscule amount of life into the Spren so that it can force a bond and then just go back to being dull.
These are very interesting questions.
Mhm.
Answers will be coming.
Oh shoot!
So moving past they dramatically acquire victory from the clutches of
And
defeat.
Kaladin screws the pooch.
Kaladin screws it up.
I am a staunch Kaladin defender, more than most, but
We've talked
this
before this
is a
podcast.
tough. This is a tough read.
We've
Help
talked.
me out here, because you've now said sconch for two people.
Staunch.
Sconch. What does
Squelch.
that mean?
Like
What is a squelch?
Ardent, very powerful defender.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
are a powerful
strong
defender,
defender.
for Shalon?
yes,
Oh,
Because
yeah.
you have to be.
It's in part
somebody
because
has to.
He's
I will remember those who
I
have
will
I will.
defend Shalon too, as long as I continue reading the books. But you have more information than I
We
do.
talked about this before the podcast, like several weeks ago. We've talked about this a lot. I don't know whether I'm more angry at Kaladin in this scene or Elhokar.
hmm
I'm
Yeah.
angry at both of them.
Dude,
It was not your moment, Kaladin.
Thaddeus's deer in headlights moment, where Adolin's like, "I require my boon to challenge Thaddeus," and it was gonna be right there.
Mhm.
Right
Right
there,
there.
it's gonna be immediately,
Mhm.
and he is
They
messed
probably
up.
they probably would have had. They probably would have let him get into Shalloff.
Oh man,
Maybe.
the moment. I mean, yeah, maybe not, because Adolin's was done.
I don't know.
I mean, they would
Right.
have had to let them recharge. There's no way it could have happened right there. Also,
Unless
Adolin
he's just like, no plate, just the blades.
to the death,
Yep.
because it has to be right
Mhm.
at that point. Also, Adolin, after they won the fight, was just laying there because he couldn't move. It was a grapple.
he
It was a
was-
grapple fight, and he just pinned old boy and used the weight of the shard plate to keep him down. And Yakuza's over here he's like, dude, this isn't even a fight. Get off me, man. You suck.
It's great because Adolin just jumps on his back and then goes full turtle. He's
Yeah.
locked up.
But at the end of the fight, after it's done, Adolin's just lying there laughing because
Yeah.
it's like, dude, I thought I was gonna die. That's crazy.
I
man.
just won against 4 sharks.
Bridge boy, you're the goat, dude. I love you,
I
man.
think that's where Adolin had his turn.
Oh, 100%.
This dude, Rich Boy is best boy.
It went from being Bridge boy to sup, Bridge boy. Oh,
No, that is kind of nice.
I'd suck your.
oh my goodness. I'd suck
Will
your
you stop
sword
writing
light.
fan fiction over
I
there?
can't help.
Anyways, so he screws the pooch, right?
Mhm.
And it's so sad because they had
Well,
Sadius
they haven't
by
even
the
mentioned
balls.
it. How does he screw the pooch?
Adolin had Sadius by the balls with his duel, this
Mhm.
argument. And then immediately Kaladin steps in and says, and for my boon, I challenge Amaram, who got and just oust him entirely.
That's pretty cringe, bro.
And Adolin's like, dude, what are you doing? And he's like, you can't take this from me.
But that the moment he's like, and I challenge you, Amaram, and Amaram's like, what?
I knew you looked familiar.
Like the wind blows and the Shash brand is
Yeah.
displayed.
And Amaram was like, holy.
Because my
Honor.
immediate thought was, just hit him in the face, Adolin. Just hit him in the face. Don't let him say anything.
But even later on, I think I love Kaladin. The scales for me have tipped toward I'm more mad at Elokar. Even later on, Adolin's like,
Yeah, dude.
Elokar, he knew the plan. He didn't have any. He knew what we were doing.
He literally could have just ignored you.
He could have just ignored you.
Even in all of that, they still have Kaladin's back over Elokar. What does that say about Elokar, dude?
Mhm. Well, and even Elokar, I think, admits to it later when he has
with
that one-on-one
Yeah.
with Kaladin. He's like, yeah, I was wrong. I screwed things up. So Kaladin gets arrested.
Mhm.
The duel doesn't happen.
Elokar tries to have him executed on the
duel-
spot.
The duel is still set to happen.
It's
It's
set to
just
happen within a year.
within a year. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's all the time that Sadius needs for it to blow over and people forget about it.
Mhm.
And he has ways to swindle his way out.
Or literally find some way to maneuver and kill the Colons.
Yeah.
And that means that Dalinar convinces Elokar, just put him in prison and just let
think-
our heads cool here.
If I remember correctly, when he threatened to kill him on the spot, Bridge 4 was about ready to revolt.
Yeah.
Bridge 4 started making noise, I think.
I don't remember this, but it's totally in character.
They were definitely making a huge stink when they were arresting him.
Yeah. And then I think Dalinar settled them down and said hey, that's not gonna happen. Let me talk to my nephew. They're not gonna kill Kaladin.
Yeah.
But they were ready. I think they were ready to fight.
hmm So Kaladin gets thrown in prison, and it's like the worst thing he could do. He hates being.
He's a caged bird.
He hates being in a cage. He hates not being able to see the sky.
Yeah,
he
a
mentions.
windowless box.
And something that I really noticed here is this is where his relationship with Syl really starts to deteriorate.
Mhm.
And it's represented because by Syl just getting smaller and smaller.
Becoming more wind sprinty.
And not only that, it gets to a point where he can only hear her voice. He can't even see where she
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Also, Kaladin being a Knight Radiant, his power that's now being taken from him by his own actions,
Mhm.
feels more like an addiction than ever.
Mhm.
Because he looks at those lamps and he's like, it's
Please.
just out of reach. And then you see him press himself up against the bars, and he's like,
Mhm.
if I just was a foot closer, I
Just
just
a
get
little-
I don't even see it as an addiction. To me, it's like, please don't tell me I screwed this. Please don't tell me I screwed this.
Mhm.
Because if I can suck in
maybe,
a little
yeah.
bit Stormlight,
It means
that
I still
means
got
I
it.
still have it. Yeah.
I don't think it's please don't tell me I screwed this.
Please don't tell me this is over.
I think he's looking directly at Elokar in this moment and is like, the light eyes have screwed this for me.
I don't. It's tough. I absolutely see
The Light
that
Eyes
that
put me here.
way.
They took this from me.
It's just tough not to see, because if I think that way, I'm like willfully choosing to believe he doesn't have the emotional intelligence to see that what he is doing to Syl.
Mm-hmm.
I
Right.
don't know if it's that. I think at that moment he's just so.
I think in this moment he might not.
I don't know.
I think he might. I think he's just so self-absorbed in that moment.
Mhm.
Either way, it's bad. It's rough.
It's really
bad.
tough.
It's real bad.
And Dalinar, I think, is the first one to visit him.
Mm.
I think it's either him or Wit.
I want
He
to
gets
say
too
Wit
important.
was second, because I want to say Dalinar ends up telling him what's going on,
Mhm.
and like this is the first time that Dalinar like reprimands him, even in the moment that he's
Oh,
in.
it's such a talking down to.
And he's like, at first he talks to him normally. He
Mhm.
comes
Yeah.
up and he's like, hey, he's like, you got food? You all right? Listen, this is what's happening. And he's like, oh, so I'm being punished. And he's like, it reminds me
Boy?
of
He's
it
like,
reminds me of your Tibble and Daddy Tibbs
oh, that one
conversation
Mhm.
where like he stops mid sentence and you can just tell there's a tonal
Yeah.
change.
Where do you think I got the inspiration?
What's this scene?
This scene was this scene was certainly in my head.
But yeah, no.
But yeah, he's just like, you don't get to talk to me like that. Look where you are. Look what you've done. And you are still going to be that arrogant? No.
And it does really feel so fatherly.
Mm-hmm.
Because we know he wants the best for you, Kaladin.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And yeah, and Kaladin's like, so you're picking Amaram. And he's like, Kaladin, I looked into it. Everybody I talk to has his back, says you're the one in the
Then
wrong.
why didn't he help Adolin?
And that's what gets Dalinar to stop.
Yep.
He does the anime noise.
He's like, we're gonna get you out of here, but you need to calm down here, man.
How long was he in there? Not to this
It was
point,
like
just period.
2 weeks.
I think it was about 2 weeks.
And like it's not so bad, but see how bad he got in 2
Yeah.
weeks? God.
Yeah.
Kaladin's always on the edge
Yeah. And like
of the chasm.
Kaladin is a man of extremes.
like genuinely, that's yet another one of those things I just grok so hard. I feel like, again, this is pretty dour, guys. I'm 2 weeks away from 2 real bad weeks away from bad things. Okay.
Well, I don't think that it was getting bad, but I think it gets so much worse.
Oh yeah. But this is where we get
Oh.
our another of our annual wit Kaladin.
I was gonna
Well,
say-
so there's one more important thing we learn in Dalinar's conversation with him, and that's what happened with Hearthstone City Lord.
Mm-hmm.
How the what's his name?
Roshon.
How Rashon made it to Hearthstone, and it's because Elhokar screwed up again.
Oh yeah.
And it was with Moash.
Oh yeah, that's
Mhm.
huge.
And we find out, earlier Moash had revealed. We haven't talked about Moash at
Yeah.
all. Moash revealed to Kaladin that his grandparents, who had raised him, died in the royal jail in Kholinar because they were in like a feud with Rashon, and Rashon had the favor of Elhokar, and Elhokar threw him in prison.
It
And
wasn't
then
even really a feud. They just happened to own a shop across from the one he bought.
Yeah.
and Dalinar's like, bad stuff happened in Kholinar. We handled it. And it's just, I
No.
understand why Dalinar doesn't understand the weight of what he's saying, but it's just, it's so far away from him.
He's so
And he's
actually he's so far
answering the
removed.
question for Kaladin
Mm-hmm.
by saying this, that like, oh, Elhokar made this mistake, but it doesn't sound like a mistake, kind of mistake.
Right.
It sounds like,
It's been fixed.
yeah,
He's not going to be able to hurt anybody else.
Yeah.
And Kaladin is like, yeah.
great,
I guess,
buddy.
everyone
Like all of a sudden, not only is Elhokar the reason that Moash's grandparents are dead, it's also the reason that Tien died.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now wait.
So
The next great story.
I love slight spoiler. Wit and Kaladin tend to have scenes. I love the Wit and Kaladin scenes so much. This is, I think, my second favorite one.
The story of Fleet, who
Yes.
raced the storms. To me, it was my notes say similar to how Kaladin did in his dreams in the first book.
Yeah,
I didn't make that parallel. That's interesting.
I love it.
I thought
That's not my usual. That's interesting. Put a pin in it. I'm just like I appreciate the observation.
like I read all of that. I'm like, dude, Kaladin had that dream where like he looked back and he was the storm.
Mhm.
And I'm like, maybe he was racing the storm.
But I love as well. I love this idea that even on rereads, got caught up in the story that Wit was telling. It's like his weird supernatural ability was working on me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I got caught up in the story, and as Kaladin is like, but he was tired. He could,
Yeah.
and like I'm so dead focused on Fleet that I forgot the storm was tired too.
Mm-hmm.
And they both die together.
Yep.
And he rides the winds forever. Oh my God. Love it. Oh my God, big fan.
And then like Wit just gives that classic like the story doesn't have any lesson. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's whatever you want it to mean. But obviously Kaladin gets exactly what Wit wants him to get out of it because it comes up at the end of the book. But yeah, Wit's always so evasive about why he's saying these things. He's like, I just like the music.
Yeah.
I have a feeling if this gets an adaptation, these scenes where he's playing the music, showing Kaladin a
It's gonna be
story.
ass.
No, I bet
It's gonna be great.
if they aren't, I'm rioting. But like this scene, I can just imagine him like frenetically playing a lute
Yeah.
when the storm is
The
starting.
music will be so
And
important.
what's so mystical about it is Kaladin can't see Wit from his jail cell.
Yeah.
And it's like he mentions it. He's like, it's like he has two extra hands playing this. Like
Yeah.
no person could play the music like
What's a
this.
Voidbringer?
Okay, all right.
Or
Interesting.
Herald.
Put a pin in that.
Can't be a herald because Wit's not a liar. He said he wasn't.
So
Are you
And I trust him.
Are you kidding?
So, Kaladin eventually gets released from prison, and Bridge 4 is there to welcome him back, and surprise, surprise, Adolin had also been in prison this entire time, because he saw that what was happening to Kaladin was unfair, it was wrong, and he was like, if I can just do one small thing to repay him for what he did to me, not only for me, but also for Renarin, especially for Renarin, then I can spend 2 weeks in prison.
And they got 3 shard blades and 4 shard plates
Yes.
Yeah.
from that fight. Like, dude, even though you risked your whole family's stuff,
It was pretty good.
you got a lot out of it.
It was
Yeah.
pretty good. And Kaladin was like the reason you won is because he stepped in to help.
Yep.
I'm not saying he's obviously the reason they won, but like if he hadn't,
And
Aelin was probably gonna be crippled.
and Kaladin takes this shard blade and shard plate and is like, thanks, man. Moash, here you go.
No.
And
It's better because he's like, it's happening
again.
Yeah.
I'm being offered it again.
But it's crazy to me because, like, I mean, at the time, you don't really know the connection thing. But he's like, you didn't get this one by watching your friends die.
Yeah.
So now that means you equate every shard blade to that one.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know the history on this blade. You know it probably had some bloodshed. Probably got about 2,000 Parshendi KC on it. like, sure.
It
but, like,
definitely has a seal in it.
And Adolin is so
does he know that? I don't think he
doesn't
knows
know
that
at this
yet.
point.
Adolin is so like focused on like this is
He's
the
so happy for him.
this is the greatest honor you can give anyone, let alone a Dark Eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And Kaladin's like, nah, you can have it. And he's like,
What?
um,
I'm giving
excuse
this
me?
to you.
He's like, hold on,
He's-
we're gonna talk in the other room because this is not okay.
And he's like, I'm giving this to you. And he's like, yeah, and by
It's
right,
not-
I can give it to somebody else. And he's
Right? Because he asks him, because it's not I can do that. He's like, I can do that, right?
Yeah, he's
Do
like
with it
asking
what I
permission.
will,
And-
right?
and you have that moment of Adolin where, like, I just imagine in the audiobook, you just get a.
Actually, I don't
I'm
remember.
trying here, Kaladin.
You can, but why are you not doing this? He's like, listen, I don't remember exact lines, but it was basically like, when you've seen the things I've seen, like, don't give this to me. I don't want this. This is not what I need.
Don't quote me on it. I think he might even tell Adolin, like, I've seen those blades kill too many people I love or something.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Like, he opened up a little
He
bit.
does actually tell Adolin, like, I can't hold these things.
And Adolin accepts it, and Moash gets it,
Mm-hmm.
and begins bonding to it.
Really important scene here. The heel turn of the book. Kaladin speaks with Moash privately, and he's like, hey, I'm in.
Mhm.
Yep.
After being in prison, he's decided, Elokar, it would be better if we cut the cancer out.
And
Yep.
what sucks is he's still conflicted because Elokar came to him in prison.
No, he
No,
didn't.
no, he didn't.
He came to him after he got back from the chasms.
Yeah, because he was just hobbling around on a crutch.
Yeah.
I imagine he looks so much like Aaron Yeager when like Aaron
Yeah.
sees.
Oh, okay.
While he was in
probably
prison,
did a long
while he
ago.
was in prison, didn't Shalon do stuff?
Shalon was
Yes.
doing Ghost Blood stuff.
She was doing. She goes and visits
Because
Paul.
that was when Talon came back,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
and her and creepy mask lady
Mhm.
go on an adventure together.
Yeah.
And like,
Real quick though.
oh, we didn't talk about that really messed up scene with the driver.
Oh
where
yeah. The
she
driver
went down
dies.
Yeah, Scott
Uh,
feels things about that scene.
Well, I feel things because first, like, it's again one of those situations where I'm being forced to see that this ostensibly smart woman refused to see that this driver she hired is in danger. She felt enough in danger that she thought, I'm gonna pretend to get in this cottage and make him go away.
She thought that they were after her, not him. It was naive, but she learned the lesson
That is
hard
that
way.
is the thing that I keep coming back to every time.
The deaths of that cottage driver and all of those parshmen are on her.
For sure.
I
sure.
think
There are things that happen in future books where I'm like, you don't deserve this. You're a bad person.
if she didn't learn from that, then yes, I will agree with you. If there's moments where she creates that same mistake again, like now, I think that moment for her was like this. If nothing else was a wake up moment,
Every single-
this was now.
I mean, you
We're
say that, but then like she's like, "Oh, that sucks. I'm gonna practice my accents on the way home."
I think that does feel in character to me.
Her coping mechanism
her
is
trauma
to just
response-
ignore.
Yeah,
Her trauma response is to get away from the problem. To,
I mean,
to
that
not
tracks.
think about it.
That's what her whole flashback chapters are.
Right. And like I
Doesn't
have
make me like her.
I'm not
fair.
trying to make
you don't have to like her,
I'm
but
trying
like
to explain it.
I have had to deal with that. It is a very real thing where when the problem rears its head, you just go away. You stop being a person. You can't think about it. Because if you do, everything is going to fall apart. So you just have to turn off. Like full on turn off every higher thought process and get to somewhere that isn't this. Mentally, physically, everything. So when I see that kind of thing in Shalon, I recognize that very, very severely.
Last line about Moash and Kaladin is Kaladin says, Moash, I'm with you. Tell your buddies I'm in. We're gonna kill the king. But he's also like, I'm doing it for the good of Alethkar. I'm not doing it for the reasons you're doing it. You should feel bad for the reasons you're doing it. I'm doing it for the right reasons. And all of this just feels like so much cope because of what Dalinar told him in prison. It's like, no, Kaladin, you are absolutely doing this out of revenge because of what happened with Rashon.
Mm-hmm.
It's such cope.
He just found the justification to make it personal for him.
Yes, yeah.
And he learned that information.
He's finding an excuse to carry out what
I think
he
it also shook
selfishly
his,
wants to do.
While it shook his belief in Elokar, or I mean, like it made him make a decision about Elokar. I think it also shook his belief in Dalinar,
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
because Dalinar now his hands are stained. The most honorable man on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
His hands are now stained with Tien's blood. He can connect the two.
Yeah. And trust me, he loves jumping to conclusions about this kind of stuff and assigning blame.
Well, he's a flyboy, so he just flies on over there.
And
So stupid. He's struggling.
So the girl from Kaladin's childhood,
Laurel.
Laurel, isn't she married to Amaram?
No,
No.
Rashon.
She's married to
Oh,
the
she's
show.
married to Rashon.
Mhm.
I misread that scene then. Never mind.
This seems a little frustrating because Kaladin's like, I'm in, tell everybody I'm in. But then like he knows in his heart of hearts like what he's doing is wrong,
Yeah.
and he's just using it as personal vengeance. He's not trying to be honorable, he's not doing it for the good of the country. And he's now made 2 promises, and this is like what kills Syl, effectively. And it feels like there's like a hierarchy of oaths that he can believe in. And when these 2 are conflicting with each other, picking one or the other is going to mean he's going to break his promise. And that's anathema to the Windrunners. And it's like he knows this, in the very next scene, when he's talking with Moash about this, he gets flaky about it. Like, Moash is trying to talk to him about it when they're moving out onto the plains. And Kaladin's like, oh yeah, that, are we really sure about this, Moash? And Moash is like, you're getting cold feet? And yeah, and Sill's gone.
Yeah.
Sill's up there with the other one sprint above him. And, like, he's, like, talking about how he can't even almost hardly recognize her anymore. They're, like, she's distant. She's not acting like herself.
And there's a
There's
part
a moment
where
where she flies down to talk to him
Yeah,
for a second, but she's just distracted.
And I think it's also in this scene where, like he's like you were saying, he just gets he's trying to draw on that stormlight from the torch or whatever. It's like that in this scene where he's just like double checking. We're still cool. We're still cool. Sill.
When
And he doesn't care who hears him anymore. He's like, Sill. And everybody's like,
what are you doing?
what are you doing?
But, like, it's, to me, he's, like, checking to see if they're all right. Because there's a little part of him that's worried, and this is why it kind of feels like, to me, it felt like an addiction, mostly because he talks about how good it feels all the time. But, like, it felt like in that moment, he wasn't necessarily worried about Sill. He was worried about the fact that he couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's because his, like,
His
worried... selfishness was, like, overpowering his oaths.
And you could clearly tell that he was worried about Sill because he needs Sill to use Stormlight.
Mm-hmm.
I read it as, I think they genuinely love each other in a totally platonic way.
I think in that moment, I think it overpowered it. I don't agree with that.
I don't read it as him being so selfish as to, I need the power.
I certainly don't think he stopped loving her platonically.
Yeah.
I think he just kind of took it for granted
Absolutely.
that she would always be there.
Absolutely.
And his actions didn't have consequences.
And she was gone.
Yep.
He didn't see her. That's the end of Sill. She never returns.
Never again.
Sorry.
But you know who was there? His best buddy Adolin.
He was really trying.
Yeah.
What's up, Rich Boy? How you doing, man? Hey, you having a good time? Did they get you some food? You need some food? You know, like, he's just like, everything all right? You got water? How you doing? And he's like, fine.
Oh, that's good to hear, man. I'm
see you later, bud.
And
he's also a little. I kind of got this vibe.
Oh, there is one thing I do want to talk about. We don't need to talk about the whole Shalon Adolin date thing, but one thing that really caught my attention, it was funny, the whole, how do you poop in Shard Plate? What really caught my attention is she wanted the thrill of just, I want to stand out here and look at this till the very last second.
She's a thrill seeker. Yeah.
Like, they were waiting for the storm to hit, and then it was a minute, 30 seconds. They're the last ones out there. 15 seconds. Hey, we got to go. 10 seconds before it's about to hit. There's like this clock happening. And then they get in there, and then she counts.
Yeah. I could have stayed out there for this longer. Yeah.
And it's like, what? Hold on. Have we seen this? This is so out of the blue.
I think we have seen this. I think this is what led her on her whole journey. I think this is what led her to go try and steal from Yasna. This is what led her to apprentice under Tim. This is what led her to seek out the Ghost Blade.
I guess we haven't seen this in such a obvious fashion.
Yeah.
My theory is she lived in such terror throughout her childhood.
She got to catch up with all that living.
Well, not only that, but it's just like her default response is to be in danger or to feel like she's in danger. And when she's not, she has to seek it out.
Oh, okay.
That's just a theory.
But yeah, I just want to make sure that that's mentioned because I feel like that's important.
I buy that hard. Like, this shut-in, like, getting a taste of adventure and being like, oh man, I really like this. I like
adventure.
Especially,
adventure tastes good.
Especially when the reason she's been shut in all this time is basically because of her parental figures.
Having a total lack of control in the situation.
Right.
And even then,
and
like,
still feeling like you're in danger.
Yeah.
Like, when you can, that's what I say about that feeling of control, and what I was saying earlier is, like, the idea that you were the one putting yourself in danger is way more comforting than it being thrust upon you.
So they're on the
Shattered Plains.
They're on the Shattered Plains. The Sadius is ostensibly, we don't know this at the time, but it is a Sadius plot to assassinate the Colons, or at least Dalinar. And
it was so subtle
Like Kaladin even sees. This is another one of those things I'm talking about. He just reads people so well. He recognizes that one guy,
Yeah.
and he worked at the lumber yard in Sadie's camp.
I don't think he recognized him immediately though.
But he's like, why do I know him?
Yeah.
In the fracas, he's like, whoa, 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 and Adolin, he clocked this so immediately because Adolin just gets Kaladin now. He's like, all right, Kaladin, something's up. Kaladin knows what's up, and he immediately goes to protect.
What's
his
going
dad.
on, Kaladin? What's going on? What do you smell?
He immediately goes to grab his dad, but he goes to jump for Shallan, I believe. Him and Shallan fall, and several other soldiers fall into the
Why did
deepest
he
part of
jump
the
for
chasms.
Shallan? Didn't he not care for her?
No, he started to warm up to her.
Oh, he was already starting to warm to her?
After she dressed him down for what she said to.
Well, even before then, because he's like, she's been around long enough. If she was going to pull something, it would happen now.
Yeah.
And he tells two guards to.
He's starting to get the hots for her.
For sure.
Is he actually?
I think so. Yeah, because he's on that like
I thought
plateau.
it wasn't until they Trump bonded.
No, it was before that. I think when they were out on the Shattered Plains, he would like see them together, and he'd be like,
"Oh yeah,
that must be."
But
nice.
I think it even not the crushing, but in the duel, he's like put two guards on her, and Adolin even is like, good, that's good.
Yeah, to me, I guess it was more that like he was protecting her because she was basically supposed to become part of the Colin family.
Yeah.
It could also
so
be.
He knew it was like a duty kind of thing.
It could also be a thing.
That's kind of what I was saying. Like he's beginning to trust her. Is what I mean.
Like he can also see how Adolin is with her,
and
he's
how
like
she is with Adolin,
and how she is with Adolin. If he gets her out, he can rely on Adolin, who is in Shardplate, to protect Dalinar.
Plus, she was integral to the duel plan.
Right.
Yeah.
So part of that is him forcing Adolin to save Dalinar.
I realize now I'm starting to get this like weird triangle of like Dalinar is the dad who doesn't really know what his kids are up to, but he's there, and like they all just have like these things like that they're never gonna tell him, like her being a light weaver, him being a wind runner, and Adolin being a whatever Adolin is.
He's a golden retriever.
So they fall into these chasms, and I love this scene when the first read especially because. Again, dramatic irony. We know they're both Knights Radiant, but is Kaladin a Knight Radiant right now? And
whatever vestige of it he had.
They're both too afraid to say like, I think I'm the one who saved you.
They fall, and he hears a scream.
Yeah, he reaches out for Stormlight, and he hears Syl screaming.
And like I thought at that moment, I'm like
crying, and he pulls harder.
Yeah,
and that's when she screams.
Yeah, and I'm like, did he just take the last of her life? Is that what this was just now?
That's what it felt like to me.
And he survived, and then she survived.
It certainly feels like that's what the intent was to make you think.
Kaladin has never healed somebody else with Stormlight.
Well, I think the vibe was that she had spheres on her and just didn't die from the fall. Like she crushed her bones and then healed.
No. What I'm saying is, Kaladin.
Yeah.
Like, look at their separate perspectives. They both know they can heal themselves. Kaladin had never healed somebody else with Stormlight.
Mm-hmm.
So, or at least not that I know of. I assume it's not possible since there's a regrowth ability.
I think what he probably thought was he lashed her.
Okay.
To stop her from falling.
Like his excuse is, there were some Windsper and they probably slowed us.
Yeah.
And Shallan,
and she's like, yes, that's a good one. Yeah, that happened.
And Kaladin's like, wow, that worked. She believed that.
What a dick.
And Shallan's like, if he wants to believe that, that's fine.
Because even later in the book, again, who knows? But Kaladin says something along the lines of, I had a suspicion when he learns that she's a Radiant.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that at all.
No, there's a couple of things while they're down in the chasms. He sneaks up on her and she's speaking with pattern.
Yeah.
And he's like, could she? No.
And when they're fighting the Chasm Fiend, he sees her he sees her light weaving run forward and says something like, her voice sure is carrying oddly through this chasm.
Also, well, she does she makes a whole light illusion of him.
Yeah.
To appear like it's fighting the chasm fiend.
She had literally just handed him a shard blade.
Yeah.
From nowhere. Which was like, where the hell did you get this?
It didn't.
Don't ask about it, Bridge Boy.
It did not.
It did not.
He makes a note of that.
So
he
that's
calls
a
that
confirmation to me that scream that he has was still being pulled back to the Stormfather.
On first reading, very first reading, I was like, okay, this means he killed Syl, or that shard blade isn't dead.
One of those two things.
This
Oh.
is what me and Scott are going to talk about, because this
Continue.
really bothers me.
Yeah.
Continue
yeah.
Feuding.
They realize they have their bonding moment. They defeat the Chasm Fiend, and they get hit by the High Storm. They both see the Stormfather, because Kaladin...
First, Shalon recognizes patterns.
Oh
In
yeah,
chasms,
yes, she recognizes the pattern of the
And dude,
Shattered Plains.
I just gotta say, when that happened, I was like, no way this mother Brandon Sandy set this up in book 1 with whatever his name is. Libel? Capsule, that's it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
Could not remember his name.
Libel.
I got some back half of the name, right? Close. But anyways, like the setup with him, like being able to
cymatics.
resonate these things, and I'm like,
Keep
dude,
going to
how did I never
semiotics.
even think about this?
Mhm.
You have all these lines that obviously none of them are gonna pick up on, but like they have a map to the whole place now. She's gonna be able to figure out where the city's at.
Mhm.
This has been on our plate for over a book at this point.
Also, I like the little moments where Shalon is like, all right, I can't let people know how busted I am at this. Whoa, you're like really good at this.
That
It's
is
like,
unnaturally
God
good.
dang it, you did it again, Shalon.
What do you think shattered the Shattered Plains?
What do you think shattered the Shattered Plains?
I don't think
already
we have
said
an answer yet.
An odium fart.
Mine is surprisingly related.
In all honesty, like I think it's similar to the event that we saw, where
Mhm.
the Stormfather and Odium clashed. Or like
Oh.
I assume that this cloud was Odium, the Everstorm.
Something like it.
Or
They certainly said
maybe-
it was his storm.
Maybe that was like, well, he probably has smaller versions of himself, like all these nouns or pronouns or whatever you guys have been saying, all these capital letter words.
Proper nouns.
Sure. Capsule?
That,
But like that was probably a version of him. That was probably one of his proper nouns, and the two clashing.
Mhm.
But what probably shattered it was the bigger version, like him and Honor.
It's possible.
That was my theory. My theory, I don't know if this is true, is I think that's where Honor was
died.
killed
Yeah.
by Odium.
That's absolutely my theory.
So we're saying that the Shattered Plane is the Tranquiline Halls?
No.
Mm-mm.
no.
That whatever force caused this cymatic pattern
Yeah.
to develop in the Shattered Plains was such a enormous reverberation. Probably that reverberation was along the rhythm of Honor or something, right? Who even knows if that's a real thing, right?
My note for this was Shalon discovering a treat that was dropped in the middle of book 1, the symmetrical shape of the Shattered Plains. Chef's kiss, Brandy Sandy.
While they're down in the hole, there's a small
They
scene.
kiss.
There's a small scene that I really like, where it's Teft and Zigzal out.
Oh yeah.
Yes, dude. God,
Where they-
tact, huh? Oh,
Where they're just sitting out there, not on guard duty, but they're just waiting for him to come
standing
back.
vigil.
Dude.
Mhm.
And Dalinar approaches.
Yeah, and Dalinar is like, I heard you two were out here. And Teft gets like really defensive. He's like, we're not on duty. We don't have any responsibilities right now. This is our own time. You don't believe he's out there still. And Dalinar's like, he's dead, soldier. But I understand why you have to be out here too. But what I really like about this scene is the conversation Teft and Zigzal have prior to Dalinar arriving,
Remind me?
where Teft is
It's so funny.
Teft is like talking about his family. He's like, yeah, the Invisitures, they had my family hard, and they were doing all kinds of crazy experiments.
Yes.
And Zigzal's just like, yeah, that's
Pretty crazy, man.
that's rough, man. And he's like, yeah, I saw my mom die right in front of me. It messed me up bad. I don't like talking about this kind of stuff. And Zigzal's like, you don't have to talk about it.
All right, you twisted my arm.
Stop twisting
let me tell you about my dad.
Literally.
he got hanged for this.
Crushed it between two boulders.
And Zigzal is desperately like, I don't want you to talk about it, Teft.
I do want to bring
sorry, the whole thing was like they didn't have to do this or something.
They believed that Kaladin would come back, and they wanted somebody there when he got
After everything, though, how could you not?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is like,
No.
how
I
was
meant
Dalinar so sure?
his parents.
Oh,
That whole thing.
that
Like,
was like-
wasn't there like this like
I see that as like a comedic scene. That was legitimately the scene that put Teft at the top of the bridge.
Well,
for me.
I'm asking about his group's history though.
Oh, the Invisitures.
Like, wasn't he saying that like they always made that choice? That like they had to die or something? Like
Oh,
that
they
was,
were
like,
they were
it wasn't
putting them
that they
through
had to-
stress to see
Yeah.
if they could bond a sprint.
that's what it was.
hmm And it never worked.
So
Yeah.
maybe Teft is releasing all these family secrets to try to get a cryptic.
Oh, you
Oh,
think?
you really think it's that deep?
I think he's still trying to test
It's like
himself.
choosing your first Pokemon.
Yeah. Oh my god.
For me, it's totally just a comedic scene with the added benefit of telling us finally something about Teft, who
Mhm.
Yeah.
clearly knows so much
You
more
would
than
think
he's getting
Sigma
on.
would be interested in
But
this.
it's just like, it's not that he's not necessarily interested. He can just see that it's obviously upsetting Teft. And Teft is like, yeah, my mom, she fell down a cat. They pushed her down a
Anyways,
cliff.
takes a shot.
because Signal's a world singer. He wants to know about people's cultures. He doesn't
culture?
really want to learn about a suicide cult.
And Signal's just like, yeah, I can see it's
That's a-
really upsetting you.
You can't spell culture without cult.
Nice weather we're having out here. All right, then my dad,
He's like,
You got
damn nation signal, why do you always pull these stories out of everybody? He's like, I don't want to. I don't want to hear them.
And then Teft's like, while we're at it, let me tell you about my great Dalinar.
yeah, literally, yes. God, I love Teft. Oh my God, I love you,
That
Teft.
was my thing about
Wow, I
Dalinar in
forgot
this.
about
Is like
that.
Dalinar knows who Kaladin is.
But he also knows he doesn't know he's supernatural, is
Yeah.
the thing.
I mean, he knows. Doesn't he not know about the story about him being hung out in a storm?
He does. I'm pretty sure he's aware of it.
Like,
Well, that's again goes into the I'm being forced to buy this stadium full of people saw Kaladin drop kick a shard bearer and
Hunt him.
get up afterward.
I guess. Like
I can understand. Dalinar saw him like fall into that 200-foot chasm.
I could actually, to battle that, I could see a world where like that happens, and then Stadius is like, yeah, we're gonna snuff this. No one's gonna know about this rumor.
Mhm.
Anybody tells about this rumor, we're gonna deny it, and we'll probably kill our guard.
Also,
Like,
there's
whoever
some
talks
they
about
did go out of their way to say nobody was allowed to go see him.
Yeah,
there's some
exactly.
subconscious thing, even I'm fall prey to this, where I just imagine the chasms not nearly as deep as they are.
Mhm.
Like, they are deep.
So I was gonna say,
Oh
like,
yeah.
the ones near the camps are like not super deep,
Yeah.
but then
that's-
the ones that you go further, like 200 feet or
But
something.
They did say it's like at least 50 feet in the ones near it, and I've been up 50 feet. You wouldn't survive that fall.
Yeah.
Dude, Kaladin's fight.
If you
with-
can't see the bottom,
Kaladin's fight with the Chasm Fiend, man.
Good stuff.
It's been building up for a book and 3/4.
because the
They keep seeing the scratches.
And I was so ready,
the
man.
chasm fiend seems so much scarier in the chasm,
Yeah.
where it's not just this giant monster on the field where you can ride around it and dodge.
It has like verticality. It can crawl
It
over
is
you. and-
in its element
Yeah.
in the chasm.
And it's so horrifying. But like you see him like cut the arm and it doesn't mean anything. And then like you
Yeah, he
get
says something
stabbed.
along the lines of like, it's like I'm clipping a toenail of my adversary.
I'm not gonna get through it this way,
I love the spiderness
right?
of them.
That's
Yeah.
what I was
It's
saying.
like over, yeah.
Because you expect it to like crawl along the bottom, because that's just kind of what you
And it's just
expect.
so big.
And yeah, and they're huge. And then you're like, nope,
That's what she
they live in the middle of the chasm.
But they win. They fight it. They win.
It looks at Kaladin and it's like, oh, you thought the chasm was your home? Welcome to my house.
Just when they're in the little alcove, after it tries to stick its claw in and it
Yeah.
doesn't work, and then it just
Waits.
lowers
Yeah.
down. No,
Yeah.
not even before it waits.
It looks at them for a
It just
moment.
lowers down, and it's just the eye and nothing else in that. And they're like,
What if you just saw him huck the shard blade at it and hit it? I would use that thing as a throwing weapon all the time.
You've got
That's
a
what Aelin was practicing
ha!
with it.
Yeah,
Right in the eye.
thanks. You did it.
I did
You
it.
got it.
You're welcome.
Right on that thing.
He said it wrong.
You did.
So they make it back. He brings the gem heart even. Why?
Also him and Shalon have that scene where they share their backstories with one another
Yeah, well,
during the
he's,
high
like,
school.
laying-
Oh yeah.
And also, he gets a visit from the Stormfather.
They
Yeah.
both do. They both see that.
They see different things.
They
Yeah.
do see different things.
What is-
Stormfather's just like,
Stormfather
screw you,
tells-
Kaladin.
Stormfather tells Kaladin that Syl is dead and it's his fault.
Mhm.
Yes.
What does she see?
I can't remember.
I don't think she tells us.
Oh,
She definitely sees it, but I don't know that we see
we
that
don't.
part.
We don't know.
Mhm.
Oh, interesting.
There's a certain part in book 3 that I think about so often, and it makes me smile.
This is the memory that we get where she kills her dad, right?
Yes.
around this time?
I believe.
Right around this.
I can't remember.
I think it's pretty close to this because I don't think we have very many in part 5 when the final Sanderlanche happens.
It might be the one leading up
By
to
the way,
that where
this is
she's trying.
Sanderlanche 4.
I think it might be the one where she's like
Or-
trying to get
3?
people to escape.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I don't remember.
It's one of them. Those are very close
Yeah.
together. They get back. Kaladin's like, reporting for duty, sir.
As he's
and
on a
then,
crutch and he's like trying to stand up.
and Dalinar's like, well, we're going on our expedition. By the way, Dalinar has been kind of absent throughout this book. He's been planning an expedition to go fight the Parshendi
And
once
what's-
and for all.
What's
And it's coming up, like, they arrive just before
They
the
leave.
expedition leaves.
and that's lucky too because Shalon has learned where the center of the Shattered Plains is, well down in the chasm.
And if I'm
Mhm.
correct, 2 storms ago was when Eshonai took on the storm form.
Yes.
One
She-
storm ago was when everybody else took on the storm
Oh,
form.
also there was that scene where there's going to be the peace treaty, and Adolin
Yep.
pretends to be Dalinar,
Mm-hmm.
and she's taken storm form at that point, and is just like, "Yeah, we're gonna kill all of you, or we're gonna die trying."
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And the countdown is still happening.
Yes.
So the countdown is on the day of the next storm.
Well, it's in the middle of the weeping, which this year there's
Oh, that's
not
right.
supposed to be a storm.
Yeah.
It's going to be what do they call it? What's the term? Like a great calm or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Kaladin stays behind with some of Bridge 4, most of Bridge 4, and the rest of the troops go out onto the Shattered Plains with Dalinar and Caitlin and Shalon. And
There were several other High Lord or High Princes that went with him.
yes.
And
all three
it's
of
such a good scene
But
too when
before
like,
they go
one
out
shows
into
up,
the high
then
storm,
another shows up.
or not in the high storm, before they got into the Shattered Plains, like it was a great scene. But after, I think it's after they all show up, when Amaram's there.
Yes. Dalinar's like, let's settle this once and for all, Kaladin, and he brings him over to Amaram, and like they have a bit of a back and forth, and then Dalinar's like, all right,
You owe him an apology.
yes, and Kaladin feels like
Bringing
so
apologies in
defeated.
order.
Yeah.
And
I think
he reveals.
Kaladin's about to apologize. Is he about to apologize?
I don't know.
I couldn't read it.
I don't know if he could,
I don't think he could possibly say sorry to Amaram.
especially at this point where his bond with Syl is gone. I don't think you get Kaladin acting honorably.
He is
here.
anything but the bigger man.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But thankfully, Dalinar has an ace up
Not
his
you,
sleeve.
son.
Not
Yeah.
you, son.
Dalinar dresses down Amaram in front of God and everybody, and I like. I just because I hate Amaram so much. He has this reaction is like nearly petulant,
Mhm.
where he's like, "What? Me?
But he does it with Town's
Mm,
blade.
Yeah.
Is it Town's blade?
I
He-
think it
he-
specifically was.
He hints. He like floats information. He's very politicky, which is very un-Dalinar.
Oh,
He floats
it was
information.
Town's blade because he specifically mentions that he got a really weird feeling from it.
Yeah.
Well, no, he floats false information to Amaram and says that Town has information regarding a trove of shard blades.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's, of course, totally not real. But he's like, if Amaram acts on this, then I know he's been talking to Town, and I know he's not telling me about it.
Right. And so he has been conspiring against Dalinar for some ends. We know that it's his involvement with the Sons of Honor, but Dalinar doesn't know. He just knows that Kaladin was right.
Hmm.
And he tells Kaladin, I do listen sometimes. And it it gives Kaladin his confidence and his trust in Dalinar back. Is what is the blade that Amaram stole Talon's blade?
No,
Okay, I didn't think so.
because it's a normal shard blade that he was bonded to.
Yeah,
that Dalinar was bonded to.
That's what I thought. Because yeah.
He tries to summon it.
Oh,
he tries to summon his own, but Dalinar was already way ahead.
Was already bonded to it.
Mm-hmm.
In my notes, it specifically says Dalinar has an uncomfortable sensation with the shard blade that he played Amaram with.
Because he can scream.
I think because he's getting so close to
The Stormfather.
Connecting to the Stormfather.
I guess. I think it's supposed to hint at that. But the way they talk at the end of the book, it really feels like they weren't anywhere close. It was like they really had to force it.
Well, it's hard. Like, he's such a tsundere, the Stormfather. He's like, Baka, I don't like you, Baka. Yeah, you said the words, though.
What can I do? You can't. I'm not gonna be a sword. You're gonna go bladeless on this one.
Anything, flail.
I'll be a flail. That's pretty metal.
Like a chain mace? Yeah.
Let
me be the wind, baby.
But they can't do anything to Amaram. He's a high-ranking Light Eyes he's shard-bearing Light Eyes, so he just kind of stalks off under the horizon and
Doesn't
leaves.
he talk to Sadius?
We don't see him doing that.
I thought he did.
Because Sadius is like, when they're leaving, Sadius is on a horse ride with his wife.
Yeah, they're a bit of a ways away.
But he just kind of stalks off toward the horizon because they can't. What cell would hold him? He has a shard blade that is bonded to him.
Right.
Unless they kill him, it's not going to do anything, and they're not willing to get into a fight.
Yeah.
Dalinar and Sabariel and Aladar and
I never remember.
Fourth one.
I never remember.
An R name?
He's
I thought it was
Royon.
Royon. Yeah.
Roion.
They all head out to fight the Parshendi once and for all. One big battle
you call him
to end the war.
I called him Roion.
Oh,
I've called him Roion.
I think the audiobook says Royon.
What if it's Roion?
Yeah, that's right, baby.
Royon sounds all right too.
Okay.
I'm
gonna play footsie with
So Kaladin is back in the camps during the weeping. He's always especially sad during the weeping, and now he's got
no
extra,
Tien, no Syl,
and he's
no
really
Shalon.
hurt, and he's got a lot of extra stuff to be sad about. He's just hanging out with Lopin, and even Lopin's having trouble keeping him happy.
Lopin.
So
there's a scene where he goes to the dueling grounds around this time.
Yes,
and it's like a pool.
Yeah, because they're cleaning the sand, as Zale tells us. And what do you take of this scene? Because he is despondent. He thinks he knows that the bond is completely broken. He has lost Syl, and he tries to go and do like a normal kata, and he can't even do it. He's not moving correctly. Something's wrong. What do you take from that?
I take it that he's still hurt.
You think it's just like he's wounded?
I think he is both mentally like just exhausted, fractured, defeated, but he's also injured. Like, I think if I remember correctly, he could barely even stand on his own. He was using a crutch to get around, and then he goes to try to like do these movements, and it's just his body's not there.
So yeah, part of any form of military practice, everything starts with your feet. So being unable to even stand properly guarantees you can't fight.
Well, he certainly makes a big deal of like how much of this was Syl.
Right. Now, I'm not disregarding that. I'm saying John has a very valid point here where...
That's what I'm asking. I want to talk about it.
It's certainly a possibility.
Knowing that Kaladin has a side of like a flair for the dramatic, he probably thinks like this is because Syl's not here.
And I think that's part of the narrative piece that's being done here. We see Kaladin at his absolute lowest and his absolute most broken, where he is despondent. So far, he can always get worse.
That's the unfortunate tragedy. It is a spiral.
Where
like
not only has he mentally broken, and he has broken the bond he has with Syl, he is in actuality physically broken. And I think all of those are being used as mirrors for each other. It's not just that he no longer has his bond with Syl. It's not just that he no longer can determine that or who he is as a soldier or a protector or any of these things. It's being mirrored by his inability to do things just physically. And I think that's a big part of it. It could be any of them, it could be just one of them. And I think it's important that we have to remember all of these parts are there. He might have still been able to do it with his leg in good form. There's no way he could do it without the leg.
It couldn't have helped that he was standing in like knee-high water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's I love that symbolism as well, because he's standing in the pool of an arena.
It's such a perfect symbol that Kaladin just makes life difficult for himself and then says, I can't do it.
Right.
He's putting himself at all these disadvantages and says, I can't do it because Syl's not here.
But I like this scene because this is where he makes the next decision. And I like that it is in a dueling arena that is currently full of knee-high water that is being used to clean out the blood, sweat, and tears of all of these duelists, where he has what is effectively a baptism to coming back into the ideals.
There's this unspoken thing with Kaladin. It's not unspoken. It's unspoken because I haven't mentioned it.
But you're about to speak.
This
It's
is
about to be spoken, baby.
This is yet another thing I grok so hard with Kaladin. Gonna get pretty deep here. Sorry, everybody, to bum you out. There's this depressive trait that I certainly feel this, where I would rather, I know doing something or seeing something or saying something will make me feel like absolute. I know it's going to ruin me for the whole day, but I'd rather that than feel literally nothing. I'd rather hurt than feel nothing. And I feel so much about that with Kaladin.
Right.
He pokes and it's like having a rotten tooth. You poke it with your tongue because something tells you to do it.
It's a combination, I feel, of not just being able to feel something, but at the least the pain is comfortable.
Yeah.
It might hurt.
I'd
but
rather pain than void.
The pain.
The pain is comfortable?
Yeah.
It's just that, like, having nothing there is like, what even am I?
Well, it's also when you have been in pain for so long and so unendingly that anything else, people are creatures of habit. And regardless of what our environment is, we want to be somewhere that we are familiar with and can recognize and fall back into as a
familiar
as a
feels
level.
Like a better word.
It's the same thing. It's comfortable because it's familiar. It might hurt, but you understand it. It's so much a part of you
I get
that to try to stop it would be running away from who you feel you are.
Another way to think about it is like, imagine like me. I used to have a really bad bed, right? And it was just like a mattress on the floor that was way too thin, and it was horrible. Terrible night's sleep every night. But if you gave me like a 5-star hotel room bed, there's no way I'm sleeping in that. I'm too used to the other one.
Right. And I've run into that as well. Like, go out just in a hotel. Just like, it's not my bed.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna sleep. So that's, yeah, I get where you're coming from with that one.
The idea is, I bring that up because that's what the scene felt like to me, was he knew that he'd screwed it up, he broke the bond, and he can't blame anyone but himself. He's going to try his damnedest to blame the Light Eyes for taking it, but no, you did it, bud.
In fact, that
and he's here to prod the rotten tooth.
That sentiment mirrors another doubt he has when they're moving out onto the Shattered Plains, where he's doubting his abilities to protect those around him. And he says he might be the one, meaning Kaladin, he might be the one who loses his men better than any Light Eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this scene is him taking responsibility for everything he's done, and it's like, no, it's on me. And he reaffirms the idea that despite what happened with Elhokar, he doesn't deserve to be like murdered in his sleep. And so even if he's not a Knight Radiant anymore, he's still going to go and do the right thing and protect him. And I think his conversation with Elhokar, which we've talked about before, really kind of drives that home, that this is a person. He's made mistakes. He's made mistakes that have hurt Kaladin, both directly and indirectly. But even then, he's been trying his best. He's had bad direction. He's had bad upbringing. But he's still worthy of protection.
Oh, this is another thought that just came to me. When Syl's like, "What's that?" and flies away. What if that was something to do with Elhokar?
It's possible.
Who knows? Anyway.
I also like that he recognizes that Elhokar is trying.
Yeah.
Because I'm always a big proponent of second chances. And when you do what Kaladin did and said, I'm going to, I'm going to get in on this conspiracy to kill the king to ensure a better Kholinar, a better Alethkar, to protect all these other people. It is one of those things where you look at that and you're like, you're choosing to make a decision to shut the door on somebody else possibly being a better person.
Yeah.
Because, sure, Dalinar might be the best person for Alethkar right now, but maybe if you try and push Elhokar in the right direction, he could be an even better king than Dalinar could have been.
How do you guys feel about this? You've talked about it a bit, John. This realization Kaladin has that Elhokar is Dalinar's Tien. What Tien was to Kaladin, Elhokar is to Dalinar. How do you guys feel about that?
I don't think it's a 1-to-1 there.
It's certainly.
I feel like Gavilar was Dalinar's Tien.
Yeah.
Right.
And I feel like Adolin and maybe Renarin are more of his Tien now than Elhokar really is. But Elhokar is his last piece to Dalinar.
This is something that
Gavilar.
even Cody and I were talking about pre-me reading the other books. It's so interesting how little we know about Gavilar even at this point. Every single thing we know about that man has been told to us from somebody else.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's conflicting.
Yeah.
It's conflicting, and the
His
more
personality hasn't been.
It has, though.
and the more we read, the more we realize, oh, there's so much we don't know about Gavilar. Like,
Oh, sorry, Gavilar. I was
Yeah.
thinking Elhokar.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
Gavilar. Yeah. Gavilar has been dead for basically the entire series up to this point, and everything we know about him we learned from other people.
One
Which
night.
means it's all colored by their own impressions of the man. But yeah, what is he doing with the Sons of Honor and Taravangian and Amaram? He's got all these deals. Like, Navani seems to have never liked him.
I bring this up because yet another shade of Gavilar that you have come across naturally is he is the thing that grounded Dalinar.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just an interpretation you found yourself. And it's so interesting that this character we don't know can have so many different shades.
Again, just runs into my thing about what I was just saying with Elhokar, but also, what would Tien have been?
Yeah.
I'm curious now, what would Tien have looked like if he had survived?
I feel like he'd look a lot like Renarin.
I can see that.
He likes rocks.
I mean, I've seen some pretty good rocks.
He would
It's,
make good wooden toys.
So up to this point, Kaladin is basically alone in the war camps, and he realizes that Moash and Graves are going to go through with the assassination. They're going to go through with it tonight. And
Possibly right now.
he's like, I can't just step by.
He knows that man's life is in danger right now, and he knows that's the ideal.
Mm-hmm.
I protect those who can't protect themselves.
It just drives me nuts that anytime anything gets any sort of stressful, Elhokar's drunk.
Mm.
It's
like Dalinar was.
It's like Shallan, honestly. He can't face his problems. He's running away from his problems.
Yeah.
But we've seen him sober.
Right.
But
I
it
mean,
seems like any opportunity, assumingly sober, but it seems like any opportunity he can to drink, he just does.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, like, a lot of the story in the book is just people's form of cope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We don't see Elakar's perspective in any of these chapters so far, but he's been going through it.
Mhm.
You
Yeah,
know,
Like, he's having a tough time of it.
do you think we're ever gonna get an Elakar's perspective of the feast?
Oh,
I love that.
that's
We
interesting.
see in, I think, book 1 that who is it in book 1? Zeth. Zeth clocks Elokar and clearly describes that he is speaking to what would be described as Nail. He is
Mhm.
speaking
He's
to
the one
Nail.
talking to Nail.
He
Yes.
at the time that Zeth was there, he is talking to Nail and some other dude.
Okay.
So, Kaladin goes to protect Elokar, thinks he's already dead, realizes that he's just drunk, and he's like, "We got to get you out of the castle." And he runs into Graves and Moash, who are there to
Limps into.
yes.
Yeah.
I love this scene because it's the betrayal of Moash against Kaladin that just really gets me here, where they're like, Moash is like pleading with him, Kaladin, you don't have to do this. Like, nobody's seen you.
Full shard plate.
Yeah, and Blade. And he's like, you can just walk away right now. And he's just back and forth. And Moash is like, Kaladin, I'll kill you right now.
Graves is
And-
over here like, dude, get your boy.
Yeah. And Kaladin's like, Moash, I can't let you hurt him. And Moash, like, sighs and looks down, and he's like, I guess I wouldn't want you to. And like that right there, it's like Moash still, he's betraying one of his best friends, and he still has so much respect. It's like that ideal that Kaladin is to Bridge 4. Moash still believes in it. He's seeing it right here. And honestly, I think Moash would be more hurt if Kaladin did give up right there.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Because
Oh
at
my
least-
god, I hate you, Moash.
Because at that point, it's like what Teft was talking about in the first book, when he's convinced that Kaladin actually is a Knight Radiant. He sees him saving all of the men on the bridge run that weren't even in Bridge 4. They were in all the other bridge crews. And Teft's like, yeah, he's the real deal. He's the one that can lead us.
You know what? I
And
hate about-
Moash is reaffirming it right there. He's like, yeah, Kaladin is the real deal.
He's at least signaling to the reader and to Kaladin in some way that I am in some way buying into your myth.
Mm-hmm.
You are more than just
It's
a good
also
man.
it's not even, to me it read as, yes, Kaladin, you're making the right choice here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I don't agree with you, this is the choice you should have been making.
It's interesting that he's okay with being on the other side of that.
Well, I think, the problem is, like, and maybe Moash talked about, like, the good of the kingdom, or that Elokar is a bad king, but Moash's reasons for killing Elokar are completely selfish
All personal.
Mhm.
and vengeance.
And even he admits that.
And he understands those aren't great reasons, but they're mine, and
But he's
I've
never-
got to go through with it.
he was set apart from Bridge 4 from the beginning.
Yeah.
He
Mhm.
was not like everybody else.
Well, not only
He's not like the other girls.
because not only did he not buy into Kaladin, he was also like the most
Reticent.
reticent, but he also became one of Kaladin's closest confidants.
Sure.
He's the guy that Kaladin trusted the most.
I think
Probably
I
more than
mentioned this
Teft or
in
Ron.
the first episode that we had, where I got the vibe that he was like a peer.
Mhm.
Unlike the rest, him and
Mhm.
Kaladin felt like two people having a conversation.
They have that conversation, like, straight out, because Moash asks him, "Why did you put me in charge of a team?" And Kaladin straight up tells him, "Because you are willing to push against me.
You question me.
You question me. You are the one who stands opposite me and tells me when I'm wrong." And in
You-
this instance, he's like, I understand that part of, I think, Moash saying that is him going, I maybe can't stop myself being wrong here, and you needed this. Because he's been looking at Kaladin and like, something's wrong with him. I get why he's conflicted. And then when he sees Kaladin resolute, he's like, maybe I'm the but I needed to be the person to be his opposition.
I really like that. It is so hard for me to see anything good about Moash. Oh my god. You, Moash. Oh my god.
You know what I really hate about Bridge 4?
I'll fully admit that that's like his last redeeming moment.
Yeah.
Is him recognizing Kaladin's resolve.
I have seen the level of vitriol for a character like this. I can only wait to see what happens next.
So Kaladin struggles to fight 2 shard plate shard bearers.
He doesn't even struggle. He
Stitches
just-
or sutures or whatever on his leg have completely opened. He is leaking blood all over the place.
I remember him talking that like the surgeon side of him talked about exactly that.
And he sees Elokar get stabbed, and he's it feels like Cope like meeting the surgeon side of him, being like, he didn't pass out from blood loss. He's just super drunk, and he passed out because of blood loss and being super drunk.
He doesn't even struggle against 2. It's 1 punch and he's out.
Moash even says, "Oh, I didn't mean to hit him that hard." Like, Moash hits him once, and it shatters his ribcage.
I was gonna say there's like a inverted picture of like you see the outline of his body in black, and you watch the
Mortal Kombat.
The ribcage shatter while he's like curled over.
And he
Moash is like,
still gets back up. And he says the third ideal. I will protect even those I hate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. I think that's
It's-
exactly it.
Which
It's
is-
great.
I feel like that one causes me so much struggle because now that means that like there's a duel with Sadius in a year, and you know he hates Sadius.
Yeah.
Sadius died, John.
He not at that point.
Oh, you're thinking it right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
in that
Like when I
particular
read that ordeal, I'm like, It was an ordeal.
Well,
Uh,
I think there's more to be said in that one ideal than just I won't kill people that I hate. It's
I will protect people.
it's not just that I'll protect them. It's he is accepting that he will forgive Elokar for the trespasses against him. He's not going to hold this thing with Rashon against him anymore. And in some small part, he's going to let that shadow on him go.
Yeah, he does say it's not just about protecting people. It's about protecting everyone, because that's what it means to be what it is the Radiance stand for. It's just because he spells it out. Not protecting Elokar in this situation, or anyone else he has a grudge against, is just selfishness, which is what he's been struggling with this entire time. And to not put yourself between them and danger when you don't like them means you're not actually defending people.
It's also just another way to say, you know, with great power comes great responsibility.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
so the ideal said,
Yes.
and he reaches Super Saiyan 2. He has the electricity flowing, and he goes nuts, and he's just like blinding, right?
And I love this whole bit because he there's one bit that has to happen before he says the words, which is Syl's voice coming from the wind, from the
Still having a tantrum against her dad.
Dude,
yes,
Yeah.
Syl's voice on the wind as the Stormfather tries to shout her down.
I don't care if you don't like him, Dad.
She's just
he
like,
makes me
Kaladin,
happy in ways that you would never understand.
Kaladin, say the words.
Please no.
I claim him. No others will have him.
So he protects Elokar. Moash and Graves flee.
He doesn't even do anything. He just blows up with light, and they're like, "We're not doing this."
Yeah.
No, well, there's something very important that Graves says. He says the diagram didn't predict
Yeah,
this.
exactly. The diagram didn't predict this. We must have got something wrong. And then he mentioned, I can't remember the exact wording, but he mentions, like, is Dalinar going to be dead? Like, or something like that.
That's wild.
Something to hint
did
that
the
Kaladin
diagram
went through.
predict that Kaladin was gonna go like meet them? Like,
I don't
how
think.
specific was it?
Well, I think the Taravangian interlude spells out that they didn't know Kaladin was a factor in this.
Oh, that's right.
This is my own personal opinion. Think of it what you will. I'm willing to believe that the diagram is infallible. And the only fallible part of it is its interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that. I think
Especially because of a certain detail I'll be sharing with you afterward.
Okay.
I
We have
think
to
that
we
get
gotta
to
keep
it.
moving.
We have to get to it. So the final battle happens. The Alethi troops march up and line up against all of the Stormform listeners, and they start fighting. And because it's the weeping, there's rain coming down, and they're trying to stop the Stormform listeners from calling the Everstorm.
I'm just imagining like magic sigils above them, like starting a storm.
and the clouds start getting darker
Yeah.
and darker.
We get-
Stormfather tells Dalinar, yeah, I mixed the two together. Tells Dalinar that he took too long.
Yeah.
And also,
He
he says there's a storm happening, like a high storm is brewing that should not be.
Mhm.
And he's like, I'm gonna send that to you to wash your corpses off the plateaus.
Yep.
Yeah.
One final mercy or
Yeah.
whatever. And Dalinar's like, Stormfather!
Storm you!
Like,
We'll do it ourselves then!
In front of everyone, just freaking out, talking to God.
literally old man yelling
Yeah,
at
dude.
sky.
They break up into 3 armies.
Mm-hmm.
I do love our one scene with Dalinar and R'laine.
Oh yeah,
Where he's like-
he surrenders himself.
Mm-hmm.
After that, when they are facing down the Parshendi in the Stormform, R'laine's like, "You have to stop them singing! I don't know what this song means, but it's bad! Dalinar, stop them!"
It's giving bad vibes, man. It's giving bad vibes.
We didn't even.
And meanwhile, it cuts to them. I'll bring the rain down tonight.
Also hitting the gritty.
Every single one of them just hitting the gritty as they march.
It's a shame we didn't mention Shen earlier, or R'laine, because the conversations he has with Kaladin in the camps are just great.
Brutal.
We have to move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they call the Everstorm, and this 2 storms clash right over the 2 armies. Meanwhile, while the fighting's happening, Shallan is trying to find the Oath Gate, and she finds it.
And it's a
Zeth arrives, kills Royan, almost kills Dalinar and Adolin, but Kaladin appears.
And it really is like
Adolin-
a now really.
yeah, again.
Yeah.
Before that, when the fight starts and they charge out, Aelin's horse gets got by lightning.
Yeah. Gallant.
No, Sureblood.
Sure blood.
Oh, who's
Poor
Gallant?
Gallant is Dalinar's.
Dalinar.
Oh.
As soon as he went across that bridge and I heard there was a bolt of lightning, I went, "No, the poor horse!"
That's bad. Oh, Adolin kills Eshonai.
Does he?
Well,
Ooh,
she
that's
gets
interesting.
she gets shoved into a chasm.
If she dies, it's off screen.
Yeah.
Which
but
means
also,
not
even-
dead.
even right before that, like, they sneak around and they're able to make their way through to the group that's singing, or that's summoning the storm. And he's like, all right, thrill time, baby.
Yeah.
And then like he cuts down like 4 of them, and then immediately cuts down 5 more.
He's just riding.
And I think it's what exacerbates it is they aren't fighting back.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Not even are they not fighting back, they are whatever Stormform and the Spren inside them was doing to put them into the state of mind that they were in is gone when they wake up from it.
Also, want to make it known. It mentions it in the book. After they kill storm forms, the red lightning bolt zips out of them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But Eshonai shows up in the middle of that to try to stop him. And he still struggles to summon the thrill in
Mhm.
that moment. But then he's able to use his practices and knocks her off balance and then shoves her off the cliff.
Yeah, he doesn't really get like a
Move.
he doesn't get like a decisive kill on her.
Yeah.
No.
It's almost like she slips or
But
like they
his
slip.
like, if you guys have noticed, his like signature move when he's facing another shard bearer is to slam into them to knock them off balance
Mhm.
and then do something.
Adolin almost goes into the chasm as well, but who saves him? Scar.
Oh,
Scar
Yeah.
and Drehy.
oh!
His bodyguards.
Scar, best guard.
I like Dre more than Scar just because his name's more fun.
Storm you.
Kaladin defeats Zeth. We already talked about that prior.
Yep.
We'll move past that.
Big fight scene.
When we talked about that insane fight scene,
And
Shallan's able to figure out the puzzle.
yes, Shallan, I think, swears a new ideal. She provides a new truth to
Yeah.
Pattern, which strengthens their bond. And she finally admits that she killed her mother, not her father.
That happens when they're in the tower.
This is where we
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, what is she? Did she do anything in the Oathgate?
Like in the Oathgate, she sees that there are like sconces with spears.
Oh,
like
she
this.
just
And
figures
she's
it
like,
out.
put
Oh, yeah.
put in the
She does have to
storm
use
light.
pattern to open the gate, though.
And yeah, she
It
has to
need-
summon in
you-
front of everyone. Has to summon her shard blade.
It
And,
does require you to be an active Knight Radiant.
Yeah.
You can't use one of the dead spren. You have to use because they try to have Renard
They
do
try
it.
to have Renarin do it. Yeah.
There was like this defense thing that Navani built. That
Oh
was, like,
yeah.
these floating walls.
Oh yeah, the
or something.
floating platforms. that
Honestly,
the archers could stand.
This
Like,
like,
we gotta move
there's
past
this
so
that.
much
video is
about
so
that.
long. We could talk about another 2 or 3 hours about everything we missed. Like Navani is unfortunately very absent during all of this. They all make it to Irithiru, and they're like, "Well, son of a gun, it was real."
What is this place?
And honestly, at the end of this book, we don't know.
Yeah.
They're just exploring it.
The vibe I got was it was
There's
like
this.
a huge inside city.
It is a city-sized tower on a mountaintop.
Maybe like a mall with several levels.
I
Honestly,
imagined-
it straight up feels like this is where you would take people. Like it was built to hold the population of the continent.
I imagined the Sword Art Online towers,
Okay.
like
Oh.
similar to that.
Like Aincrad?
Sure.
Yeah, I got you.
Biggest scene that happens once they make it into the tower is Adolin is tracking through the tower, trying to map all the different pathways, and he stumbles upon Sadius.
That means they've been in the tower for a little while,
A couple,
like a
weeks or something.
because they would have had to go back for the group, bring them back, like the
Mhm.
rest of the war camp.
Because Sadius didn't go with them originally. He only came back on the second.
And we know Amram took off.
Hmm.
Yes.
Amram, Moash, and Graves took off separately.
All three of them are in the wind right now. Well, we know where Moash, at the very least, he's with Graves.
Yeah.
We know that.
But we don't know where they're going. So Adolin and Sadius have their final confrontation in Irithiru, and Sadius, despite losing everything, is still gloating and provoking Adolin, and he just snaps, and he kills Sadius with just a great line. "My father thinks I'm a better man than he is, but he's wrong." And then he stabs Sadius in the
Dude.
face.
That was the most Batman thing.
Yeah.
I love the idea here is that Sadius has been terrified of Dalinar this entire time because Dalinar was the Blackthorn.
It's such a predatory scene, dude.
It is. And I love that he doesn't recognize that Adolin is still the son of the Blackthorn.
Like, we're coming down, okay? We just had Goku and Vegeta fighting each other in the sky, okay?
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh. All right, Aelin C. Sadius over there. Oh, man, he sure is. He sure is me. What is. Oh my god! Like, literally, that was me reading the book.
He tossed his sword over the side of the mountain, right?
Yeah, he kicked. It was
Yeah.
Dalinar's old sword, the one he gave
Oathbringer.
up for Kaladin
Yeah.
and his men.
Because people would have recognized that.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And like all of a sudden, if that's traveling around, like the moment it's summoned, they're like,
Whoever's got it is suspect number one.
exactly.
And
you
of
know
course,
what would be cool though? Dual wielding shard blades.
no one does that.
That would be cool.
Can you bond more than one?
I don't see
Why not?
why not. Huh? Why has no one done that?
You know how awesome that would be.
Anyway,
Because they're effectively great swords.
last
and
thing
it's really hard
last
to
thing I'll
use
say
that.
before I want your guys' what's gonna happen in the next book, that kind of thing.
My post book thoughts and questions.
Shalon has that. She reveals her truth. We find out finally that she killed.
We have
Oh.
100%
Yes.
confirmation that she did.
We talked about this briefly earlier. I just am really curious who this dude was.
Also, I
that
want
was
to
with
back
her
up.
mom.
It was a mixture of Adolin and Pattern that made her have to sit down and recognize that.
Mhm.
Pattern somehow talked to Adolin to convince her to go into this room and then like lock the door behind him, and Pattern's like, Shalon, you have to do this.
And Adolin had like,
Shalon.
Pattern had like
Also-
set a trap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he made the room look exactly like that. Also, I imagine like Pattern doesn't, in my mind, he is just a whole bunch of swiggly lines, but like it's like somebody poorly drew a stick man, and his head is just part of the stick that ends. There's no eyes or anything, or mouth or anything. So like, there's times where like when he does the interesting thing, it's like you see like a bend, at the top where the neck would be,
Mm.
and then like his little fingers are like scratching the edge of that bend when he's like,
That's cute. Also terrifying.
a little bit, yeah. That means that Pattern would have gone to Adolin because Adolin was part of that plan, and was like, "Hey, you need to take her here
Hmm.
and lock the door,
Maybe.
Which
and I
is,
need to talk to her."
what is Adelin's thoughts on that? Because I want to know what happened there.
Actually,
He
there's
talks
one-
about it. He mentions it.
Sorry,
how
there's one more thing that I want to talk about.
I
This
do
is
not
way
remember.
back before this. This is before they go on the Shattered Plains, on the final expedition. I'm so sorry. When Shalon and Kaladin return, Shalon's taking a shower or something, and then like Adolin just shows up. He's like, "Oh my God, you're alive! I'm so happy you're here." That was like when we had the memory of her killing her dad, and he started saying these things like, "I'm never gonna let anything terrible happen to you,"
Yeah.
and like she was
yes,
happy.
Yes.
And like, dude, I actually resonated so hard with that. What he's saying are almost exact words that I've said to somebody
Mhm.
that like I deeply cared about. And like whole relationship changed after that moment.
Well, is it that scene or is it a scene in Irathiru where Adolin is like doting on her and like suddenly her entire demeanor changes and she's like, "No, you will not protect me. I will protect myself," or
Yeah,
something like that.
that was, I'm pretty sure that was after they came back from the chasm.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was this scene.
While we're
It
here
is
as well,
very out of character for Shalon to
Yes.
say this.
something I noticed in that scene, it reminded me of Dalinar coming back to Navani, where they have that scene where Navani's like, "Oh, you missed me. Oh, you really missed me."
Yeah.
And in that moment, Shalon is like, Aelin runs up to Shalon and gives her a hug,
And he
and
gives her a kiss too.
yeah,
He's like, hell yeah.
she's like coming up with some quip, and he interrupts her, and in her monologue, it mentions that, "Oh, I didn't expect him to do that," like that kind of thing. It reminds me of the, "Oh,
Yeah.
you really missed me."
And then you just have Kaladin looking through the window, just like, "Good for them.
This is fine.
Good for them."
Aelin really deserves it.
Are they setting these stooges right?
At least I have you, Syl.
Still.
But dude,
Oh.
that scene just resonated so heavily, and like it fits because like it's almost like an eye-opening moment for me, where like it made me relive my moments that like resemble that, and I'm like, wow, is this what she felt when I said those lines?
Oh.
I'm like, that's so tough.
Wow, that's brutal.
Yeah,
You're a horrible monster.
I guess I am.
What do you think?
Two final things.
Okay,
Two final
all right.
things. Dalinar has his conversation with the Stormfather at the top of Irathiru. He climbs all the way to the top.
All
Man
the way
yells
to
at
the top.
Cloud.
Yeah, man, literally man yells at Cloud, and he's like, "Nope, we're bonding. I need you." And he becomes a bondsmith. And what's special about the bondsmith, I believe it's mentioned in one of the Words of Radiance epigraphs, is that there are only ever 3.
Mm-hmm.
So
So we have him. We have Taravangian. Who's the third one?
I'm letting you guys talk.
Who would be the third one?
Yavlar's dead.
He doesn't count anymore.
Amaram?
Okay,
Maybe.
so
Well, like that.
why are there only 3 bondsmiths?
That's
It's
a good
not-
question, isn't it?
it's not entirely clear yet.
Oh, they got to be bonded to the Stormfather, got to be bonded to Odium, and got to be bonded to the Night Watcher.
Oh.
The
Mm.
3 parts.
3 that we know about. Shoot,
The
maybe my
three-
theory about 5
the
is
three
wrong.
big-
This is a very good theory.
It's the only puzzle piece that fits.
I nowhere near this tuned in
Absolutely.
when I read this.
Absolutely not.
That's one of the most satisfying things about those epigraphs is rereading those little snippets that you just skip over because you don't
they're
understand
out
the
of context. They mean nothing to me.
It's so interesting because the back of the book talks about the 5 major ones that we now know about.
Mhm.
And like it has them all in bold and in white. And it talks about the Windrunner, and it talks about the Lightweaver that we can assume who those 2 are. Then it mentions the Bondsmith, an assassin, and an explorer.
Mhm.
And I'm like, okay, so Zeth is the assassin,
Is he?
Eshonai is the explorer.
She's always been
obviously-
described as an explorer.
Yeah.
And obviously, like at this point now, we know that he is the Dalinar's the Bondsmith.
And then the final thing is the epilogue where Wit is telling his little story to the slimy lizard crab thing, waiting for Yasna to make her reappearance out of Shadesmar. And he's like, And she's like, I've got to save the world. He's like, sorry, it's already not saved.
Yeah, we got
You're
problems,
late.
dog.
You're
You're
late
late.
on that one. He finds a lot of people coming in late.
Yeah. Timeliness.
Dude,
Timeliness.
Lopen's armory growth thing, that whole scene is just some of the
Mama!
that is the most pure end credit or post credit
Yeah.
that ever could be.
Oh yeah.
And
like-
Ellicore's just like forced to eat soup.
Like, I fully look at Lopen like the dude from Ant-Man that's
Sure.
just telling the stories. That's
Oh,
just
yeah,
who I imagine.
Ah, yeah.
Michael
We should
Pena.
cast him.
Michael Pena.
We should
To
cast
me,
him
he's
in.
perfect.
He is absolutely perfect, actually. Now we're on that, let's transition into what do you think that means for Lopen? What do you think that means for the book?
So
of
that
Explore-
to
the
me
books of
that
Explore?
tells me that maybe Lopen. I'm assuming Lopen has a spren. He might not, because I think they had the healing capabilities even prior. Maybe not to that extent. That's like the new thing to me.
Mhm.
But he's definitely one of the guys who took the ideal because like he wanted that. He's like from day
Yeah,
one.
from the,
he was
hey,
like-
maybe
he
you're
was
gonna
like-
teach me how to
in-
glow.
Yeah, in the end of book one, he's like, can I teach this? Can I learn this?
Well, and he says
Gotcha.
he's been trying to bring in Stormlight ever since he saw Kaladin.
And like it's so adorable because he's like holding it with his like non-dominant hand, and he just like, nope, I gotcha. Nope. And it's like he's just sitting there trying,
like a
dude.
reflex.
So I will go through the notes that I have. I was going to like list a lot of things for like each character, but then I gave up.
Sure.
My notes here for Spren are All Night Radiance bonded to Spren. Do they have to be bonded?
That's a cool question because we've not seen people starting to exhibit with specifically what's his name?
Lopen?
Lopen. With Lopen,
Wow.
we've specifically seen somebody not having an honor blade, not bonded to a spren, taking
As far
Stormlight.
as we know.
Specifically, my point of reference was Zeth with his Skybreaker sword.
Ah, yes. So the Skybreaker sword is very interesting
Mhm.
because it seems to be sentient in the way that all the other blades are not.
Yeah.
But
And everybody knows sentient blades are bad.
here's the thing: we know that all of the regular shard blades are dead spren. This one's clearly not. But all of the live spren shard blades we've seen have been bonded to the person very deeply. And this is just some sword that he's been given.
What if like the first thing it said to him is, "Are you my new daddy?"
I mean, it was close to that. It was like, you want to slay evil today? Or something like that.
Hey, new daddy.
The next thing I said, can you be bonded to more than one spren? Or be parts of multiple Night Radiant orders that we kind of touched on.
I say there's nothing to say you can't. I've never seen it.
Imagine how cool it would be if Kaladin could fly and teleport. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Goku.
For Adolin, I asked the question, is Adolin bonded to a spren that we don't know about? He doesn't hear the screams when he uses his shard blade, but it also doesn't appear instantly.
That just seems to me like it behaves normally.
Yeah,
Right.
That just behaves like a regular shard blade.
But the reason why I even asked that question was because of Shalon and the things you brought up,
Hmm.
where she did and she didn't.
Yes.
I also asked my question, was killing Sadius an evil act?
Hmm.
That is a good question.
I'm willing to go out on a limb here and say he deserved it.
But was it evil?
I don't know.
I would say a Skybreaker would say no, a Windrunner would say yes.
That's a good
Yep.
answer.
That's totally fair.
If he deserves it, then yes. The Skybreaker would say yes, we need to carry out justice. The Windrunner would say he was unarmed, relatively defenseless, and, not a threat.
I think the act of killing Sadius itself is fine. I think, like you said, deserved.
He's kind of too dangerous
But
to be
it's
left
the-
alive.
It's the route that he took.
Just like Chancellor.
Mhm.
Yeah. I also took very close note that he struggled to cultivate the thrill in that fight.
Mhm.
And to me, like, it felt very much like Dalinar beginning to push back on it. I do fully believe that he is going to be the one who takes up multiple orders. And if anybody dual wields shard blades, god damn
Adolin?
it, it's gonna be Adolin.
That'd be pretty cool.
The dude took on 4 dudes at once. And you know what would have made him be able to really seal the deal? If he had 2 blades.
Just
All
back
right,
and forth.
hear
like,
me out.
Doing a dance.
I don't even know if this is one of the orders. Like a guy who makes stone move, 2 rock arms, General Adolin Grievous, 4 shard blades.
Spinning. Then who? Wait. Who's
I'll
gonna
give you
try to
I'll give
stop?
you a little teaser. There is somebody who dual wields shard blades
Oh my god.
in the very next book.
Oh my
Read
god.
book
I am
3.
so... Get out of my house and somebody give me the book. Dalinar is my next one. He just spoke the oath at the end of the book, but he never heard screaming or felt like things were wrong holding Oathbringer. Only
He
holding
didn't.
the blade
He
from
didn't
Cal.
hold Oathbringer.
Right,
No,
he
I'm
did-
saying when he had Oathbringer in
Oh,
the previous
gotcha.
book.
Gotcha.
Yes.
And like to me, after we started talking about like how the ideals work, and like maybe that's when you start to do it, because I was immediately under the effect that like, oh, the dueling champion started hearing a scream when like you guys said that it completed the cycle. That kind of clicks to me more. Or circle, yeah.
I said circuit.
But
That's what I said.
Oh.
he corrected me.
Oh.
To me, it's like, what if the Stormfather isn't actually his Spren? Like, it's not supposed to be his Spren, and the one that was an Oathbringer has been with him this whole time, but it just
Ooh.
never returned to life?
You think that's something they can do?
Maybe. I think it's certain. I think all things are on the table, man.
Okay.
We
I-
didn't talk about a really
I
important
could
thing.
I
Go
could
ahead.
see one.
Kaladin's eyes are light now.
Oh, yes. He's going to have to deal with that.
Yeah, anyways. No matter how much he wins, he always loses, are my notes. What will Hearthstone be like? It's been nearly 10 years
Yeah,
since
they
he's
hinted
been
that
home.
he was going there.
I
I think.
think
Oh,
he
yeah,
will
yeah.
meet both Roshone and Amaram during this time. And
Amaram is from Sadius's
Yep.
country, which is where Kaladin is from. There's a
In
chance
fact-
they might be in the same place.
seeing this, and after creating this idea that I have, I think that's going to be the moment. That's going to be the spiral, is he's going to go kill Roshone. And that's like, he just, he just sinks.
The conversation with Lyran's gonna be awful.
My
I can tell you for sure when I was reading book 2, I was not looking forward to him seeing it. Like, I was both really eager to see him go to his mom and dad. I was really not looking forward to seeing him talk to his dad.
Yeah, I can't, like, there's no good outcome
Yeah.
of that.
My next bullet point for Kaladin further goes on this, and I'll just read it verbatim. Which Kaladin is the real Kaladin? The one that has this insufferable hatred towards Light Eyes? The one with vengeance and wrath when fighting Shardurs? Or the hero that he tries so desperately to showbridge for?
Mm. Maybe all three.
What do we name them? We got Vale and Shalon.
We have the wretch
Okay, all right.
and the bird.
Stop making me dislike this.
My memory told me that they were taking the Bridge 4 was taking the oath in the end of book 1, and I even thought that was the case when we did the video. But you guys told me that was not the case.
Well, I think we mentioned earlier somewhere.
Oh yeah, it
that-
happened somewhere.
It would make sense because in that fight, some of them also glowed with Stormlight.
Yes.
Yeah, the big battle.
Ted
That-
mentions that to
He
Cal.
saw some of them glowing.
And God bless Lopen for getting both arms. I love that man, and he deserves all of the life that he gets.
Let's give him a third one.
Let's do it. Let's give him a big old doll. Moving on to Shalon. Shalon developed an addiction for thrills, is how I looked at it. But I think what you guys said early on in our video, is that like her living her whole life secluded and finally getting to go out there, she can't get enough of it.
That's only how I read it.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that totally makes sense. Waiting for the storm to hit, the chasm fiend sneaking around everybody important in camp, telling off Dalinar, another one. And then sadly I said, there's clearly a love triangle festering between Shalon, Kaladin, and Adolin. Her and Adolin just kind of thought each other were hot, but Shalon and Kaladin trauma bonded. I'm guessing that Shalon will continue to be with Adolin, but Vale or some other face that she creates will get with Kaladin. Either that or Kaladin is the one she wants to be with and she has to marry Adolin. This feels similar to Dalinar, Gavilar, and Navani.
Ooh. Parallels.
I like that a lot. When I first read the book, I was dreading that exact thing. The last thing I wanted was for something like that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I think I was not looking forward to that either.
I'm full send on the idea that like Kaladin falls, and I think it's because of something that happens in Hearthstone. Like, if we want to make a direct guess, he finds out something terrible has happened to his parents and blames Roshon, and then like still tries to stop him, and like it just causes him to go down the spiral again. And it's like a slingshot that's just continuously gaining momentum.
Do you think after what happened in this book that he would risk his bond again?
I don't think he would do it intentionally,
Mm-hmm.
but I see a world where
Some traumatic experience
where-
will just suddenly occur.
yes, where like it happens and like just his anger floods so quickly, because like I said, it's like a slingshot. When he rises fast. When he sinks just as fast. And it's this just continuously increasing momentum where the slingshot reaches further down, shoots him further up, shoots him further down, shoots him further up, before eventually the rubber band's gonna break and he stays in one of those spots.
I like this metaphor. What about you, Chris? What do you think's going to happen in the next book? You've been awfully quiet this last 7 hours or so.
It's following Dalinar.
Just anything.
Well,
Oh, yeah. He is the perspective character.
Okay. So, I think that Kaladin doesn't fall in this book.
Wrong.
I think Rowan is like abusing his power.
Didn't he
Wait,
die?
He died?
Yeah, he died.
Rowan, Rashon,
Rashon, gotcha.
is abusing his power over his people.
Mm-hmm.
And so Kaladin
What's the old
protects
girl's
them.
name?
Laurel?
Laurel.
I bet you he beats Laurel.
I don't know why.
I think he.
I don't.
he
I'm just trying to come up with
protects
irredeemable things.
those who cannot protect themselves against Rashon. I think we finally get somebody who generates their own shard plate.
You know what? Sorry.
Oh.
He probably.
You think that's a thing they can do?
Yeah.
He probably forces Syl to have the argument because you can argue all three of the ideals, or well, the second two ideals for Windrunners, and he probably forces that debate to happen for why he shouldn't just kill Rashon. And that probably
In him dying, so many people. would
like
be saved,
I totally see a
that
world
kind of thing.
where like he does that, and then like Syl's like I can't do this, and he's like, don't you run away from this, and like forces her to try to like deal with the ideals
I
too.
really don't like that.
I
don't like
see
this.
that.
I think
I think he has too much character development in this book. I don't think he's gonna let that kind of stuff happen.
I could see something, man.
I think Liren is going to be a horrible father because fathers are just horrible. And
I'm so proud of you for saving the world twice, son.
I think we're going to get more looks at riots and like a little civil war happening in Kolinar.
Yeah, we didn't mention that, but Kolinar
Yeah.
seems to be having a hard
Oh,
time.
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
falling apart, dude.
It's a very short interlude chapter with Lon, but yeah, things are not looking
I think
good.
I think we'll get a lot more of Lift and
I think we'll get one more chapter. left.
Raid.
It'll probably be the longest one.
Rise.
Probably.
Risen?
Risen? Yes.
I'll tell you that for free. There is more Risen.
Yay!
And more Lift.
She's not dead in this book, so
He's
there'll
only
probably
half
be more.
dead.
She is half dead, though. Kyle, do you have anything you'd like to wrap up with?
I'd love to see more of the Rosharan ecosystem that doesn't involve humans. Just because all of them are really cool. I love the
Sure.
Chasm Fiends. I love Axe Hounds and the White Spines, and I want to see more of what a Larkin is. I want to see more of these giant Reshi crabs.
What else can be a chicken?
Yeah, what else can be a chicken?
Let's push the
Anything with-
boundaries.
Anything with wings, baby.
Is that butterfly a
You
chicken?
know what? Kaladin's a chicken.
I-
'cause he can
I
fly.
would
That's
love-
true.
I love these
I would
swimming
love
chickens.
what is it called? I would love if there was a live adaptation of this, I would absolutely love to hear the sounds that a Chasm Fiend makes.
The
How they-
Trumps.
Like they describe it like that. Like it's
That
like
chittering sound, but also like just like this grueling noise.
well, because the thing that they do, because the trumps are when we hear like with an axe hound, which to me sounds kind of like I think it's literally an onomatopoeia where they describe it as a like I cut off trumpeting, but the chasm fiends are described as having four separate voices overlaying each other.
Oh man, that's metal.
And then there's also the grinding of the mandibles and stuff, and they would sound so cool. Past that,
What do you?
I'm thoroughly convinced that Kaladin and Shallan are gonna have way more trauma to have to deal with, and
Yeah.
they're not gonna.
I mean,
do
that's
it well.
probably a good bet.
Oh, dude, what if Kaladin goes to kill Rashon and Rashon moves his father or mother in the way right at the last moment?
What's so interesting to me is that
Also, I know we're gonna get Yasna. That's gonna be interesting.
Mhm.
What?
Well, yeah, I know, right? She's been gone for an entire book.
it's so interesting to me that you, John, I feel like you want him to fall.
You can't have an amazing redemption arc
You're,
if
you're
the character
seeing this
doesn't.
guy at the top of a mountain, you're like, God, I just want to push
The
it.
puzzle? No, it's not really that. I mean, you know what's more amazing than the redemption arcs that he's had? Is if he falls a little further and then still comes back.
Mm.
Also, like,
Can he fall any further?
It feels yes.
Yeah.
It feels
No,
like
totally.
he only had 2 weeks in that prison, okay? And there's 2 weeks in that prison compared to like the year that he was in Sadius's camp. Come on, man.
He effectively almost killed Syl this time around.
Mm.
I don't know if he can go any further.
I'm excited for more listener forms.
He
Okay.
has to go further. When he kills Syl, he then has to kill the Stormfather.
Ooh.
Oh.
Or
And I can't wait
he
to see
kills
the
the
rest of it.
Stormfather for trying to take Syl from him.
Like I said,
Oh.
I love
That's gonna
world
put him in
building.
conflict with Dalinar.
Yep.
I love world building, so I'm
Yeah.
just every category of thing we have, I just want more of.
Okay.
What are your guys' thoughts? What do you think's gonna happen?
Maybe you should take a
Predictions of the
walk.
next book?
Go get some food.
It's gonna take you guys that long to talk about
I
it.
really don't think it'll be that long.
I don't have too much more to
My
talk about.
back and my knee
It's time for
and my
breakfast
hip.
since it's the end of the
Oh my
night.
God, I gotta go to work, guys.
I'm just going to run through my notes real quick. We mentioned most of this stuff. I mentioned this to you earlier. When Kaladin was fighting, or was sparring with Adolin, he tried to use Stormlight, but it left him. Syl's like, who are you trying to protect? I bring this up because in Book 4, if you've read Book 4, listener, which hopefully you have.
Oh, by the way, if it's not clear, Scott and I are the only two that have read all of the books, and we're going to converse about everything. Spoilers.
After Teft dies,
Mhm.
I don't believe what Kaladin does in that moment, coming Dark Kaladin or whatever,
Yeah.
that was supernatural.
Yeah.
He was not just good at being a fighter like he normally is. And if that's the case, what was powering that if he was not protecting anyone?
Right. I think that Odium can grant those surges just as much as the Spren can. And I think Odium...
I'm not even sure he used surges in that moment.
He did at the end, because he rips the pursuer's head off.
Oh, absolutely he did. Okay.
Yeah.
So this goes into my big, grander theory. I think, like what I was talking about, how he's such an odious man, right?
Mhm.
I think Kaladin in Odium's plan was meant to be his champion.
He might still be.
Yeah.
He might still be.
Buttressing that about the diagram, one other quote from the diagram is, "You must become king, period, of everything, capital E." I
Mhm.
think the diagram knew he was going to be Odium.
Oh, Taravangian.
Yeah.
Interesting. I believe any concept art is Ray's described as wearing a crown.
Yes.
I think he is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think the diagram, that's why I said I think the diagram's infallible.
Mm-hmm.
And I really believe that it's a product of cultivation. And she
Mhm.
specifically made it so that, we've talked about this before, I think in the last podcast, she made him capable of doing that, gave him the capacity to do that, so that when he saw Odium's plan, it didn't drive him nuts.
Yeah.
And I was afraid on the reread that my cool theory would the wind out of the sails, so to speak. I would lose my. I feel I'm gonna double down on it. I think I might be right, especially with all these proper nouns. So I wasn't sure until this reread, but absolutely the thrill is caused by one of these unmade,
Yes.
as is the death rattle.
Yes.
I knew that one of the thrill. Sorry, I knew the thrill. The third book just says that the unmade cause a thrill. One of them do, but the death rattle is caused by Moloch moving around. I think Moloch is like Odium's computer that runs his plan, or like allows him to see into different possibilities that will, record, and he records which ones he wants to have happen using the different probabilities, and because they've been recorded, the flame spren stops changing shape.
Oh, that's good because the unmade are spren.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
That's
good.
And oh my goodness. Okay. This is one thing I don't really feel this. We forgot to mention this. One of my notes was, "Oh my god, I hate Shalon so much," because when she meets Rock, he calls her cousin, and there's just this moment where she's like, "Red hair, cute," and I'm like, God. Anyway,
he's trying to be friendly.
I could think of one thing that pushes back on your cool theory that I still absolutely believe in, that Shalon's mom was a herald. And it doesn't really. The quote from the diagram is the first overt thing I have seen to slightly contradict the Shalon's mom was a herald theory, as it suggests that town broke under torture. If you can go to chapter 83, we can read it.
Okay. Obviously, they are fools. The desolation needs no usher. It can and will sit where it wishes, and the signs are obvious that the spren anticipate it doing so soon. The Ancient of Stones must finally begin to crack. It is a wonder that upon his will rested the prosperity and peace of a world for over 4 millennia. So that, yes, that's very obviously talking about Taln. It's saying he's finally beginning to crack.
It hints at the idea that he is breaking. It
Yes.
doesn't overtly say that he did break, though.
Correct. Just that he's getting close.
And then it doesn't really matter, but my last note was 2 chapters after that, there's another diagram quote, and Adrotagia, she's like, it could be Mraize, but I think I hear it and it's clearly referring to Wit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what the quote was.
I don't know if Wit is on Taravangian's radar.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Like, I feel like
that tracks with me, because he's like not supposed to be in this story.
Right, yeah, he's like such a wild card.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody has plans with Wit, except for Ray's. He's clearly not happy with him. So a couple of quick lightning round things. When Kaladin and Shalon are down in the chasms, they're having a heated conversation, and they have like a bit of a stare-off. And Shalon says, "Those eyes had such intensity. This was a man of passion." And I was in the shower listening to that on the audiobook, and like it was involuntarily, I'm just like, ah! Like it's so clear that this is what they're talking about.
It feels like the same way they kept hinting at, I got a burst of energy.
Mm-hmm.
It feels that same level of hit.
Yes. So yes, anytime somebody refers to passion, I'm a passion.
Yep.
I just get a little tickle. Oh, this is a quote Dalinar says about Navani when she's starting to open up to Shalon after they get back from the chasms. Dalinar says, "Channa helped the man or woman who stood between Navani and one of her own." Channa obviously being who we're assuming was Shalon's mother.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was an interesting phrase to say. Because clearly, Channa
I didn't clock that at all.
Mm-hmm.
That's huge. If this is true, Brandon was like, they'll never get it. They'll never get it.
They'll get it on the reread, and it'll be like, oh, it's so obvious.
Oh man.
What else have we got here? Okay, the old rhythms versus the new rhythms. This is absolutely mentioned explicitly, probably in Rhythms of War, but the old rhythms of the listeners are Launer's rhythms of Roshar, and the new rhythms are Odium's rhythms that he gave them once they became the Voidbringers.
Who knows if this is even correct? I'm gonna triple down on it right now. If you were to use the cymatics on Honor's rhythm, it would be the Shattered Plains, I bet.
You think?
I think him dying reverberated across in that rhythm right in that position.
Yeah.
And it created that pattern.
I think you're onto something there, for sure. Are honor and odium the same? This is a question that Chris and John were asking or positing. Those dudes are smart.
Yeah. It's a yes and a no.
It is. Like, they're not the same, but they're both shards from Adonalcium. And also, I didn't really catch it until this reread, but the epigraph, the letter to Wit, where it says that he embodies all of God's wrath without the context to contain it. I'm like, oh, that is such, like, obviously, God, like, capital G, God of everything, would have all of these different characteristics like honor and cultivation and preservation and odium. But when Adonalcium, God, from what I understand, gets broken up, all of those constituent parts gets held by a single entity. And so Raise is just all of God's infinite wrath without any of all of the other virtues to hold that in check.
They were mentioning this in, I think, book 4. It might have been book 3. Don't really remember. Now, the 16 are like, there's the vessel and there's the power.
Yes.
The power has its own ends or whatever the hell. You know, it has its own, what am I trying to say?
Character.
Sure.
There is odium and there is raise. There is honor and there is Tanavast.
I was about to ask, am I correct? I am. I was about to ask if I'm correct in assuming that Tanavast is to honor what race is to odium.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
That's how I feel.
And there can be, nobody can take up the shard of honor.
It was, I guess.
From what I understand, nobody can take up the shard of honor anymore because odium destroyed it.
Shattered it, yeah.
Yes. That's everything for the quick stuff. Okay, this one has really been bothering me.
Okay.
What is up with Shalon's shard blades?
I don't know, dude. Like, I
shard
made
blades,
that
plural?
I made that note because I really don't get it and it aggravates me. So, if you've read the 4th book, you know that her first Spren died. I don't know where Pattern comes into this. I don't know. How does he have that memory?
Yes.
I don't know.
I don't know how he has that.
Does she have that dead shard blade still?
So, my assumption, I always assumed that her dead shard blade was the one in the safe at her house.
Yeah.
And so, and if that was dead, then she would need to wait 10 heartbeats to summon it. And if that was the one she was using in the chasms, then Kaladin probably would hear it screaming unless his bond was so weak that he wouldn't hear it anymore. I'm not sure. But when did Shalon's bond with Pattern become so strong that he could manifest as a shard blade?
I really am so glad that you're also confused about this.
I am very confused because I
was worried that I was smooth-brained.
No, this is really bothering me. Does Shalon have 2 shard blades?
I mean, the math tells me she should, because
where did she get the one that killed her mom? It had to have come
been
from
the first Spren or Pattern.
What is it? Temperance? Tempest? I can't remember her first.
I'd have to reread the
Spren's name.
One.
Regardless, that's the only place I can think of that she would have a shard blade, because Chanarak's, assuming that Chanarak is her mom, wouldn't have her honor blade because it would be in Shinovar. I guess the friend might have had one, but then how could Shalon have taken it from him? I don't know.
And again, with the friend, I go back and forth in my head because I love these books and I want them to make sense in my head and be good. I hate that they point out that there was blood on the ground, and then they say he had a cut on his arm, but it wasn't lethal. But then they heavily imply he's dead, and so it makes it feel like the blood on the ground was just a misdirect, and it feels really clunky and dumb that, oh, he was just cut on the arm.
Yeah.
So is he alive?
And maybe her dad killed him too? Like, I don't believe that they were lovers.
I don't know who the hell he was.
I don't know.
And I didn't broach this in the episode because I was worried it might, if we kept talking about it. We definitely mentioned this before. Why was Wit the one to go talk to Shalon?
In the flashback chapter. I don't know.
Why was he giving the message to her dad about Helaron?
I don't know. So is he mixed up with the Ghost Bloods? Maybe. It wouldn't put it past him, but I don't know, man. Like I can forgive Wit just appearing in random places,
Yeah.
but I like I said, I love these books as well. And it's only because I love them so much. Is the reason I critique
I
them
mean,
so much.
we've talked for 12 hours about it.
One book.
Yeah.
So there are still questions that I don't have answers to. And it's looking like some of these, I don't know if we
I don't
will.
know. Yeah.
Maybe I'm just too dumb.
Ironically enough, John was the one who said, I don't know if I'm okay with this. I'm not gonna have a crisis about it or anything, but I would prefer there be no questions at the end of this series.
Mhm.
That at the very least I don't have some manner of, okay, I could see that being the case, that kind of thing.
I could come up with something.
It's interesting that John brought this up in the first episode we did, where he's like, I don't think there will all be answered questions. I think there will be some floating things at the end of this, and I think he likes that.
I can understand that there could be. It's just so big.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. Like what happened to those two artists looking at the flame spread? We ever gonna see them again? Probably not. But like they served their purpose and they were gone.
I hope you guys enjoyed this as much as I did. I'm sweaty, disgusting.
Oh, it's so hot in John's house. We got to turn the air off.
But we do this for the several dozen people who get to right here. Right here. Okay.
It's probably gonna be you and me and John. Oh, John's not.
John shouldn't be. Hey, you stop listening after I spoiled everything for you just now.
Yeah. Most likely Kyle will listen.
Kyle will absolutely listen here. With that in mind, I love you all. Thank you for tuning in. Like, comment, and subscribe.
Seriously, if you have things to say about this book, please tell us. Please
tell me how stupid I am with my takes. Please. I'm serious. With that, farewell.
Goodbye.